Section 0 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Preface. In concluding an earlier volume on the mistresses of the Western Roman Empire, I observed that, as the gallery of fair and frail ladies closed, we stood at the door of the long, quaint gallery of the Byzantine Empresses. It seemed natural and desirable to pass on to this more interesting and less familiar series of the mistresses of the Eastern Roman Empire, and the present volume will therefore tell the story of the empresses, or queens as they preferred to be called, who occupied the throne set up by Constantine in New Rome, or ancient Byzantium, until the victorious Turk thrust it disdainfully aside to make way for his more spacious harem. The Eastern or Byzantine Empire has long been regarded in Europe as a world of far less interest than that which centered on the banks of the Tiber, a world of monotonous piety and little adventure or spirit, almost Chinese in its placid and unchanging adherence to traditional and very conventional forms. One is tempted to attribute this error not merely to the longer concealment of Byzantine antiquities from our fathers, and the superior attractiveness of Italy, but in some measure to the disproportion of Gibbon's work. By the time the great historian has advanced only 1 or 2 centuries in the life of the East, he finds that the superb generosity of his plan has committed him to an unachievable task, and he begins to compress whole chapters of the most vivid and adventurous history into a few disdainful pages. And as Finlay, the proper historian of the Greek civilization, not only lacks the charm which draws each generation with fresh wonder to the volumes of Gibbon, but shares and expresses the same disdain for his subject, his work has not tended to redeem the Byzantine Empire from neglect. Of late years there has been some quickening of interest in the Eastern Empire. Professor Berry in this country, M. Deal in France, Schlumberger in Germany, and other historians have done much to draw attention to the extraordinary interest and the very lively character of Byzantine life. When we confine our attention, as we do in this volume, to the court life and the personality of the imperial women, the interest rises to the pitch of romance, and is often sustained at that height for many chapters. Few courts in the world have, in their 1,000 years of history, witnessed so much adventure, intrigue, comedy, and tragedy as that of the Byzantine empresses. From all quarters of the empire, in the most varied ways, all sorts of women, from princesses to village girls, tavern girls, or circus girls, make their way to the bronze-roofed palace, and wear for a season the prodigious jewels and the glittering robes of an Empress of Constantinople. And as there is no law or method of succession to the throne, the rise and fall of emperors and empresses gives a dramatic movement to the story. The notion that the Eastern empresses are enwrapped in a rigid piety and formalism, as they are in their stiff tunics of cloth gold, is a ludicrous mistake. Their piety is usually external and superficial, and often they make not the least pretense of it, while, even when it is obviously sincere, it is associated with a skill in casuistry which allows a free play of their ambitions, their passions, and even their criminal impulses. Indeed, it is only fair to say at the outset that if a reader passes from the gallery of the pagan empresses into that of the Empresses of Constantinople, in the hope of encountering more restful, more virtuous, and more domestic types of womanhood, he will be grievously disappointed. We may not find a Messalina among them, but irregularity of life is more evenly distributed than among the Roman empresses. Ambition and intrigue are far more cultivated, and there is a strain of barbaric cruelty running through the greater part of the story, which it would have been more pleasant, had it been consistent with truthfulness, to omit. But the biographer should not be a moralist. My simple purpose is to depict, as far as it is possible, the very varied types of womanhood which come into the fierce light that beats about a throne, in that strange world where Greek and Roman and Syrian blood blend to produce a new character. The difficulties of the task have been considerable, and may be urged in extenuation of some of the apparent defects of the story. Apart from sketches of the lives of 5 or 6 of the Byzantine empresses, especially those in M. Diehl's fine Figures Byzantines, the study is entirely new, and the material has had to be laboriously collected from the endless pages of the Greek chroniclers. These chroniclers are largely monks, and in nearly all cases they are little disposed to speak of the imperial women until they either misbehave themselves or come to wield a mastery over men. Their references to the empresses are usually brief and scattered sentences which have to be gleaned with care, and in hardly any single case do even contemporary writers condescend to give us a portrait of an empress. Seeing that, in addition, we have not, as in the case of Rome, any statues or portrait busts of the empresses, and the few representations of them which have survived, in miniatures, ivories, etc., are lifeless and conventionalized pictures, it is not possible to bring them before the eye in as satisfactory a way as one could wish. In this, as in the preceding volume, I have utterly refused to follow the genial example of Rogat de Servier, and allow imagination to come to the aid of fact. But I have carefully gathered and included all that is known about the Eastern empresses, and, lest it be thought that the less known empresses might alter the balance of vice or virtue, I have inserted even the scanty references to these. It remains only to explain the starting point of the volume. In my Empresses of Rome, which includes all empresses down to the fall of Rome, I necessarily included the early empresses of the Eastern series, when East and West were branches of one dominion. It is therefore not necessary to repeat the story of the beautiful and languid Eudoxia, the daughter of a Frankish chief whom a palace intrigue raised to the purple, and who is one of the butts of St. Chrysostom's fiery sermons, nor of Eudocia, the Athenian girl who set out to find her father's money and obtained a kingdom, who wrote poems in her native tongue and at last passed from the court under a cloud of suspicion, nor of Pulcheria, the virgin sister of Theodosius and rival of Eudocia, who ruled the empire for her brother, and after his death took to herself a nominal husband, and with Marcian was governing the Eastern world at the time of the fall of Rome. I have adequately described her in the preceding volume, and the present story opens at her death in the year 453. End of section 0. Section 1 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 1, Part 1. Verina and Her Daughters. The Empress's apartments in the sacred palace remained empty for 4 years after the virtuous Pulcheria had been laid in her marble sarcophagus. The Emperor Marcian was aged and feeble, and, as Pulcheria had guarded, even in marriage, the sanctity of her vow of chastity, there was none who might plausibly be regarded as heir to the throne. It was such a situation as Constantinople loved, and the thousands of soldiers, eunuchs, nobles, and ladies who dwelt in the vast palace, and the tens of thousands of idlers who lounged under the arcades of the great square or chattered on the benches of the hippodrome, had a large field for speculation. Their fate, they knew, was in the hands of one man, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Asper. He was an Arian, or Unitarian, and could not hope to occupy the throne, which would soon be at his disposal. The citizens of Constantinople were at least as wanton and passionate as those of Rome had been, but they were fiercely devoted to the sound doctrine of the Trinity, and they would have flung themselves against the bronze gates and marble walls of the palace if an Arian had ventured to don the purple. So senators and senators' wives indulged their conflicting hopes, and paid their servile reverence to the dying monarch and the vigorous barbarian commander. Marcian died in the year 457, not without a superfluous rumor of poison, and expectation rose to the height of fever when the warm frame was entombed with all the rich ceremony of the Eastern court. Then there came the first of a long series of surprises and dramatic successions which were to enliven Byzantine history for many a century. Asper announced that his steward Leo, a tribune, or subordinate officer of the troops, was to receive the imperial crown. A barbaric soldier and his wife were to occupy the golden throne, and all the nobility of Constantinople hastened to kiss their purple slippers. Leo the Isaurian is one of those quite unromantic figures which the restless waves of Roman life often washed into the world of romance. One of the many raw Highlanders who had set out from Asia Minor to make their fortune in the glittering metropolis of the East. A few years of useful military service had won for him the rank of tribune and the confidence of the commander, and Asper thought that he could rely on the docility and gratitude of the big, simple-featured soldier. Wholly illiterate, with no larger experience than the control of Asper's servants, a man of rough, hairy face, powerful frame, and blunt ways, he suddenly found himself transferred to a throne that gleamed, as few thrones did, with the sands of Indus and the adamant of Golconda. His wife, the Empress Verina, shares alike the earlier obscurity and the sudden elevation to the extraordinary splendor of the Byzantine court. We know nothing of her nationality or extraction, and, as the only relatives who gather about her when her hand dispenses the gold and the favors of a great empire are just as obscure as herself, we may be sure that her origin was humble enough. A soldier like Leo would select his mate in a lowly world, and we shall see later that Verina permitted no scruple to restrain either her passion or her ambition. But there was personality in the new empress, an able and vigorous intelligence, a masterful ambition, a virile tenacity of purpose, and an equally virile disdain of scruples and of priests in the pursuit of her ambition. She must have been much younger than her husband, who was nearly 60 years old. She not only survived him for more than a decade, but she filled that decade with the most spirited adventures, and she admitted or attracted a lover after the death of her husband in his 74th year. It is one of the most singular features of Verina's story that she remains almost as obscure and insignificant during the 17 years in which she reigned with her husband as she had been before her elevation, yet in her later years reveals a character of remarkable vigor and great interest. We have therefore little concern with the reign of Leo, and will rather make ourselves acquainted with the imperial world in which the Byzantine empresses will move. New Rome, or Constantinople, had been founded by Constantine on the site of the more ancient city of Byzantium, and is so faithfully replaced by the modern city that its situation needs little description. It spread over the triangular point of Europe, which runs to a tongue between the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmora, and was protected by a double wall from invasion on the land side. In fact, it was in time enclosed entirely within 13 miles of stout wall. The lower portion of this triangular area, a vast domain of more than 500,000 square yards, sloping gradually to the silver shores of the Sea of Marmara, was reserved for the imperial palaces and gardens. Running parallel with the imperial palace to the north was the hippodrome, into which the story of the empresses will repeatedly take us. Like the great circus at Rome, on the model of which it was built, it was the most commanding and venerated institution of the frivolous people. Its spacious, long-drawn arena was flanked by tiers of seats which could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Some authorities say 100,000 people. A lofty imperial gallery, the Kathisma, surveyed the races and the spectators from the northeastern end, and a great purple awning gave protection from the burning sun. Beyond the hippodrome and the palace was the chief square of the city, the Augusteum, which corresponded to the old Forum at Rome, or the Agora at Athens. Under the shelter of the double colonnade which surrounded it, the idlers of Constantinople held their endless fiery discussions of the last chariot race, the last heresy, or the last revolution. The studious bargained for books. The amorous made traffic in love. It was the heart of the city. On the south side of it was the great gate of the palace. On the north side, the church or cathedral of St. Sophia. The Senate House faced it on the east, and from its western side ran the main street of Constantinople, the Mise, or Middle Street, lined with colonnades, which passed more or less continuously along the central ridge of the triangular area which the city occupied. A city was in those days, and for many a century afterwards, a palace and a cathedral. We can only say of the million citizens that they were packed into the spaces not occupied by church or state, especially in the region between the Mise and the Golden Horn, where fire and pestilence periodically fed on their crowded tenements. With the palace we need a closer acquaintance. Verina would be familiar with the massive iron gate on the south side of the square through which, as the emperor rode in, one might catch a glimpse of the great bronze door of the palace. Through this gate the obscure woman of the people was now borne on her litter to be crowned mistress of the world. The front part of the palace was burned by the people in 532, but we may assume that it had the general plan of the later structure, which experts have reconstructed for us. The door led into a spacious hall, known as the Chalk, on account of its bronze roof, which was richly adorned with statues, marbles, and mosaics. Constantine had despoiled the world to enrich his palace and city, and this entrance hall had a great store of treasures. Crossing the hall, one entered the apartments of the troops who guarded the palace, and whose spacious quarters formed an immense and formidable approach to the imperial palace. More than 3,000 selected troops, divided into 3 classes, formed this imperial bodyguard, and we shall more than once find their halls swimming with blood as some frantic mob or adventurous usurper seeks to penetrate to the palace. The palace grounds were, of course, surrounded by lofty and unscalable walls. Verina would pass first through the lines of the Scholarians, whose golden shields and lances and gold helmets surmounted with red aigrettes would form a glittering corridor. Ascending the marble steps at the far end of their hall, the purple curtains being drawn aside, she would pass between the excubitors, a regiment of powerful warriors with 2-edged axes, and the candidates, or white-robed troops, gleaming with gold, the second and third lines of defense. At the end of these palatial barracks, 3 ivory-plated doors, hung with curtains of purple silk, opened into the consistorium, a large hall lined with marble and mosaic, in the floor of which were set porphyry slabs to indicate the successive spots where even kings must thrice prostrate themselves before approaching to kiss the feet of Leo the Isaurian. A throne covered with purple and heavily laden with gold and jewels was raised under a golden dome at the upper end of the room. 3 pairs of steps and 3 bronze doors, for this wondrously elevated peasant and his obscure wife must not pass through the same door as ordinary mortals, then led to an unroofed terrace lined with columns and precious statues, on one side of which was the chapel of the Saviour, and on the other the ancient gold-roofed banquet room. Then at length Verina would find herself, probably for the first time, before the door of the palace proper, or the main palace, Daphne. Passing between the crowds of stewards, secretaries, domestic officers, and great ladies, with masses of subordinate servants behind, all bent in profound reverence, she would enter by the bronze doors into the Augustias, or vestibule of the palace, a hall crowded with choice bronze and marble statues and mosaics. Fresh legions of servants, the population of the palace must have been more than 5,000 even at this early date, and groups of pale eunuchs now crowded to do homage, and the fortunate woman surrendered herself to her tierwomen to don the gold-cloth tunic, the purple mantle, and the heavy jewelry of an empress. The coronation would probably take place in the Church of St. Stephen, within the palace, and it seems that Verina and Leo then crossed the gardens and terraces to receive the homage of the senators and nobles in the outlying palace of Magnora. We know it at a later date as a vast hall lined with colored marbles from the most famous quarries of the world, its floors strewn thick with roses, its wonders lit by 14 massive silver lamps, which hung from heavy chains of silvered bronze between its marble columns. But the wonderful golden sparrows which piped their mechanical notes on golden trees, and the golden lions which lashed their tails and roared before the throne, and the organs of silver and gold, belong to a later date in Byzantine history. From Magnora the royal procession returned to Daphne, and mounted the spiral stair which led to the royal lodge, with a small palace in its rear, overlooking the hippodrome. There the men of Constantinople rang out their Greek cry of many years to the rustic tribune and his wife, who had so suddenly been lifted to this giddy height, and were no doubt rewarded with chariot races. The coronation day would end as was usual with a banquet in the triclinon, a dining hall in the space between the apartments of the guards and the palace proper. Its lofty roof was of gold, and on its 19 purple draped tables only golden vessels were set. Some of them, at least at a later date, were so heavy that they had to be lifted from their purple chariots to the table by machinery. And after such a banquet as only the palace could command, amidst some 200 of the highest nobles of the greatest empire in the world, Verina would retire to her ivory or silver couch to brood over this prodigious turn of the wheel of her fortune. We shall find numbers of equally romantic elevations, and just as many tragic falls from splendor to obscurity, in the long story of the Byzantine empresses. Unfortunately, the coronation does not yet bring Verina plainly before us, and we must pass the 17 years of her husband's reign almost in silence. To explain this obscurity, it is not enough to say that it was the custom of the Byzantine court to keep its women in seclusion. As long as the stream of imperial life flowed evenly, they were, generally, content to idle the sunny hours behind the thick hedge of eunuchs and maids, in some sequestered palace or other in the vast gardens, where many fountains and the soft breath of the sea and leafy groves cooled the air. They did not even feel the exclusion of women from the tense sensations of the hippodrome, for one could witness the thrilling races from the windows in the upper gallery of the church of St. Stephen. But we shall see speedily enough that this ceremonious seclusion no more intimidated the imperial women, when they were imperial, from playing their part in public life than the pomp and display of the palace intimidated the people of Constantinople from talking to their monarch, when occasion arose, as if he were a village chief. Verina remained quiet and obscure, because life flowed evenly, and she had no cause to interfere with its course. The promptness with which she sought or accepted consolation after the death of her husband does not suggest that she was very deeply devoted to Leo. He was, however, a shrewd and strong man, though rough and uncultivated, and he seems to have left little room for his wife's interference. The empress's quarters in the palace, or assemblage of palaces, are very imperfectly known to us. Daphne itself, the original palace, to which later emperors would raise stupendous rivals, cannot have had very numerous apartments. It would assuredly not be possible to hide a bishop there for years, as the Empress Theodora afterwards hid a bishop in her apartments. To say nothing of the subterraneous dungeons which Theodora is said to have filled with her prisoners. But there were several detached palaces in the grounds, and no doubt the empress had the use of one of these, standing in its own gardens and groves, and protected by its army of eunuchs. Verina had had one daughter, Ariadne, before her elevation to the throne. A few years afterwards she again gave promise of motherhood, and adjourned for delivery as custom demanded to the Porphyra Palace by the sea, a small square mansion whose walls were lined with red, white-spotted porphyry. But it was another girl, Leontia, that she brought into the world, and who lay beside her under the sheets of gold cloth to receive the homage of the notabilities. Many years of this placid existence pass before we catch another glimpse of Verina. The legendary life of Saint Daniel Stylites, the emulator or successor of the famous Simeon of the Pillar, says that the prayers of the holy dweller on a column procured for the empress a boy in 462, but the effectiveness of his prayers seems to have been limited, as no such child has found its way into serious history. Leo was now aging, and the question of the succession must have been keenly discussed. It is at this point that Verina, who seemed doomed to pass again into obscurity, begins to reveal her personality. Asper and his son still seemed to dominate Constantinople, but their power was being silently undermined. Leo was filling the palace and the army with his own compatriots, and a conflict impended between the Isaurians and Goths, between Leo and Asper. Amongst these Isaurians, a young man named Trascalisius, or something approaching it, for the Greeks make sad work of the Asiatic names, won the favor of Leo, and approached nearer to the throne. The orthodox chroniclers are severe on Trascalisius, and depict him as a veritable Pan, dark, ugly, hairy, ungainly, heavy-footed, and ignorant. The Isaurians were not a handsome race, nor had they the least ambition to adopt the culture of the Greeks. Yet the portrait is probably overdrawn. Trascalisius seems to have been a robust, sullen, illiterate, intriguing young man, with no apparent grace of body or character. But Leo was minded to marry him to Ariadne, and thus mark him for the throne. Verina apparently desired the succession of her brother Basiliscus, and as a vast fleet of more than 1,000 vessels was about to be sent to wrest Roman Africa from the Vandals, she obtained the command of it for him. Verina could watch from the palace gardens the sailing of the great armada which was to win the purple for her brother. And in a few weeks a fugitive vessel returned with the terrible news that the expedition had failed. The navy had been burned, and the great army of 100,000 men sunk or scattered by Genseric. Basiliscus had fled shamefully at the first shock, and had retired to hide his disgrace and private life at Heraclea in Thrace. It was the turn of Trascalisius. His name was changed to Zeno, and he was married to Ariadne and promoted to the highest honors. Verina had now to resign herself to a hope that she would share the power with Zeno and her daughter. But the struggle of Isaurians and Goths had first to be settled, and the settlement interests us. In less than 2 years the struggle ended with a victory of the Isaurians, a victory that has inscribed the name of the emperor in the chronicles as Leo the Butcher. We do not know the course of the quarrel, but one day in the year 471 the marble and bronze palace rang with the clash of swords. Asper and his eldest son were cut to pieces by the eunuchs within the palace. No doubt Verina and her family had their boats moored at the foot of the garden, as we shall find others doing. But the terrible axes of the executors and the long swords of the candidates held back the tide of Goths, and covered the marble floors with their corpses. The Isaurians were masters of the Roman Empire. Leo died 3 years afterwards. It is said that he wished to crown Zeno before he died, but that the people were bitterly opposed to it. He had, therefore, in order to secure the succession, associated his infant or boyish grandson Leo with his imperial power, and had died shortly afterwards. The mother and grandmother now came to an agreement with Zeno, and when the father came to do humble homage to his imperial child, the boy, prompted by Ariadne and Verina, put the crown on the father's head, and the court applauded the succession of the Emperor Zeno. The sickly child died 9 months afterwards, November 474, leaving Zeno in sole possession of the throne. Here begin the adventures of Verina, and at length her virile character is revealed to us. Her second daughter, Leontia, was married to a son of the Western Emperor Anthemius. It was the period of ephemeral emperors that preceded the extinction of the Western Empire. And a niece of hers was wedded to the Western Emperor Julius Nepos, though the latter connection soon proved its tragic futility, the emperor fleeing from Ravenna and falling by the hand of a bishop a few months after coronation. While promoting this apparent scheme for the reunion of the Roman Empire, Verina began to assert her personality more vigorously at Constantinople. She still lived in the palace, and seems gradually to have won its officers, as venal and corrupt a body as ever adorned a court. The works of contemporary Greek historians survive only in tantalizing fragments or summaries, or they would undoubtedly furnish a remarkable picture of Byzantine life in the next 10 years, when 3 empresses occupied the stage. We can but piece together with caution the fragments we find in the chronicles, and endeavor to deduce the character of the empresses from their actions. Verina now had a notorious lover named Patricius, and was eager to set him on the throne instead of Zeno. Her daughter Ariadne, a commonplace, docile woman, clung to her husband, and the palace divided into 2 hostile parties and awaited the result. It is piquant to remember that Constantinople was, at the time, an intensely religious city. Its patriarch overshadowed those of Alexandria and Rome. Its populace divided its interest almost equally between chariot racing, vice, and the suppression of heresy. And to its great church of St. Sophia, or to the numerous chapels within the area of the palace, were conducted with splendor the important relics which were constantly being found in Palestine. But the frivolous citizens ignored the practical enjoyments of their religion until the periodical fire or plague or earthquake threw them into a spasm of repentance. and the population of the palace seemed to hold themselves entirely dispensed from such common laws. Verina, at least, knew neither weakness nor scruple in the pursuit of her ambition. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 1, Part 2. Verina and Her Daughters. In November 475, Zeno fled across the water to Chalcedon. Ships were kept for such emergencies at the foot of the gardens, so that an imperial family might be well on the way to the Asiatic shore before an enemy could break through the hedge of guards. Zeno, protesting that his life was threatened by Verina's servants, fled precipitately, since he left Ariadne under the power of her mother. It seems that Verina virtually imprisoned her daughter, but Ariadne escaped and joined her husband. From the coast they traveled in a common cart to the wild fastnesses of Isauria, from which another turn of the wheel will presently recall them to the glittering palace. Zeno had been morose and unpopular, and it had not been difficult for Verina to detach the senators and troops from him. They had, however, no mind to accept the virtual role of Verina herself by putting her paramour on the throne, and to her great mortification they summoned her discredited brother Basiliscus from his exile in Thrace, and clothed him with the purple. The change brings on the scene a third empress, Zenonis, who was made Augusta by her husband as soon as he was crowned. We have hardly time to make much acquaintance with Zenonis during the brief splendor of her husband's reign, but her momentary appearance is not without romance. Passionately devoted to the more philosophical religious sect, which maintained that there was but one nature in Christ, she pressed her husband to espouse its cause and restore its persecuted members. Constantinople was soon aflame with religious controversy. Zenonis secured the return from exile and appointment as Patriarch of Alexandria of Timotheus Elorus. Timotheus gathered all the scum of Alexandria, the Orthodox historian says, that could be found in Constantinople, and conducted them in procession to the church of St. Sophia. But how Timotheus fell off his ass, to the delight of Constantinople, and how Peter the Fuller was summoned to fill the see of Antioch, and how Basiliscus wrung money out of the wealthy Orthodox churches, must be read in the pages of ecclesiastical history. Zenonis was impelling her husband to his doom. A much less serious defect in Zenonis, from the Constantinopolitan point of view, was that she united with her zeal for the Monophysite faith a genial disregard of its moral implications. A nephew of her husband, named Harmatius, rapidly became one of the most luxurious fops of the city. His lavishly spent wealth, his lovely hair and pink cheeks and handsome person, and his reputation for gallantry made him the idol of the frequenters of the Hippodrome. Basiliscus made him prefect of the city, and he delighted its lower populace by moving amongst them in the shining armor of Achilles. Duty frequently called him to court, and his charms conquered the susceptible empress. For some time they sighed and crossed fiery glances as they met in the open chambers or corridors, but at length the eunuch Daniel and the midwife Maria were bribed to facilitate their desire. Such at least was the belief of Constantinople, and the power of Basiliscus was further shaken. His next fatal mishap was to quarrel with Verina. He had her lover Patricius assassinated, and the enraged empress began at once to pay further gold to buy back the allegiance of senators and officers to Zeno. The zeal of Basiliscus for his heresy had now completely alienated the people and embittered the clergy. He had ventured to send officers into the churches to proscribe the great Council of Chalcedon, which had condemned the heresy, and the city was profoundly agitated. Vast crowds of men, women, and children shouted their orthodox hymns in the street, and filled the black draped churches. When Basiliscus angrily left the city for a distant palace, the saintly Daniel descended from his pillar, followed him, and spoke to him in very plain language. In these circumstances Verina was encouraged to further her plan, and the news soon reached Constantinople that Zeno had left the mountains of Isauria and was in command of an army. 2 generals, Ilus and Trocundus, were sent against him, and were bought by him. The very meager chronicles now indicate a desperate struggle between Basiliscus and his sister. The emperor began to trace the plot and execute the plotters, and Verina fled for her life to the sanctuary of Saint Sophia. We shall see often enough how frail a protection the law of sanctuary afforded against the anger of an emperor. But Harmatius, who seems to have despised his lover's husband, helped her to escape, and she seems either to have crossed to Asia or concealed herself. Harmatius himself was now sent against the rebels. Swearing the most solemn oath of fidelity to Basiliscus that the clergy could devise, he straightway sold his services to Zeno for the promise of a Caesarship for his son, and the perpetual command of the armies for himself. The career of the romantic Zenonis then came to a rapid and tragic close. As the troops of Zeno marched into the city, Basiliscus and his empress fled to the church of St. Sophia, and endeavored, by promises of undoing their heretical work, to induce the clergy to make Zeno respect the sanctuary. After a time, an imperial officer came to the trembling wretches by the altar, and stripped them of all their imperial ensigns, to be taken to Zeno and Ariadne. Zeno scrupled to drag them from the altar, and they were at last induced to come forth on the solemn assurance that their lives would be spared. It was now their turn to sail for Asia. They were sent to an obscure village in Cappadocia, and imprisoned in a tower. One tradition reports that they were killed on the journey, but the more persistent and convincing report is that the door of the tower was sealed with masonry, and the brother of Verina and his empress were doomed to a slow and horrible death by starvation. It was the second revolution in 3 years, and Verina had been an active element in both. Exile had not improved the temper of Zeno, and the restoration of his rule was at once stained with murder. He reflected gloomily on the prestige of the handsome Harmatius, and easily persuaded himself that he who had been faithless to one master might be faithless to another. Soon afterwards the luxurious officer was cut to pieces as he ascended the spiral stair from the palace to the hippodrome. His son was stripped of the robes and ensigns of Caesar, and was sent to take a minor order of the church at Blachernae. But for the intervention of the more humane Ariadne, the youth would, like his father, have exchanged his high dignity for death. Constantinople seems to have regarded the murder with indifference, but an avenger arose in the provinces, and the 2 empresses had soon grave cause for anxiety. For a time Constantinople trembled under the menace of the formidable barbarians, but they at length returned to Italy without having penetrated into the city. A more serious danger fell upon the palace in the following year, however, when the younger daughter of Verina joined for a moment in the conflict of ambitions. Leontia, it will be remembered, had married Marcian, son of the Western Emperor Anthemius. On the ground that she had been born in the Porphyry, while her elder sister Ariadne had been born before the crowning of Leo, her husband demanded that the empire should be assigned to him, and marched on Constantinople at the head of an army. He broke through the defenses of the city, and some of the chroniclers actually assure us that he surprised the guard of the palace in their midday siesta. It is at least certain that Zeno and the empresses fled in alarm, and a vigorous action would have put Verina's younger daughter on the throne. Marcian seems, however, to have postponed the occupation of the palace until the following day, and the commander Ilus, secretly transporting fresh troops from Asia, restored the balance in favor of Zeno and Verina. Marcian was visited with the more refined punishment of the Byzantine world. He was forced to enter the priesthood, and Leontia retired into obscurity. But the romance of Verina and her daughters had already entered upon a fresh chapter. Verina had welcomed her returning son-in-law at the palace, and her earlier expulsion of him and Ariadne was overlooked in view of the important share she had had in securing their return. We can, however, well understand that Zeno regarded her with suspicion and distrust, and would welcome the first opportunity to remove her from the palace. The argument which he had applied so remorselessly to Harmatius plainly extended to his imperial mother-in-law. The writers of the time represent him as not taking a prominent part in the events that followed, but it is difficult to doubt that his secret commands directed the whole intrigue. In the year 478, a soldier attempted to assassinate the commander Ilus, and he confessed, under torture or bribery, that he had been instructed by Verina's steward Epinicius. The steward was given into the custody of Ilus by the emperor, and was sent under guard to a castle in Isauria. Ilus followed, and easily induced the steward to impeach his mistress. Ilus then returned to the city, and arranged with Zeno a plot for the capture of Verina. It is clear that the Empress Mother had great power in Constantinople, and that they dare not openly touch her. Ilus was to go to Isauria, and pretend that he feared danger from Zeno. The emperor was then to ask Verina to take to Ilus with her own hand a letter of indemnity, and when she reached Isauria she was to be imprisoned there. We should find it difficult to believe that so naive a plot could entrap the virile and experienced empress, were we not expressly assured of it by the highest authorities. In a few weeks Verina was enraged to find herself imprisoned in a Papirian fortress, one of the strongly fortified castles of remote Isauria. One authority observes that they first compelled her to take the vows of a nun, but we may decline to believe that they troubled to place so frail and so superfluous a chain on such a woman. From the lonely hills of Isauria, Verina at length found a means of communicating with Ariadne and securing her interest. Zeno, to whom Ariadne appealed, referred her to Ilus, and when that general was summoned to the empress's apartments and implored with tears to release her mother, he bluntly asked, "Do you want to be rid of your husband and wed another?" Ariadne returned stormily to her husband, and declared that either Ilus or she must leave the palace. "If you can do anything, I'm with you," said the distracted emperor, who was overshadowed by the vigorous commander. Presently, as Ilus was mounting the spiral stair to the hippodrome, a soldier in the pay of Ariadne's chamberlain fell upon him. Ilus was saved, except for the loss of an ear, by his guards, but he prudently decided that Constantinople was injurious to his health, and requested the emperor for a change of air. He was appointed commander of the eastern troops, took with him the patrician Leontius and a distinguished company, and reached Antioch only to declare himself in rebellion and Leontius emperor. In the extraordinary confusion of events which the meager chronicles transmit to us, Verina had obtained her wish in an unexpected manner. A messenger came to her in her solitary prison to say that she was to crown Leontius at the city of Tarsus and join forces with him and Ilus against Zeno. Verina was not the woman to hesitate. She crowned Leontius, a cultivated Syrian noble and excellent soldier, at Tarsus, and issued a characteristic letter to the officials and commanders of the empire. Verina Augusta, greeting to our prefects and Christian peoples. You know that the empire is ours, and that after the death of our husband Leo, we, trusting to improve the condition of the commonwealth, raised to the throne Trascalucius, who was afterwards called Zeno. Now, however, since we perceive that he is deteriorating, and on account of his insatiable avarice, we have thought it needful to give you a Christian emperor, adorned with piety and justice, that he may save the commonwealth, and administer war with moderation and prudence. We have therefore bestowed the imperial crown on Leontius, most pious of Romans, who will guard us all with care and prudence. The throne of Leontius was set up at Antioch, and the aged empress turned with her confederates to face Zeno's troops. It was to be the last act of the stirring drama of her life. Zeno acted with unaccustomed vigor, and in a few days Verina and her companions were flying to Isauria. They shut themselves in the Papirian fortress and prepared to sustain a long siege. In the middle of the siege Verina died, and was spared the humiliation of the final defeat. 4 years afterwards the heads of Ilus and Leontius were exhibited on poles at Constantinople, but the body of Verina was decently interred there by her daughter. The loss of contemporary historians prevents us from obtaining the closer acquaintance with Verina, which her romantic story leads us to desire. Of her personal appearance and nationality we know nothing. One is tempted to conceive her as a Syrian woman, of the type of Zenobia or Julia Domna, a virile and masterful personality, ambitious and unscrupulous, subtle and astute rather than cultivated, paying no more than a merely external and superficial regard to the teaching of the new religion of the Roman world. It remains to say a few words about the Empress Ariadne before we consider the next great empress of the Byzantine world. In the few peaceful years which followed the death of Verina, life at the palace became somber and painful. Zeno was morose, suspicious, and unpopular, and increased the gloom by the usual device of executing or murdering suspects. Their only son came to a lamentable end. The officials in charge of his education felt that it would be more profitable to themselves to teach him vice and luxury rather than the manly arts which his parents required, and he was profoundly corrupted. His ostentatious vanity invited ridicule, and his indulgence in unnatural vice and intemperance ruined his constitution. He fell an early victim to dysentery, and his father plunged into deeper bitterness amid the splendors and pleasures of his palace. Ariadne must have awaited the end with impatience, and it is not improbable that she already chose a partner to share her throne. Popular rumor afterwards said that she buried Zeno alive. It was said that he used to fall into a kind of trance after his gluttonous meals, and that Ariadne in disgust bade the servants seal him in a tomb. The legend even represents him as recovering and crying in vain to be relieved, and one version pretends that, when the tomb was eventually opened, he was found to have eaten his boots and belt. The truth seems to be that he was subject to epileptic fits, one of which ended his life in April 491. Ariadne at once nominated for the empire a peasant of northern Greece, who had a very subordinate position in the military service of the palace. A tall, handsome man, though one of his eyes was gray and the other almost black, of strong, quiet character. He seems to have been chosen by Ariadne as her future husband before Zeno died. He was unmarried, though past middle age. One of Ariadne's eunuchs secured the consent of the senators to the strange nomination, and Anastasius obtained the applause of the people by remitting their debts to the treasury. The only opposition came from the patriarch, or archbishop, who had in earlier years been compelled to prevent Anastasius from setting up an unofficial pulpit in the streets of the city and teaching his favorite heresy. Anastasius genially forswore his heresy for so high a price, was at once crowned emperor, and married Ariadne on the 40th day after the burial of Zeno. Docile and clinging as Ariadne had been in her earlier years, she fully reveals herself as the daughter of Verina in her middle life. But the 25 years of life which remained for her are years of obscurity as far as the empress is concerned, and we will not linger over them. Storm after storm broke over the palace where she lived, but she seems to have taken no part in public events. The Isaurians marched on the city to demand the throne for the brother of Zeno, and a long struggle ended in the complete destruction of the power of the Isaurians. Then Anastasius returned to his Monophysite heresy, and the streets of the city and towns of the empire rang with defiance and anathema. On one occasion, in 512, the mob burned the monasteries which Anastasius favored, and so angrily assailed the palace that the ships were made ready at the quays to conduct Ariadne and her husband to Asia. Anastasius had been guilty of the additional indiscretion of attempting to reform the morals of Constantinople, and forbidding contests with wild beasts in the arena. Ariadne lived until the year 515 or 516, when she must have been about 70 years old. So completely was she overshadowed by her second husband that the only reference we find to her in the chronicles is that on one occasion she begged Anastasius to make a certain appointment, and he refused. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 2. The Early Life of Theodora. The next empress to occupy the superb apartments in the palace, with their couches of ivory and silver, and their regiments of fawning eunuchs and silk-clad ladies, was assuredly one of the most remarkable figures that ever sat on a throne. The Empress Euphemia hardly ever issues into the pages of history from the becoming seclusion of the women's quarters in the palace, but the few details which we have concerning her suggest the most incongruous figure that imagination could place in such a world, and a brief account of her romantic elevation is a necessary introduction to the equally remarkable and better known story of the famous Empress Theodora. The Roman Empire seemed to be deterred by some faint recollection of its early democratic spirit from admitting the hereditary principle, but the absence of this arrangement for securing the succession, together with the complete lack of any really democratic arrangement, often threw it into a chaotic confusion when a ruler died, and made its internal history a thrilling succession of romances and tragedies, with an occasional page of comedy. In this case, it is comedy. Anastasius, after playing his successive parts as peasant, lay preacher, soldier, and ruler of the world, had passed away, amid the derision and rejoicing of his people, in the year 518. His nephews had feeble pretensions to succeed him, but the most powerful man in the city, the prefect Amantius, decided that the purple should pass to his friend Theocritus. He therefore sought the commander or count of the executors, the more formidable guards of the palace, and placed in his hands a large sum of money for distribution among the troops. Justin, the said commander, was an Illyrian peasant who had won promotion in the wars. He was in his later 60s, though still a powerful man, with handsome rosy face and curly white hair. But under this disarming exterior he concealed an ambition and astuteness which the prefect failed to suspect. He distributed the money in his own interest, and passed unopposed from the modest quarters of the guard to the more luxurious chambers of the palace. Euphemia was the wife of Justin, and it may safely be said that no woman ever experienced a more romantic elevation. In his military days, Justin had bought a barbaric slave named Lupicina, and raised her to the rank of his concubine, though no doubt he married her in the course of time. She retained the uncouth and illiterate manners of her class, and Constantinople must have smiled to see her in the richly embroidered robes of purple silk, with cascades of diamonds and pearls falling from her gorgeous diadem. The acclamation of the crowd changed her name to Euphemia, and she retired to the congenial privacy of her palace. Justin brought his equally illiterate mother, Biglaniza, to the palace from her rustic home, and the two women no doubt contracted a fitting friendship in their wonderful new home. Of public action on their part there is no question, and the events of the next few years do not concern us. I will say only that after securing his throne by cutting off the head of Amantius and crushing Theocritus under heavy stones in his dungeon, for venturing to resent the trick he had played them, Justin ruled with moderation, if not prudence, for 9 years. Euphemia died 3 or 4 years before him, living just long enough to see and emphatically resent her successor, the notorious Theodora. In approaching the story of Theodora, it is necessary to premise a few words on the authority which has provided most of the sensational statements about her, and to pay respectful attention to the efforts of some recent historical writers to discredit those statements. The general outline of her story has been made familiar by Gibbon, who has genially dilated on the elevation of one of the lewdest actresses and most notorious prostitutes of Constantinople to the position, not merely of mistress of the greatest empire of the time, but also of patroness of an important branch of the church, and the daily companion of saintly monks and bishops. Since Theodora is very commonly described by the chroniclers as at least equal in power to her husband, the great Justinian, and since the next most powerful woman in the Byzantine Empire at the time is assigned a similar origin to that of Theodora, the world has long reflected with amazement on this spectacle of the Roman Empire at the feet of 2 imperfectly converted prostitutes. Such a situation could not pass unchallenged before the more critical tribunal of modern history, and there are scholars who have rejected entirely the romantic story of the youth of Theodora. The majority of historians, including the 2 chief living authorities, Professor Berry and M. Deal, regard the story as true in substance, though unreliable in detail. The more romantic statements concerning Theodora are taken from a work that purports to have been written by the greatest contemporary historical writer, Procopius. But there are writers, such as Reinke and Berry, who regard the work as, at the most, a later compilation of notes left by Procopius. And in any case it is so envenomed in temper, and occasionally so reckless in statement, that it should be regarded with suspicion. The problem cannot be discussed at length here, but it is necessary to justify the large use I am about to make of the work, the Anecdotes, which bears the name of Procopius. If it were true, as is sometimes said, that we had no authority for the impeachment of the character of Theodora beyond the anecdotes, we should have to hesitate very seriously. But this is by no means true. Procopius, on the Persian War, represents her as playing a most unscrupulous part in the ruin of John of Cappadocia. Liberatus, a contemporary cleric, and Anastasius exhibit the empress to us corrupting the papacy itself, and deposing a venerable pontiff by the most cruel and flagrantly dishonest charges. Zonaras and other writers accuse her, not merely of avarice, as Mr. Mallet says, but of the most heartless and unblushing corruption in feeding her avarice. There is every reason to regard Theodora, after her elevation to the throne, as a woman devoid of moral scruple. But we now have ample confirmation also of the story of her origin. The statement of an 11th century writer, Amoenus, that Justinian took his wife from a brothel, shows, in spite of its wild inaccuracies, that some such tradition was found in European literature, quite apart from the anecdotes. But the publication in the 19th century of the writings of John, Bishop of Ephesus, has furnished a decisive proof. This monophysite bishop and cultivated writer, who lived for years beside the palace of Theodora, and whose sect received the most imperial and incalculable benefits from her, speaks of her as Theodora of the brothel. And he uses the phrase in such a way as to intimate plainly that this was the name by which she was known in Constantinople before her elevation to the throne. Indeed, the fact that the author of the Anecdotes does not assail the chastity of Theodora after her marriage increases our confidence in his account of her earlier life. As he did not intend to publish his work, it was not published until 1623, it would have been just as easy to invent or collect legends about her after as before her marriage. On the other hand, the temper of the writer is so bitter and malignant that we must reserve our judgment in regard to the details of his strange narrative. He has gathered together every defaming rumor about Theodora and Justinian that circulated in Constantinople, even admitting nonsense obviously unworthy of a serious writer, and we cannot sift the true from the legendary. The source of his animosity cannot be determined. From the tone of his remarks on religion, I gather that he was one of the many surviving pagans who were forced into outward conformity with the new religion, and, after giving formal praise in his historical works to Justinian and Theodora for the splendor of their reign, he relieved his soul in this secret collection of notes of the deep disgust he felt at the contrast between their characters and their professions, and between the glamour and the misery of their empire. It must be remembered that the thoroughly Christian and very weighty authority Evagrius is just as severe on Justinian. There was in Justinian, he says, something surpassing the cruelty of beasts, and any prostitute could despoil a wealthy man by a false charge, say of unnatural vice, a trick of Theodora's, provided she let Justinian share her vile gain. It is the common teaching of the authorities that the empress was worse than the emperor. In point of fact, there is nothing implausible or improbable in the details of Procopius's story of Theodora's early life, and the judicious reader will merely make allowance for the rhetorical strength of its superlatives. Her father, Acacius, had been a keeper of the bears which were baited in the hippodrome in the reign of Anastasius. The hippodrome at Constantinople united the functions which at Rome had been divided between the circus, the theater, and the amphitheater. Its chief attraction was the chariot racing, which provided the central and most thrilling sensation of Roman life. Between the races, however, there were contests with wild beasts in the arena, and there were the numerous nondescript performances which occupied the theatre at Rome: mimes, actors by gesture, clowns, acrobats, conjurers, etc. Acacius was bear keeper to the greens, and when he died, his widow promptly secured another partner and claimed the office for him. But the superintendent Asterius had sold the office to another man, and the shrewd widow appealed to the sympathy of the crowd by parading in the hippodrome the heads and hands of her 3 daughters crowned with the emblems of virginity. The greens jeered, possibly at the sight of the eldest daughter, Comatona, a loose girl of 17, dressed as a Vestal Virgin. But the blues received them with sympathy, a distinction which the pale and slender little Theodora would never forget. The mother, who is said to have come from Cyprus, either before or after the birth of Theodora, then pressed the fortunes of her daughters in the theatrical world. Comatona was already a mime, or actress without words, and, as was usual, a prostitute. The young Theodora presently began to attend her elder sister, and is said to have begun her career of infamy as she waited among the slaves and lackeys on the fringe of the hippodrome. When she in turn became an actress, her pretty pale face, lithe figure, and unrestrained gaiety and dissoluteness made her a great favorite. She stripped to the narrowest limit of decency, which the very liberal law permitted, performed the most nearly obscene ribaldries which the Roman theatre allowed, and was preeminent for the abandonment of her gestures and movements, and in the hours of the night, when the wealthier patrons of the hippodrome entertained themselves in perfumed chambers with the actresses and courtesans, Theodora was in the greatest favor. It is absurd to say that this is to impute to Theodora a moral turpitude unparalleled in any age. It was the common turpitude of that age, of our age, and of every intervening age. The theatre, indeed, no longer admits the very broad license which was admitted at Constantinople, but the performances which are ascribed by Procopius to Theodora are innocent in comparison with certain performances which may be witnessed, in semi-publicity, in very many cities of Europe today. Of Theodora's private behavior, that she practiced both forms of unnatural as well as natural vice, one need only say that it is, and always has been, common to her class. An actress at that time meant a woman of loose conduct. The imperial decrees and the Church fully recognize this, and it is significant that one of the theatres, if not the one theatre, of Constantinople was called the Harlots, and is so named in an imperial document. Procopius is merely imputing to Theodora the common practices of loose women of her time and our own. And when in later pages we come to realize the fiery and unrestrained temper of the beautiful Greek, we can well believe that she was at that time one of the worst of her class. Not less plausible is the next chapter in the life of Theodora. A wealthy official, Hecebulus, induced her to accompany him to the African province which he was to administer, and her very brief career at Constantinople came to a close. M. Deal conjectures that this occurred in 517, in her 18th year, and that she remained a few years with Hecebulus. However that may be, she was, about the year 521, ejected from the governor's house, and she passed to Alexandria, and thence to Antioch, and the other cities of Syria and Asia Minor. It is most probable that this was the time when, either at Alexandria or Antioch, she became a convert to the Monophysite faith. The question of the true character of Christ had racked and rent the Eastern world, amid all its ribaldry and vice, for 200 years, and the burning issue at this time was whether the nature of Christ should be described as single or twofold. The Monophysites held that there was but one nature in Christ, and were bitterly opposed to the Synodists, or supporters of the Orthodox Council of Chalcedon. It may seem incongruous to drag in so solemn an issue on so defiled a page of biography, but it is essential for the understanding of Theodora's career. According to Procopius, Theodora still practiced her evil profession in the cities of Asia. For the next few years, however, there is much obscurity about her movements, and the biographer cannot proceed with great confidence. One 11th century writer represents that Justinian and the commander Belisarius chose their wives in a loose house in Constantinople. Another equally remote and unreliable chronicler says that Justinian found Theodora living a modest life, supporting herself by spinning wool in a small house under the portico, a very strange residence for a virtuous woman. I prefer still to follow the very plausible story in substance of the anecdotes. At Antioch, Theodora went in great distress to visit Macedonia, an actress who had influence with Justinian. It is hardly strained to conjecture that this was the real occasion of her introduction to Justinian, that she went on to Constantinople with a recommendation to him, and was at once taken into his house. Beyond question, she was his mistress for some years before he married her. Justin had brought from Upper Macedonia and educated in the schools of Constantinople the favorite nephew who was to become the Emperor Justinian. At the time when Theodora came back to Constantinople, about the year 522, he approached his 40th year. A handsome, wealthy, and free-living bachelor, of fresh and florid complexion and the curly hair of a Greek. His reputation was somewhat sinister, his influence unbounded. In entertaining the populace on his elevation to the consulship in the previous year, he had spent about 160,000 pounds, and had turned 20 lions and 30 leopards together into the arena. He was plainly marked for the throne. The pretty pale face and bright eyes and graceful figure of Theodora captivated him, and her experienced art enabled her to profit by the infatuation. Justinian lived in the palace of Hormidas on the shore of the Sea of Marmara, and Constantinople would take little scandal at his connection with Theodora. 4 or 5 years' absence would have enfeebled the memory of her earlier career, and the zeal for the true religion, the Monophysite heresy, which she paraded from the moment of her connection with Justinian, would ensure the genial indulgence of the frivolous population. Justinian had her made a patrician, or noble, lodged her in his beautiful palace, and showered his favors upon her. It is at this point that Bishop John begins to describe his co-religionists appealing to the protection of Theodora of the Brothel from all parts of the empire. There were 2 obstacles to marriage. Justin was feeble and senile, and little able or disposed to resist his nephew's whims, but Euphemia strongly opposed the marriage until her death in 523 or 524. The more serious impediment was the standing law of the Roman Empire that a noble could not wed a woman of ill fame, an actress, tavern girl, or courtesan. Justinian afterwards removed this restriction, but it must have been in some way overruled by Justin, and many authorities believe that the first law in the Justinian Code on the point was really promulgated by Justin. A daughter seems to have been born before the marriage, possibly before the connection with Justinian, as John of Ephesus confirms the statement of Procopius that Theodora had a marriageable grandson before she died in 548. The next step for the enterprising young Greek was the attainment of the throne. Justin was pressed as he aged to associate his nephew in the government, and although he nervously refused for some time, he at length, April 527, conferred the supreme dignity of Augustus on his nephew and of Augusta on Theodora. She now entered upon the full splendor of imperial life, and no parvenu ever bore it with more exaggerated dignity than the ex-actress, as we shall see. There must have been many who smiled when Theodora first witnessed the old sights of the Hippodrome from the imperial chapel of St. Stephen, or sat for the homage of the senators in the long gold-embroidered mantle, with the screen of heavy jewels falling in chains from her diadem upon her neck and breast, as we find her depicted in a mosaic at Ravenna. But her formidable power and her unscrupulous use of it would soon extinguish the last echo of her opprobrious nickname. The early years of Theodora's power were spent in enlarging the prestige of her position and in recompensing her friends. The existent palaces could not meet the requirements of the woman who, a few years before, had begged money of an Antioch courtesan. Justin had to annex his palace of Hormidas to the imperial domain and build fresh palaces. The favorite residence of Theodora was the cool and superb palace of Hiera across the water, and in spite of the lack of accommodation for her enormous suite and the terrors of a whale, popularly named Porphyrio, which infested the waters of Constantinople at the time, she frequently crossed to it. At home, in the sacred palace, she led a life strangely opposed to that of the temperate, accessible, and hard-working Justinian. Rising at an early hour, she devoted a considerable time to the bath and toilet, by which she trusted to sustain her charm in spite of delicate health. After breaking her fast, she again retired to rest before she would consent to receive courtiers and suitors. In view of her paramount influence with the emperor, many sought her patronage, or dreaded to incur her terrible resentment by seeming indifferent to it. Numbers of nobles waited, sometimes for days, in the hot anteroom to her apartments, standing on tiptoe to catch the eye of the pampered eunuchs who passed to and fro. After a long delay, they might be admitted to kiss the golden sandals of Theodora and listen to her august wishes. No man was permitted to speak except in reply to a question. In the course of time, as we shall see, the highest nobles eagerly submitted to this humiliating treatment in order to preserve their wealth from the extortioner. Dinner and supper, at which, though Theodora ate little, the most opulent banquets had to be served, occupied the further hours of the day, together with Theodora's abundant devotions and converse with holy men. Her friends were generously admitted to share her advantages. The anecdotes tell a story of an illegitimate son of hers who discovered his birth, came to the empress for recognition or money, and was at once dispatched to another world. That seems to be one of the calumnious fables which the writer too eagerly admitted into his indictment. The anecdotes themselves rather show that Theodora did not make every effort to conceal the past, however strongly she might resent discussion of it. Her sister Comatona was certainly married in the first year of her reign to a wealthy and powerful noble. It is not so certain, but probable enough, that she cherished her earlier theatrical friends, Chrysomalo and Indara, and found wealthy husbands for their daughters. The woman whose name we shall find most closely connected with hers, Antonina, the wife of the great general Belisarius, is said to have been her tirewoman before she married Belisarius. This would account for Theodora's coolness until Antonina won her by securing her revenge on John of Cappadocia, when Theodora is said not merely to have overlooked, but promoted the vices of her friend. There is at least no room for doubt about the character of Antonina. But while Theodora admitted these mute reminders of her earlier life, she turned with extraordinary severity upon her earlier colleagues as a body, and undertook the purification of the city. the decrees of Justinian for regulating the morals of Constantinople, decrees which go so far as to define the penalties for people who made assignations in churches, and on the strength of which bishops were castrated and exhibited in public for unnatural vice, are generally ascribed to her influence. She had the imperial net dragged through the loose houses of Constantinople, and 500 of the occupants were imprisoned in an ancient palace on the Asiatic shore, a form of enforced piety which, the carping Procopius says, drove many of them to suicide. Many writers think this zeal for purity inconsistent with the story of her earlier life. It has rather the appearance of a feverish affectation of repentance, and must be balanced by the many proofs we have of Theodora's really corrupt and unscrupulous character. One may recall that Domitian drastically punished the vices of others. Procopius would have us believe that Theodora compelled unmarried women to marry, and that when two delicate widows fled to the church to escape her pressure, she had them dragged from the altar and married to men of infamous life. Yet, he says, vice was rampant in Constantinople and protected by the empress, when money was paid into her greedy coffers. Such details we cannot control, and must reproduce with reserve. We know only from other sources that she extorted money by corrupt means. And the most singular and piquant feature of Theodora's life at this period was her zealous patronage of the Monophysites. Long before her coronation, from the time when she became the mistress of Justinian, the joyous news of her elevation flew throughout the empire among the persecuted heretics. They had had their hours of triumph under Basiliscus and Anastasius, but with the accession of Justin the orthodox had returned to power, and the twofold nature of the gentle Christ had been urged with bloody arguments. From the monasteries and towns of the provinces, pilgrims now began to arrive at the Hormisdas Palace in great numbers, and through Justinian she obtained relief and money for them. When she entered the imperial palace, the procession increased, and while the nobles of Constantinople were detained for hours before being permitted to kiss her feet, ragged monks and unlettered deacons strode into the imperial apartments without a moment's delay. So zealous indeed was Theodora for their edifying conversation that she kept them as long as possible about her. Saint Simeon of Persia came to plead the cause of his persecuted brethren, and was induced to live for a year in the luxurious palace. Arsenius of Palestine, one of the chief firebrands of his province, was cherished by her, though Procopius affirms that he at length lost her favor and was crucified. Orthodox monks were even permitted with impunity to rebuke the terrible empress. A holy hermit came one day to chide Theodora for her heresy. Ragged and dirty, with garments so patched that hardly 3 inches of cloth of one color appeared in it, he admonished her in fiery language. Theodora was so charmed with his piety that she sought to add him to her domestic collection of sanctities. When persuasion failed, she resorted to corruption. We read the story not in the anecdotes, but in John. She had a large sum of gold concealed in linen and imposed on him. But the fiery monk hurled it across the palace, crying, "Thy money perish with thee." Saint Sabas, also the unlettered and unadorned abbot of an orthodox monastery at Jerusalem, came to ask her patronage. His piety excused his heresy in her eyes, and she kept him for days at the palace, and humbly asked his prayers that she might have a son. The grim monk refused, and when companions asked how he could scorn the request of so generous a patroness, he replied, "We do not want any fruit from that womb, lest it be suckled on the heretical doctrines of Severus." So great at length became the number of pious pilgrims from the provinces, and so eager was Theodora to retain them near her person, that the Hormisdas Palace, which Justinian had richly decorated for her, and enclosed within the area of the Imperial Palace, was converted into a monastery. Then were witnessed the quaintest scenes that ever enlivened the passion-throbbing palace of the Eastern emperors. 500 monks of all ages and nationalities, of every degree of sanctity and raggedness, were crowded in or about its marbled walls. Every form that monastic fervor had assumed in the fiery provinces of Syria or Egypt was exemplified in it. The orderly community sang its endless psalms and macerated its flesh in the rooms where Justinian had dallied with his mistress. Little huts were scattered about the grounds for those who were called to the life of the hermit, and even columns were set up here and there for those who would imitate the more novel and arduous piety of St. Simeon Stylites, and pass at the open summit of the column a kind of existence which the polite pen must refrain from describing. All the beggars of Constantinople gathered for the crumbs of this remarkable colony, and crowds of citizens pressed to witness this singular oasis of virtue in the most corrupt city of the world. Theodora rarely let a day pass without crossing the gardens to receive the blessing and enjoy the pious conversation of such of the saints as would deign to converse with a woman. How she went on to put a courtly heretic upon the archiepiscopal throne of Constantinople, and by an extraordinary piece of intrigue and corruption depose a pope and replace him by one who pretended to favor her designs, we shall see presently. We must now set forth the imperial career of Theodora in chronological order, and learn what kind of character this remarkable woman maintained amid the chants and prayers of her deeply venerated monks. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 3. The Empress Theodora. We have seen how Theodora rewarded the friends, and must now see how she punished the enemies of her earlier career. It will be remembered that her father had been a servant of the Greens of the Hippodrome, but that this party had greeted her mother with derision when she appealed for sympathy with her 3 children, while the Blues received them compassionately. 20 years afterwards, the young circus girl had become the most powerful woman in the world, and the Blues began to tyrannize with impunity over their rivals. In the earliest years of the reign of Theodora and Justinian, we find them swollen with conceit and encouraged in the perpetration of every kind of disorder. The livelier sparks of that faction advertised their formidable character by adopting the trousers and sandals of the fierce Huns, and trimming their hair after the fashion of those terrible invaders. They wore long mustaches and beards, shaved the front part of the head, and cultivated long hair at the back. A few outrages soon taught them that the laws would not be enforced against them, and before long the city of Constantinople became, during the night, a land of terror. The citizen who dared to pass along the streets with a gold clasp to his belt, or his cloak, or money in his purse, was robbed, and women could not move after nightfall. The continued silence of the authorities encouraged the Blues, and drew all the dissolute elements of the city into their ranks. They now began to force the doors of the houses, plunder the coffers, rape the wives and daughters, and carry off the more handsome slaves and boys. At the least resistance, their deadly poniards were drawn, and murder became frequent. When the authorities intervened, none but the Greens were punished. The evil rapidly spread from night to day, and from the metropolis to other cities. It would be futile in this case to quarrel with the details given in the anecdotes. The great riot into which the Greens were stung by this reign of terror is an historical fact, and nothing but the vindictive memory of Theodora can explain how Justinian, the great legislator, permitted so appalling a disorder. Theodora, meantime, enjoyed the conversation of her monks and hermits, and even Justinian seems to have been unconscious that he was slipping the leash of beasts whom he might be powerless to control. At length, on 14th January 532, the Greens stirred. The emperor appeared in his kathisma at the Hippodrome, and an appeal was made to him for justice. His officer replied disdainfully, and a long and curious conversation took place. The emperor still refused to grant the impartial administration of justice, or to punish the murderers, and the Greens left the Hippodrome. They gathered in strength in the streets, and although Justinian prudently sent to learn and partly to remove their grievances, they remained in arms. Belisarius was now sent against them with a troop of Goths, and the rioting and burning began. Unfortunately for the court, an accident then happened which had the singular effect of uniting the two factions against the troops. 7 criminals were to be executed, and Procopius cannot conceal the fact, in spite of his insistence that the Blues were never punished, that some of the 7 were Blues and some Greens. After 5 of the 7 had been dispatched, the rope broke, and the crowd demanded the acquittal of the remaining 2. The authorities refused, and as one criminal was a Blue and the other a Green, the factions turned in common anger upon the prefect and the troops. The terrible riot that followed during 4 days must be read in history. The first part of the palace, the great church of St. Sophia, and many other churches, mansions, and public buildings were destroyed. Priests who rushed into the fray, holding aloft the disarming emblems of their faith, were cut down. On the 4th day, a Sunday, Justinian entered the Hippodrome with a Bible in his hand, and took a solemn oath to spare the offenders if they would disarm. "Ass, thou art perjuring thyself," was the infuriated answer, and he retired to contemplate with Theodora the impending ruin of their reign. On the following day, the crowd forced Hypatius, nephew of the Emperor Anastasius, to accept such purple robes as they could obtain, marched with him in triumph to the Hippodrome, and exulted in the downfall of Justinian and Theodora, who were believed to have fled to Asia. The great Justinian makes a lamentable appearance throughout the whole riot, which he had guiltily occasioned. But Theodora and the abler ministers were not minded to yield. As they gathered in the hall of the palace, to which the cries in the Hippodrome must almost have penetrated, the chief eunuch Narcissus came to report that by a judicious distribution of money he had distracted the factions and weakened the cause of Hypatius. It is probably this news that turned the scale in the wavering counsels of Justinian and his ministers. But it was Theodora who pressed it home. The speech which Procopius assigns to her is worth reproducing, though we cannot regard it as more than a rhetorical paraphrase of the words she used. In my opinion, this is no time to admit the maxim that a woman must not act as a man among men. Nor, if she fires the courage of the halting, are we to consider whether she does right or no. When matters come to a crisis, we must agree as to the best course to take. My opinion is that, although we may save ourselves by flight, it is not to our interest. Every man that sees the light must die, but the man who has once been raised to the height of empire cannot suffer himself to go into exile and survive his dignity. God forbid that I should ever be seen stripped of this purple, or live a single day on which I am not to be saluted as mistress. If thou desirest to go, emperor, nothing prevents thee. There is the sea, there are the steps to the boats. But have a care that when thou leavest here, thou dost not exchange this sweet light for an ignoble death. For my part, I like the old saying, Empire is a fine winding sheet. Some such sentiments, we may believe, were urged by Theodora, and affected the decision. The populace was penned in the hippodrome, and Justinian's officers and troops stealthily surrounded it. Rushing in at the various entrances, they fell with such fury upon the people that the sun went down on the corpses of between 30,000 and 40,000 citizens heaped in its arena or on the terraced seats. The health of Theodora suffered from the strain of this terrible week, and she went to take the waters at the Pythian baths in Bithynia, a crowd of nobles and 4,000 soldiers and eunuchs forming her retinue. Meantime, Justinian set about the congenial task of re-erecting the chalk, or front part of the palace, the church of St. Sophia, and the other ruined buildings, on a more splendid scale than before. We shall see later by what means he and his empress obtained the prodigious sums of money they needed for their enormous expenditure. We will also postpone for a moment the early relations of Theodora to the general Belisarius and his romantic spouse, and consider the next important episode in which her character is seen. In spite of the orthodoxy and religious zeal of Justinian, his wife had such influence over him and apart from him that in the year 535 she secured the see of Constantinople for the Monophysite Anthimus, to the unbounded delight of her sect and amidst the furious maledictions of the Orthodox throughout the empire. Rome was at that time regarded only as a sister church of great authority and antiquity, but its venerable bishop Agapetus was summoned to the eastern metropolis, and he succeeded in ousting Theodora's favorite. Agapetus, however, died soon afterwards at Constantinople, and Theodora now conceived the bold design of putting a Monophysite pope upon the throne at Rome itself. For the remarkable events which follow, I am not using the anecdotes at all. The story is told in substance by a contemporary ecclesiastical writer, Liberatus the Deacon of Carthage, and the chronicler Victor, and is repeated with large and legendary additions by Anastasius, the Roman librarian of the 9th century. In the suite of Agapetus at Constantinople was an ambitious and courtly deacon named Vigilius, who contrived to let his accommodating temper become known to the empress. He was taken to her apartments, and he promised, if the Roman see and a large sum of money were bestowed on him, to reinstate Anthimus and the other Monophysite bishops. In the meantime, the Gothic ruler of Italy had appointed a certain Silverius to the Roman see. Theodora tested him with a request that he would restore Anthimus, but he refused, murmuring, it is said, as he wrote the letter, "This will cost me my life," as it did. The Byzantine general Belisarius had meantime taken and occupied Rome, and a few words must be said to introduce him and his wife Antonina into the story of Theodora. I have previously mentioned an 11th century legend concerning Belisarius and Justinian and their wives. It was said that the two men had one day entered a house of ill fame, found there two captive and fascinating Amazons named Antonia, Theodora, and Antonina, and married them. The myth seems to have crystallized about a belief that Antonina had risen from the same depths as Theodora, as the anecdotes say, and the fact that Antonina was a woman of abandoned character, and a leading lady in the service of the empress seems to confirm this. In any case, she is openly assailed by Procopius, her husband's secretary, in his historical works as "capable of anything," and is described in the Lexicon of Suidas as "an infamous adulteress." She had married Belisarius and accompanied him in 533 on his brilliant campaign for the recovery of Africa from the Vandals. With them went a handsome and foppish Thracian youth named Theodosius. He was fresh from the baptismal font in which the patriarch had washed away his Monophysite heresy, and it was believed that the presence of so sacred a youth would bring luck to the fleet. Before they reached Carthage, Antonina enjoyed the secret love of the youth, but a servant betrayed them, and Theodosius fled to Ephesus, where we must leave him for a time. It is said that Antonina had the servant's tongue cut out. Belisarius passed from the subjugation of North Africa to a victorious war in Italy, and he and Antonina were staying at a palace on the Pincian Hill at Rome, when the deacon Vigilius, now no doubt a priest, came with the commands of Theodora. Trump up a charge against Silverius and send him to Constantinople, the order ran, according to the Roman librarian. And as the more authoritative Liberatus affirms that the charge was false and was supported by mendacious witnesses and forged letters, there is no possibility of freeing Theodora from this grave imputation. The Pope was summoned to the palace, where Antonina lay on a couch with Belisarius at her feet. Antonina at once charged him with treasonable correspondence with the Goths. We may or may not believe the picturesque version of Anastasius, that the servants at once stripped the Pope of his robes, dressed him as a monk, and interred him in a distant monastery. It is certain, at least, that Silverius was, at Theodora's command, deposed on a false charge and thrust out of sight. Vigilius became pope, and the fate of Silverius is unknown to history. I cannot entirely omit a later sequel to this sacrilegious and unscrupulous deed, though it rests only on the feebler authority of Anastasius. For a few years Theodora demanded in vain that Vigilius should fulfill his promise. He had, he said, come to see the heinousness of such a promise, and could not discharge it. In 544, therefore, Theodora sent an officer to Rome with a command which Anastasius gives in these words: "If you find him in the church of St. Peter, spare him; but if in the Lateran, or the palace, or in any other church, put him on ship at once, and bring him to us. If you fail, I will, by him that liveth forever, have your skin torn from your body." It is known, at least, that Vigilius was shipped away from Rome at the end of 544, but that he was at once taken to Constantinople, and that Theodora had him dragged through the streets like a bear, is untrue. He reached Constantinople after her death. We cannot, therefore, follow the deposition of Vigilius as confidently as we follow the sordid story of his elevation, but we can have little doubt that Theodora punished him. Another authentic episode of the time reveals the same unscrupulous disdain of principles in the patroness of the Monophysite sect. The story is told by Procopius, not in the anecdotes, but in his open and authoritative work on the Persian War, in spite of his usual extreme care to suppress offensive details. The prefect of Constantinople, John of Cappadocia, had incurred the bitter hostility of the empress. The very unattractive portrait which Procopius supplies, and Gibbon reproduces, of John prevents us from thinking that in this case an innocent man was persecuted. While he freely promoted all the schemes of Justinian and his notorious steward to wring money out of the citizens, By fair means and foul, as Zonaras says, he levied his private tithe on all their gains, and was popularly believed to indulge in secret the most sensual tastes and the even worse abominations of some pagan cult. He seems to have been the one man to regard Theodora with open disdain, and she retorted with venomous hate. Although guards surrounded his bedroom, he started every hour from his feverish slumbers to look for the expected assassin. His value to Justinian enabled him to keep his position until the year 540, when Belisarius and Antonina returned from Italy to Constantinople. Antonina remained in the city while her husband went against the Persians. She feverishly summoned her Thracian lover from the monastery in which he hypocritically lingered at Ephesus, but the wrath of Belisarius held him aloof. Whether or no Antonina then deliberately sought the intervention of the empress, we cannot say, but she proceeded to merit it. She learned of Theodora's hatred of John, and conceived a plot for his destruction. John had an ingenuous and amiable daughter, who seems to have been not unacquainted with the political situation. Twice had the brilliant Belisarius been withdrawn to this city in a fit of jealousy, and there were rumors that the strong man was wearying of serving an emperor who could do nothing but employ others and reap their glory. Antonina won her way to the heart and confidence of the girl, and betrayed to her that her husband was secretly disaffected. The artless Euphemia hastened to tell her father that there was a prospect of overthrowing Theodora, whom they both hated. Even John was deceived by the astute adventuress. It was arranged that Antonina should go to her suburban palace and meet John there during the night. We do not know that Theodora had a share in framing this diabolical plot, but it was now communicated to her by Antonina, and she at once pressed it and used her resources for carrying it out with safety. In the dead of the following night, John entered the palace of the unscrupulous adventuress and listened to her whispers of treachery. Procopius says that Theodora had initiated the emperor to the plot, and he had consented, but at the last moment sent a messenger to John not to see Antonina. This seems to be a piece of polite fiction in the interest of the emperor. It is incredible that an astute and experienced minister would risk his neck after such a message. John went, and in the apparently lonely palace spoke his secret sympathy with the supposed design of Belisarius. No sooner had he uttered the words than a troop of imperial guards entered the room to arrest or assassinate him, but John also had brought soldiers, and they enabled him to escape. Had John gone straight to the palace of Justinian, he might still have saved his position. Instead, he fled nervously to the sanctuary, and Theodora hardened the mind of her husband. The wealthy and powerful noble was stripped of his estates and forced to enter the ranks of the clergy, one of the quaintest penalties of the time, in the suburb of Cyzicus. There the people whom he had oppressed might behold their once powerful enemy, the secret pagan and sybarite, shaven and humiliated. It appears that Theodora was not yet satisfied, though she is not directly implicated by Procopius in the last act of the tragedy. The bishop of Cyzicus was murdered, and as John was one of his many bitter enemies, he was arrested, scourged, and driven into exile and poverty. The fate of the unhappy Euphemia is unknown. She was probably compelled to enter a nunnery and weep there over the memory of the imperial tigress and her friend. This story of perfidy, corruption, and vindictiveness, which Procopius tells openly in his historical work, disposes us to believe the sequel as it is narrated in the anecdotes, even if we must regard certain details of the narrative with reserve. There was with Belisarius in Persia a son of Antonina by a former husband or lover of the name of Photius. Bitterly ashamed of his mother's conduct, he accepted from Belisarius the charge of watching her lover Theodosius. At Ephesus he learned that Theodosius was in Constantinople, and soon caused him to fly back to Ephesus and cling to the altars which had sheltered so much vice and crime since the law of sanctuary had been established. The prelate, however, delivered Theodosius to the youth, and he was imprisoned in Cilicia. Theodora was now eager to reward her friend, and she had Photius arrested and scourged. He refused to reveal the prison in which he had placed Theodosius, but an officer was bribed to betray the secret, and the Thracian was brought to Theodora's apartments. Theodora then sent for Antonina and said, "Dear patrician, yesterday there fell into my hands a gem finer than any that mortal eye has ever seen. If you would like to see it, I will show it to you." Procopius concludes this astounding story by saying that Photius was kept for 4 years in the Empress's underground dungeons. Twice he escaped to the church of St. Sophia, and twice he was dragged back. At length he got away from Constantinople, and hid from the vindictiveness of Theodora in the robes of a monk. There are writers who flatly refuse to believe this statement, though the authentic actions of Theodora, which we have described, lend it some plausibility. Once more, however, the recently published works of the contemporary Bishop of Ephesus supply some confirmation. We read in them that Photius, son of Antonina, became a monk for some cause or other. But the pathos of Gibbon's picture of his fate is somewhat lessened when we read that he still enlivened the monastic life with his genial soldierly vices, and led the troops to the plunder of the southern provinces. I have mentioned the underground prisons of Theodora. Since it is from the anecdotes alone that we learn of these dungeons, we should regard the statements with some reserve, and in this case there is additional reason for reserve. As Gibbon says, "Darkness is propitious to cruelty, but it is likewise favorable to calumny and fiction." Procopius seems to know too much of what passed in these carefully guarded places. Theodora doubtless had spies everywhere, and it would be easy enough for her to have her enemies conveyed into the palace during the night, or to some prison in remote provinces. Somewhere about this time, 541, we learn from John of Ephesus, her episcopal friend Anthimus incurred the anger of the emperor and disappeared. John assures us that Anthimus was hidden in the empress's apartments for 7 years. The 2 chamberlains who waited on him alone knew the secret, besides Theodora, until the day of her death. A woman with such resources could easily maintain private dungeons if she willed, and we can hardly say that it would be inconsistent with her character. But when Procopius minutely describes the fetid condition of these prisons, and tells how fiercely the prisoners were scourged, or how cords were tightened round their heads until the eyes started from their sockets, we are disposed to think that he has hastily admitted popular rumors, which the judicious historian must set aside as unauthoritative. On the other hand, a set of grave charges which Procopius combines with these statements are not without very serious confirmation. His most persistent charge against Justinian and Theodora is that they extorted money by cruel and flagrantly dishonest means. The superb buildings, the new palace, the new St. Sophia, etc., with which Justinian adorned the city, absorbed stupendous sums of money, and the personal luxury and religious munificence of Theodora were such that a vast fortune would be needed to sustain them. It is equally certain that the money was largely raised by corrupt means. I have quoted the monastic writer Zonaras saying that Justinian raised money by fair means and foul, and by dishonest practices. and the weighty testimony of Evagrius that the emperor was of such insatiable avarice that he would share the vile gain of loose women impeaching wealthy men on false charges. The most that we can say for Justinian is that the money was not spent in personal luxury, and that it was extorted by subordinate officers. Agathias, another good authority, tells us how the steward Anatolius used to forge or suppress wills and practice other dishonest arts, so that he might affix to houses and estates the strip of purple which betokened that they had become the property of the emperor. It is indisputable that the metropolis and the provinces suffered a most unjust and corrupt spoliation in order to sustain the splendor of the reign of Justinian and Theodora. Now Zonaras declares that the empress was worse than Justinian in extorting money, both by unlawful and lawful means, and that she was especially ingenious in finding ways to enrich herself. Wealthy men had charges of secret heresy or unnatural vice brought against them, and their fortunes passed into the coffers of Theodora. This must mean that her servants, as the informers, claimed for her the legal share of the confiscated property which went to an informer. Here again, therefore, the charges in the anecdotes are substantially confirmed. Not content with securing testaments in her favor, she had them forged or altered. She suborned witnesses to support charges of vice or heresy. The only difference from Zonaras is in the added allegation of physical cruelty, and on this point Procopius is at times explicit. A member of the Blue Party, Bassus, a refined and delicate youth, issued some squib upon the empress, possibly referring to her early career. He was dragged from the church in which he had taken refuge, charged with and convicted of vice, and subjected before an indignant crowd to the barbaric mutilation with which such vice was then punished. His property went to Theodora, in part, I assume, for laying information. Usually it was the Greens who suffered. So angry were the people that they accused Theodora of a secret but impotent love of the sinister Syrian financier Peter Barsimes, who had succeeded John of Cappadocia in the duty of governing and exploiting Constantinople. The restraint with which Procopius represents her love as impotent lends credit to his other charges. An accusation of an actual liaison would have been more credible than some of the stories he reproduces. A few episodes remain in the career of Theodora from which we may confirm our impression of her remarkable personality. Unfortunately, they rest entirely on the authority of the anecdotes and cannot be pressed. We know only from another and a sound authority that Belisarius was maliciously attacked and disgraced after his many brilliant campaigns on behalf of the empire. To the evils of oppression, spoliation, corruption of justice, and persecution which afflicted the Eastern Empire under Justinian and Theodora, there was added in the year 542 the deadly scourge of the plague, and for several years in succession it scattered the seeds of death over the broad provinces. Justinian at length contracted it, and became dangerously ill. As he had no son, the question of the succession to the throne was very naturally discussed, and the generals Belisarius and Buza in the Persian camp incautiously expressed themselves on the rumor that Justinian was dying, or were represented to the empress by her spies as having done so. She at once ordered them to Constantinople. Buza is said to have been lodged in her underground prisons, and Belisarius was stripped of his rank, his guard, and his immense wealth. A eunuch was sent by Theodora to secure the large sums he had deposited in the East, and the chosen soldiers who formed his personal guard and were maintained at his expense were distributed among the army. the greatest soldier that the Eastern Empire ever possessed, the most brilliant contributor to the success of Justinian's reign, a man who had preserved his loyalty in a decade of supreme military power. He was received at the palace with cold haughtiness and retired in deep distress to his mansion. When at length he observed the approach of a servant of the empress, he prepared for death. Instead of death, however, Theodora's officer brought this extraordinary message: "You know what you have done to me, Belisarius, but I forgive your crimes on account of what your wife has done for me. Hope for the future through her, but know that we shall hear how you bear yourself to Antonina." And the episode closes with the great soldier kissing the feet of his perfidious wife, vowing that he will be her slave, and accepting the office of master of the stables in the imperial service which he had so gloriously illumined. Theodora had secured an enormous sum of money and intimidated an enemy. Up to the last year of Theodora's life, 548, the implacable writer of the anecdotes pursues his record of her misdeeds. Ever attentive to the men who might some day dislodge her and her relatives from the palace, Theodora watched with especial jealousy the grave and distinguished nephew of the emperor, Germanus, and his 3 children. His eldest daughter Justina was in her 19th year, yet none had dared, out of fear of Theodora, to offer marriage to her. Theodora then decided to unite the fortunes of the 2 houses and secure the succession by commanding Justina to wed her grandson Anastasius, obviously the son of an illegitimate daughter of the empress, since it was little over 20 years since her marriage to Justinian. Justina refused, and was vindictively married by the empress to a common officer. She then commanded the daughter of Belisarius, Joannina, to wed Anastasius. Procopius, forgetting that he has stripped Belisarius of almost all his wealth, an exaggeration, says that Theodora wanted in this way to secure the general's fortune, but we may assume that Theodora was mainly endeavoring to secure the succession to the throne for her grandson. Her own health was delicate, and Justinian was well over 60. Belisarius shrank from the union, and even Antonina seems to have refused to further it. All knew that a struggle impended between the families of Justinian and Theodora, and it must have been the general feeling that the former would win. Theodora is said to have angrily united Joannina to her grandson in the loose popular form of marriage. Indeed, later rumor said that she had the young woman violated first. Another matrimonial interference of the empress in her later years exhibits the better features of her character. An ambitious general, Artabanes, sought and obtained the hand of Justinian's niece, whom he had delivered from peril in Africa. Soon afterwards, however, a woman appeared who claimed that she was the legitimate wife of Artabanes. She appealed to the empress, and Theodora forced Artabanes to take back his humbler wife. Procopius tells this story in one of the historical works in which he was careful not to offend the ruling powers, and he courteously adds that it was the nature of Theodora to befriend afflicted women. It is the only instance of her doing so that has reached us, and, ungracious as it may seem to cast a doubt upon the pure humanity of that one recorded good deed, one is compelled to suggest that it was not to her interest to see a niece of Justinian married to a successful commander. On the 29th of June, 548, after a reign of 21 years, Theodora died of cancer. Her body was embalmed and exposed for public veneration in the golden-roofed triclinon of the palace. There, still dressed in the imperial purple, still bearing the magnificent diadem for a few days, she lay on a golden bed for friends and enemies to gaze upon the last state of one of the most remarkable personalities of the time. The character of Theodora must be interpreted in so purely Oriental a sense that it is difficult for the modern European to understand it. Whether Greek or Syrian in origin, she was an incarnation of the spirit of the great metropolis in whose life Syria and Greece were so singularly blended. It is useless any longer to cast doubt upon her earlier career. She was reared in that old theatrical world in which moral restraint was wholly unknown, and her beauty, vivacity, and nervous strength make it probable enough that she was distinguished in it for dissoluteness. That in her later life she spent vast sums of money on the church and philanthropy is unquestionable. Nor would I doubt for a moment that she was perfectly sincere in her endless conversations with holy men. But her passionate nature, difficult position, and supple intelligence gave her a genius for casuistry, and she fell into vices far worse than the vices of her youth. Quite apart from the attacks of her bitter, anonymous enemy, we have ample evidence that she was vindictive, cruel, unscrupulous, dishonest, and callous. To send a bejeweled cross to the Holy Church at Jerusalem, or build a monastery, she would ruin and despoil an innocent man, or wreck the happiness of a woman. To secure the preaching of the true faith in Christ, she would depose an upright pope on forged evidence, and put a scoundrel in the most sacred chair in Christendom. It was the temper of Constantinople to rise from vice and folly, to defend the doctrines of the Church, and enforce them with the dagger or the torch. The further things that are said of her in the famous anecdotes must, for the serious historian, remain unproved but not improbable. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 4. Sophia. The Emperor Justinian continued for 17 years after the death of Theodora to occupy the golden throne and keep the throne of his consort vacant. As he approached the term of his life, the palace throbbed with the impassioned struggle which always disturbed the last year of a childless emperor, and the courtiers took sides with the relatives of Theodora or of Justinian, according to their forecast of the future. On the one side was Sophia, the niece and heiress of Theodora. On the other, the emperor's nephew, Justin. Sophia, however, was diplomatic in the pursuit of her ambition. She discarded the heresy which it had been expedient to cherish while her aunt lived, accepted the hand of Justin, and settled with him in his palace by the shore, near Theodora's palace monastery, to await impatiently the retirement of the aged emperor. Justinian, says the contemporary lawyer Evagrius, passed in the year 565 those tortures which are provided in the nether world, for rulers who despoil their subjects. The greatness of Justinian seems to have been discovered by his medieval admirers. Contemporary writers usually and justly attribute to his great general Belisarius the military triumphs which partially restored the outline of the empire during his reign, and to the probably pagan lawyer Tribonian the compilation of the famous Justinian Code, leaving to the emperor himself the odium of those unprincipled and unjustifiable extortions which weakened and distressed his subjects. However that may be, the emperor's last years were framed in a decaying world, and the citizens of Constantinople regarded with hesitating admiration the superb edifices which he had raised. His nephew Justin was lord of the palace, curopalates, and had ample opportunity to ensure the succession. A profoundly courtly and accommodating poet of the time, Corippus, has left us a touching account of the accession of Justin and Sophia. The noble Callinicus comes one night to rouse them in their suburban palace with the distressing news that Justinian is no more. The spouses arise and sit discussing the situation in a room looking over the moonlit Sea of Marmara, when a group of senators enter and urge Justin to accept the purple. He shrinks from the terrible dignity until their tears and prayers override his modesty, and as the first faint flush of dawn outlines the houses, they walk sadly through the streets to the sacred palace. The guards and candidates and servants line the long avenue from the iron gate to the bronze door of Daphne, and many tears are shed over the body of the late emperor, which lies on a lofty golden catafalque. Sophia produces a piece of embroidery on which all the illustrious victories of the great emperor are depicted. By this time the report has spread in the town, and the citizens fly to the palace. The blues and greens in festive dress, with their respective standards, line the path to St. Sophia, whither they go to ask grace, and they return to the palace to put on the robes of state. Then 4 strong soldiers raise Justin aloft, standing on a shield, and the patriarch crowns him and Sophia, and the emperor passes to the hippodrome to receive the loyal greeting of his people. When we turn from this moving description to the prosy pages of the lawyer Evagrius, we find, without surprise, that Corippus has very generously drawn upon the poet's license. Evagrius bluntly observes that Justin took the purple the moment his uncle was dead, and suggests that the officers of the palace were already in his service. The death of Justinian was kept secret until Justin and Sophia had been crowned, and were suddenly presented to the populace in their sheen of gold and jewels. Another contemporary writer, from whom we learn much, Bishop John of Ephesus, adds a very credible and instructive detail. Sophia had been a monophysite, like her aunt Theodora, until in the year 562 an astute bishop had pointed out to her that Justinian was reluctant to set on the throne another woman who believed that there was only one nature in Christ. By this powerful argument, Sophia was happily convinced that there were 2 natures in Christ, and accepted the orthodox baptism. It is our first glimpse of the character of the new empress, and is quite in harmony with all that we know of her. She was the niece of Theodora. The new reign opened auspiciously. As the emperor stood in the royal gallery, or kathisma, overlooking the hippodrome, to receive the plaudits of his people, the cry was raised, and soon ran through the crowded benches, that he should undo at once the dishonesty of his predecessor. If we may believe the poet, the citizens had, with great forethought, brought with them the bills of the treasury's debts to them, and waved their tablets before the kathisma. One is tempted to believe that it was part of Justin's plan to outstrip his cousins and other rivals. The gold also was produced with theatrical promptness, and from the glittering pile heaped at his feet, the emperor discharged all the debts in full. Sophia sustained her husband's policy. We read that a few years after her accession she gathered the moneylenders of the city at her palace, paid all the debts due to them by the people, and ensured a large measure of popularity. In virtue of the genial feeling engendered by this generous conduct, the new emperor and empress were enabled to strengthen their throne at the expense of their rivals. The chief rival to the hopes of Justin had been another nephew of the late emperor Germanus and his sons, a noble and gifted figure in comparison with the mean and petty intrigues of Justin. We saw how instinctively Theodora had hated this family. Germanus had ended his brilliant and stainless career in war, but his son Justin seems to have inherited his character and popularity, and certainly inherited his misfortunes. Obscure references to revolt in the chronicles of the time close with the curt statement that Justin and other nobles were put to death. Justin had been banished to Alexandria and may have expressed resentment. Sophia joined with her husband in what we are tempted to regard as murder. Justin and Sophia, says the sardonic Evagrius, did not abate their fury against the son of Germanus until his severed and grisly head was exhibited to them. The metaphors of the time are so true to life that the historian is often puzzled as to the exact details of such episodes. The truth is, as we shall soon realize, that the Byzantine Empire, in spite of its opulence, its art, and its religious ardor, was sinking toward barbarism. For a few years, Justin and Sophia ruled with moderation and success in their decaying dominion. The administration of justice was reformed, and the decoration of churches and public buildings proceeded. Another palace, the Sophian Palace, was added to the growing cluster of mansions which made up the imperial town. Justin cleared a vast site in the quarter where he and Sophia had lived, built for her a palace and hippodrome, and raised 2 large brass statues of himself and the empress. In this marble-lined palace in the imperial quarters, or in the Hieria Palace across the water, or the new suburban palace at Blachernae in the north, Sophia passed the first 9 years of her reign without taking any apparent part in public affairs. Then her husband lost his mind, and she began to reveal her true character. From his early tolerance, Justin had passed to the temper of the persecutor, and the groans of the Monophysites were heard throughout the empire. Whether this new phase of activity contributed to or resulted from his growing insanity, and how far Sophia was implicated in it, we do not know. But by the year 574, Justin had become a dangerous maniac. Bars had to be placed at his windows, and his servants had carefully to avoid the imperial teeth. While in his less dangerous hours he would shriek with delight or bark like a dog as the servants pulled him along the corridors in a small cart fitted with a throne. The commander of the executors who guarded or amused him was a tall and very handsome Thracian officer named Tiberius, whose fine bluish eyes, light hair and beard, fresh florid complexion, and manly form pleased the eye of the empress, and she induced Justin, in a lucid hour toward the end of the year 574, to raise him to the rank of Caesar. Writers of the time describe with great feeling this last sane act of Justin II. The empress, the patriarch, and his clergy, and the nobles and senators were summoned to the palace, and Justin held to them a long and deeply penitent discourse, lamenting his sins and cruelty, and recommending his wife and his empire to the fortunate Tiberius. The skepticism of the historian is apparently silenced by the weighty assurance of Bishop John that this remarkable speech of the insane ruler was taken down in shorthand. But the publication of such a statement would be by no means inconsistent with the character of Sophia, and we must interpret the narrative with some liberality. In most of the historians we read that, when Justin died and Tiberius ascended the throne, a romantic scene was witnessed in the hippodrome, and the astute Sophia was outwitted by her handsome favorite. Sophia, it is said, proposed to marry him, but when the crowd in the hippodrome cried, "Let us see a Roman empress," He replied through the herald that an empress already existed, and that her name was similar to that of a church in the city, the position of which he indicated. The citizens at once solved the conundrum, acclaimed his secret wife Anastasia, and laughed at the discomfiture of Sophia, who retired to her palace in anger and mortification. The entire inaccuracy of this legend, which has found its way into Gibbon and all the earlier historians, must confirm our feeling of reserve in reading the Byzantine chroniclers. It is true that Sophia designed to marry Tiberius, and we may confidently assume that his marriage was a secret at the time when she raised him to the Caesarship. But we now know from John of Ephesus that Sophia learned of the marriage of Tiberius long before the death of her husband, and the citizens of Constantinople cannot have been unaware of it. Bishop John observes that she looked with dry eyes on the burly figure of her husband as he shrieked and laughed in his toy chariot. He was, she said, deservedly punished for his sins, and the empire would now fall into her more capable hands. She induced the Senate to consent to the elevation of the imposing officer, put an edifying discourse into the mouth of Justin, unless one prefers the singular story of his hour of lucidity and eloquence, and bade the patriarch clothe him in the glittering insignia of a Caesar. We can imagine her mortification when she discovered that he was already married. The entry of Ino, wife of Tiberius, into the role of the Byzantine empresses is romantic enough without this discredited story of the concealment of her existence until her husband was on the throne. Tiberius was a simple provincial soldier who had won his way to the captainship of the guards and to the purple by his fascinating appearance. Gibbon represents beauty as one of his many virtues. It was certainly much more conspicuous than any other virtue he may have possessed. He came from Daphnudium, which commentators place in the province of Thrace, and it seems to have been while he was on military service in that town that he met Ino. She was then married to a soldier, and must have been older than Tiberius, since we read that he was betrothed to her daughter. The daughter died, however, and as the husband also presently died, Tiberius gave his hand to the widow, a rustic and undistinguished matron of a frontier province. When Tiberius was promoted to the captainship of the Imperial Guards, Ino came to Constantinople and lived there in obscurity with her surviving daughters, Charito and Constantina. Here the simple provincial family learned that Tiberius had been raised to the dazzling height of the Caesarship. But it soon became apparent that Ino had, by her elevation, incurred the resentment of the all-powerful empress. It is said that Justin, in one of his lucid hours, urged that Tiberius should take up his residence in the sacred palace, and that, since the flesh of young men was weak, Ino should reside with him. Sophia bluntly refused her consent. "Fool," Bishop John represents her as saying, "do you, who have invested yourself with the insignia of royalty, wish to make me as great a simpleton as yourself? As long as I live I will never give my kingdom and crown to another, nor shall another enter here." Tiberius, knowing that she might still arrest his progress toward the throne, submitted, and Ino and her daughters were installed in the splendid Hormidas Palace, now purified of Theodora's monks and hermits, which Justinian had decorated for his mistress. Such quarters as Tiberius was permitted to have in the main palace were poor and inadequate. He preferred to retire each night to the mansion by the shore. During the 4 years that followed, Sophia ruled with the power and rigor of an autocrat. when Tiberius, seeing the vast sums of money which she and Justin had amassed, and affecting to regard it as unjustly extorted, began to squander it on the people, she deprived him of the key of the treasury. It is not unlikely that he was trying to win popularity independently of her. When nobles, mindful of her attitude, asked if they might visit the wife of the Caesar, she angrily told them to be quiet, as it was no business of theirs. It was, in fact, rumored in the city that, as two contemporary writers assure us, she urged Tiberius to divorce his wife and prepare to marry her. We shall see later that in spite of the rigorous teaching of the Church, a Byzantine emperor, with the tacit connivance of the archbishop, more than once divorced his wife. As Justin lingered, and no one dared visit the trembling ladies in the Hormisdas palace, the courage of the provincial matron failed, and she fled back to her native town. In September 578, however, Justin passed the imperial crown to Tiberius and died 9 days afterwards. Sophia had more than the strength, but less than the penetration of her aunt Theodora, and she very quickly discovered that she had misjudged the submissive Caesar. I have already rejected the fable that he now revealed to the citizens for the first time the existence of his wife. It is more plausible to assume that his servants were at work among the citizens, ensuring that, the moment he appeared in the Kathisma in his stiff gold tunic, the cry should ring out, "Let us see the Roman Empress." He submitted with alacrity to the voice of the people. Officers of distinction were at once dispatched to Thrace to bring Ino to the palace, and Sophia retired in great chagrin to her quarters. Ino, like so many of the Roman empresses, remains a mere name to which are attached a number of singular and romantic adventures. But a little consideration of her behavior in these adventures affords an occasional glimpse of her personality. A simple, and no doubt quite uncultivated, provincial matron, she had gladly exchanged the troubled splendors of a palace for the tranquil plainness of her former home in Daphnudium. The faithful Tiberius had occasionally visited her in her retirement, and it was doubtless understood that when the death of Justin made him free to defy Sophia, she should return to the court. The day had arrived, and her humble home in the provinces was now besieged by nobles and officers who were eager to escort her across the sea to the bronze-roofed palace. "Come in the morning, and we will start immediately," Ino told them. In the morning, however, they found that Ino and her daughters, disliking the pomp of an escort and the scenes which their passage would cause, had quietly departed during the night, and they followed in very evil temper to Constantinople. Tiberius and the senators and nobles met Ino at the city quay, and she was presently clothed in the gold tunic and purple mantle of the empress. In a covered litter, accompanied by a crowd of eunuchs and chamberlains, she proceeded from the palace to the great church of St. Sophia, between the living hedges of the populace. It was here that her name was changed to Anastasia. Since the introduction of empresses with provincial or pagan names, a custom had arisen of changing the name at coronation, and the right to do so had been genially accorded to the people. On this occasion the ceremony was more animated than usual. The Greens, standing under their banner at their appointed station, raised the cry of Helena. From the next station the Blues raised the counter cry of Anastasia. And so fiercely did they contend, says the bishop, with rival shouts for the honor of naming her, that a great and terrible riot ensued, and all the people were in confusion. The Blues seem to have been in the majority, and from her baptism of blood Ino emerged with the royal name of Anastasia. From the cathedral she presently returned to the sacred palace as Empress or Queen Anastasia. From that moment we lose sight of the new empress, and must imagine her peacefully vegetating in the marble-lined halls and the superb gardens of her palaces. The interest passes once more to Sophia. As soon as she realized that Tiberius had shaken off her control, she removed large sums of money and much treasure from the main palace and went to live in her Sophian palace by the Julian port. Tiberius, knowing her temper and the vicissitudes of imperial life at Constantinople, regarded this action with distrust, and tried to disarm her. "Dwell here and be content as my mother," he urged, pressing her to remain in Daphne. She refused to do so, and he was content to assign her an imperial court, and make it known by decree that she was to be honored as his mother. He then married Charito, the daughter of Anastasia, to a distinguished officer, raised him to the rank of Caesar, and prepared to meet the intrigues of his adopted mother. The strong and ambitious woman chafed in the small world to which she found herself reduced, and soon began to quarrel with the emperor. Justin had begun the building of a lighthouse at the Julian port, near the great brass statues of himself and Sophia, and Tiberius pressed Sophia to complete it. She pointed out that it was a work of public usefulness, and therefore the emperor must undertake it. Tiberius refused, and the relations between them were strained. Here, unfortunately, our informant becomes less generous with the interesting historical matter, which he mingles with his narrative of church affairs. He tells us only that the proud and malignant old empress set on foot plots without number against Tiberius, and was at length deprived of her imperial status and retinue. Sophia was probably still in the prime of life. Byzantine women usually married about the age of 15, and this drastic step would merely dispose her to more violent action. But it soon became apparent that a greater power than that of kings and queens was about to intervene. Tiberius was consumptive. In the summer of 582, after less than 4 years' enjoyment of his easily won honors, he felt that the end was approaching, and sought a successor. A contemporary ecclesiastical writer seems to suggest Sophia when he tells us that Tiberius died of poison, administered to him in a dish of mulberries. But we may accept the kindlier view that he was delicate and consumptive, and brought about a crisis by some indiscretion at table. A popular officer from the Persian wars named Maurice was in the city at the time, and Tiberius, passing over for some unknown reason the elder daughter of Anastasia and her husband, offered him the hand of the younger daughter Constantina and the crown. Maurice, an undistinguished provincial like Tiberius, he came from Cappadocia, was crowned on 5th August and married Constantina a few days afterwards. It is expressly recorded that the marriage was celebrated with great magnificence. Maurice was a robust, clean-shaven, ruddy-featured young man, a man whose goodwill was as obvious as his incapacity to restore a stricken empire. The personal features of the empresses are never described by the Byzantine writers, but we are told that Constantina made a brave show in her bridal tunic of cloth of gold, edged with purple and sprinkled with diamonds, amongst the crowd of richly dressed nobles. The citizens honored the new dynasty with banquets and illuminations, little dreaming of the horrible tragedy which would extinguish it in blood. Tiberius died a week later, and Anastasia seems to have survived her husband only a few years. Sophia returned to the palace after the death of Tiberius, and spent her last years in tranquillity. But the 20 years' reign of Maurice is barren of interest for the biographer of the empresses, and we must pass quickly over its mediocre annals to its tragic termination. 12 months after the coronation, Constantinople was again seething with joyous excitement. Constantina had a son, and it was the first time in 200 years that a boy had been born in the Porphyra, an appalling comment on Byzantine court life. Very costly gifts were brought to the little Theodosius as he lay with his mother, a week or two later, under sheets of cloth of gold to receive the ladies of the city. 4 years later the boy was made Caesar, and brothers and sisters followed him into the world with great regularity, until Maurice saw a family of 9 children about him, giving promise of an endless dynasty. Anastasia died a few years afterwards. Sophia is mentioned only once more in the chronicles. 14 or 15 years after the coronation of Maurice, we read that Sophia and Constantina presented the emperor with a magnificent crown, and that he offended them by piously suspending it over the altar in one of the churches. We do not know in what year she died, but it is clear that she did not live to witness the horrible fate of Maurice and Constantina. No grave blunder was committed by Maurice as long as she remained in the palace, but it must have been soon after her death that he began to incur the disdain of the people and the army, and to prepare the tragedy which closed his life and that of his empress. The causes of that tragedy belong to history. It is enough to note here that Maurice converted the disdain of the troops into fierce anger by refusing to redeem a number of them who had fallen into the merciless hands of the barbarians. From that moment even the rabble of Constantinople could insult him with impunity. One day when he and his eldest son Theodosius were walking barefoot at the head of a religious procession, they were stoned and compelled to run for their lives. On another day the crowd found a man with some resemblance to Maurice, clothed him in black, crowned him with garlic, and drove him on an ass through the city amidst a chorus of jeering and execration. Then some troops which he had ordered to winter in the hard lands beyond the Danube revolted and marched upon Constantinople under their leader Phocas. Maurice nervously ordered games in the hippodrome, and bade the people not be alarmed. They were not alarmed, as they had little idea of loyalty to the despised emperor, and there was as yet no question of raising to the purple the brutal officer in command of the insurgent troops. Phocas and his troops had now reached the outskirts of the city. One day Theodosius and his father-in-law Germanus were hunting in that region when a messenger of Phocas accosted them and proposed that Theodosius should replace his father on the throne, or else Germanus should take the crown. Although they refused, Maurice heard of the invitation and accused them of conspiracy. Germanus fled to the altar, and Maurice, scourging his son for warning Germanus, sent guards to drag him from the church. This provoked a rising of the people, and Maurice fled across the water with his family. Maurice, now an old man of 63, was nearly wrecked in crossing during the night, and was racked with gout. He had some years before befriended the king of Persia, and he now sent Theodosius to ask help from that monarch. The young man was, however, presently recalled by a messenger, who said that his father intended to meet his fate with religious resignation. He returned to find that his father and 5 brothers had been butchered, and his mother and 3 sisters confined in a private house at the command of the Emperor Phocas. Phocas, a little deformed red-haired man of repulsive appearance and character, had at the last moment taken the purple, and won the people by showering gold among them as he drove in the imperial litter, drawn by 4 white horses, from the church to the palace. On the following day his wife Leontia was crowned. As she went from the palace to St. Sophia, another riot occurred between the blues and greens, and when Phocas sent an officer to quell the disturbance, some of them threateningly retorted, "Maurice is still alive." soldiers were at once sent to the village on the Bay of Nicomedia, which Maurice had reached with his family. The 5 young boys were beheaded before their father's eyes, and he was then dispatched. When Theodosius returned a few days later, he fled to the church, but he in turn was dragged out by the soldiers and put to death. Constantina and her daughters were confined in the house of Leo, the chronicler says, and we may assume that this was a private house in the district. Unfortunately for the unhappy empress, the new reign at once gave rise to intense disgust, and she became involved in plots to overthrow Phocas. The new emperor was a vulgar and brutal soldier, plunging at once into an orgy of blood and license. The Empress Leontia, probably a Syrian, as Phocas had a Syrian treasurer named Leontius, is said to have been as bad as Phocas, but we have no detailed information about her. She was probably one of the strangest in the strange gallery of the Byzantine empresses. Within a couple of years, a plot was formed to drive this incongruous pair from the throne they had usurped, and the patrician Germanus, who was the chief conspirator, sent a eunuch to deliver Constantina and her daughters, and bring them in secrecy to the cathedral. It was felt that Constantina, feeble and passive as she seems to have been throughout her stirring experiences, would be the best figure to attract the sympathies of the people. It is one of the many proofs of the appalling degradation to which the Roman Empire had sunk that the plot failed. The issue turned, not on honor and manliness, but on greed. Phocas had been liberal with money and sports, and the Greens, rejecting the smaller offers of the agents of Germanus, assembled in the hippodrome to acclaim the tyrant and revile the helpless widow of their emperor. Phocas turned ferociously upon the conspirators. Several nobles were put to death. Germanus and Philippicus, the brother-in-law of Maurice, were condemned to shave their heads and enlist in the ranks of the clergy. The more terrible fate seemed to be in store for Constantina and her daughters when a troop of soldiers burst into the cathedral and threatened to drag them from the altars. But the Archbishop Cyriacus manfully protested, and Phocas had to swear to spare their lives before the patriarch would suffer them to leave the sanctuary. They were confined in a nunnery, apparently in or near the city. In this confinement, Constantina presently heard that the bloody reign of Phocas was becoming intolerable, and she was encouraged to enter into communication once more with Germanus. Whether or no the plot was inspired by Phocas himself, the female servant who carried the secret messages from the priestly home of Germanus to the nunnery of Constantina betrayed them to the tyrant, and he hastened to rid the empire of the last reminders of Maurice. Constantina was tortured and compelled to name one of the patricians. By the same fearful means, a number of the nobility were accused, and the city was once more driven into mourning. The hands and feet of the accused were cut off, and their mangled bodies were then burned alive in the public places. Even the daughter of Germanus, the young widow of Theodosius, was put to death. For Constantina and her daughters, the brutal tyrant devised an exquisite punishment. They were taken across the water to the spot on the Bay of Nicomedia where Maurice and his sons had been put to death, and there the heads were struck from the bodies of Constantina and her 3 innocent daughters. The Empire of Rome had touched a deeper depth than it had ever done in its pagan days. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 5 Martina. Over the 8 years' reign of Phocas and his consort, we have little disposition and not much occasion to linger. The Empress Leontia is characterized for us only by the one contemptuous phrase that she was as bad as Phocas. We may trust that she equaled him neither in brutality nor licentiousness. But the slender indications suggest that she was some such low type of Syrian woman as a coarse and vicious soldier would be likely to choose for his companion. A few words must suffice to explain her exit from the imperial stage and the introduction of a fairer woman to the throne. As the discontent increased in Constantinople, Phocas, his brutality fostered by indulgence and vice, turned upon his subjects with increasing savagery. Plots were discovered or suspected, and hands and feet and heads fell under the axes of the guards. At length Priscus heard that an upright and distinguished commander, who governed the African province, had cast off his allegiance to Phocas, and he invited Heraclius to come and seize the throne. Heraclius was too old to embark on so adventurous an enterprise, but in the spring of 609 he sent a fleet under the command of his son Heraclius, and at the same time entrusted his nephew Nicetas with an army which was to range the coast of Africa and occupy Egypt. The curious statement, repeated in most historians, that whichever of the young men reached Constantinople first was to have the crown, is shown by a recently translated manuscript to be inaccurate, as we might suspect. Heraclius dallied in the Mediterranean until his cousin had made progress, and it was not until 3rd October 610 that the liberating fleet, exhibiting at the prow of its commander's vessel a picture of the Virgin which angels had brought from heaven, came in sight of Constantinople. At once Phocas found a tide of desertions, and after a feeble naval engagement on the following day, a Sunday, he fled in despair to the palace. So far was he abandoned that a citizen, whose wife he had violated, penetrated the palace during the night, dragged him to the quay, and took him on a boat to the fleet early on the Monday morning. Nicephorus, a later patriarch of Constantinople, gives us an appalling picture of his fate and of Constantinople. He was at once cut to pieces, the member by which he had notoriously sinned was carried on a pole through the city, and his bleeding trunk was dragged through the streets and burned. Of the Empress Leontia and her fate we have no information. The young Heraclius, he was in his 36th year, a robust, broad-chested man with fine gray eyes and light curly hair, must not be held responsible for the excesses of the Byzantine mob, though we shall not find him a man of delicate feeling. He proceeded at once not only to assume the purple, but to provide Constantinople with an empress. Fabia, daughter of an African noble named Rogatus, was in Constantinople with the wife of the elder Heraclius when it was announced that the African fleet lay in the Grecian waters. Phocas heard that the mother and the betrothed of his opponent were in the city, and they must have had a narrow escape from death. He was content, however, to confine them in a nunnery or penitentiary, and from this hazardous position Fabia was released to find her lover master of Constantinople. She was a beautiful and delicate girl, and the biographer must feel some impatience that the few empresses of this more attractive character are so slenderly noticed by the chroniclers, while they dilate, as far as their prejudice against mere women will allow them, on the sins or audacities of the bolder empresses. Heraclius does not seem to have been eager to assume the purple, and knowing as we do the accidents of imperial life and the degradation of the empire, we can believe that he was sincere in offering the crown to Priscus, the son-in-law of Phocas. Priscus refused, and the long ceremonies of coronation at once proceeded. After the coronation in St. Sophia, he was married to Fabia, and under the name of the Empress Eudocia, she entered the sacred palace which Leontia had vacated. But the story of Eudocia is brief and uninteresting, and we hardly make her acquaintance before a premature death removes her from the scene. Indeed, the only details recorded of Eudocia are that she bore her husband 2 children in the first 2 years of her marriage, and died of the strain. With the birth of her first child, Epiphania Eudocia, is connected one of those lively incidents which so well illustrate the character of the later Roman Empire, even under its better rulers. The patrician Priscus had refused the purple, but it came to the ears of Heraclius that he was secretly disaffected and abusive, and the emperor chose a dramatic moment for disarming him. He invited Priscus to be godfather to the little Epiphania, and in the midst of the ceremony, in view of the crowd of nobles and priests, charged him with his treachery. Striking Priscus on the face with a book which lay at hand, probably a prayer book, he directed that his head be shaven on the spot, and the great noble passed from the life of camp and court to one of those monasteries of the empire which harbored many such strange inmates. In the following May, 612, Eudocia bore a son, Heraclius Constantinus, and her frail constitution never recovered from the strain. She had gone during the summer to the healthier palace at Blachernae, to the north of Constantinople, and there an attack of epilepsy carried her off in the month of August. It is painful to read that the funeral of this fine and delicate empress was disgraced by one of the most repulsive exhibitions of Byzantine coarseness. The body was conveyed by water to the city, and borne solemnly through the streets to the great church between the mourning citizens. Just as the body was passing a certain window, a maid-servant who was watching the procession carelessly spat, and the wind carried the spittle to the robes of the dead queen. The girl was burned alive on Eudocia's tomb for the involuntary insult, and even her mistress escaped only by concealing herself. 2 years afterwards, Heraclius married again. The new Byzantine empress, whose name stands at the head of this chapter, was one of those strong and ambitious women who generally contrive, either by their vices or their crimes, to break through the anti-feminist reserve of the later Greek writers. But in this case the prejudice is increased, and we follow Martina with difficulty through her long and adventurous career. She was the niece of Heraclius, and in spite of the support she gave to her husband in his brilliant defense of Eastern Christendom against the Persians, she remains under the shadow of the sin of incest. Historians have devised many reasons for the audacity of Heraclius in marrying his niece, but we need hardly assume more than that she had a beauty and charm which the ecclesiastical writers disdain to confess. Her father was dead, and she lived in Constantinople with her mother Maria, sister of Heraclius, who had married a second time. Young, spirited, and ambitious, she welcomed the passion of the emperor, and was prepared with him to override every ecclesiastical scruple. The Archbishop Sergius, a friendly and very able counselor of the emperor, tried in vain to dissuade them. Heraclius coolly observed that his objections were quite natural from his episcopal point of view, but it was useless to urge them, and the patriarch discreetly stood aside and allowed another priest to marry them. According to a reliable historian, the patriarch himself afterwards crowned her in the great hall of the palace, and no doubt his bold and politic action silenced the angry murmurs which arose in the hippodrome. It was only when, in the course of time, defective children were born of the marriage, the first son was wry-necked, the second deaf, when Heraclius himself ended a brilliant career in pain and humiliation, and when Martina passed from public life under a suspicion of murder, that Constantinople discovered the action of a divine curse and darkened the memory of Martina. So prejudiced are later historians against Martina that even Gibbon has contracted something of their feeling, and suggested that a surrender to the charms, if not the arts, of Martina explains that remarkable indolence which Heraclius betrayed during the next few years, when the advancing Persians were rending his empire and threatening to sweep Christianity out of Asia. We need not discuss here the problem of the emperor's alleged supineness during those years of disaster. The most recent biographer of Heraclius, Signor Pernice, L'Imperator Heraclio, emphatically denies that Heraclius was indolent, and more authoritative historians, like Professor Berry, observe that the lack of funds and troops and other internal difficulties placed a formidable restraint on the very capable emperor. When the war drums beat at length, we shall find Martina, in spite of pregnancy, accompanying the emperor in his long and arduous campaigns. And this gives us a right to assume that she supported him in the long years of preparation and organization. At one time, 3 or 4 years after their marriage, it seemed that they would desert the sinking vessel of the Byzantine Empire and return to the tranquility of Africa. 2 devastating waves, the Persians to the south and the Avars to the north, were advancing across the impotent provinces, and it looked as though the little that was left of the Eastern Empire must soon be swallowed up in the mighty clash of their conflict. Egypt, Syria, and Palestine were in the hands of the Persians, who looted and desecrated the most sacred shrines of Christendom. Famine resulted from the loss of the grain-bearing provinces, and plague followed closely upon famine. Heraclius and Martina put their treasures on a fleet of ships and resolved to transfer the throne to Africa. Then, when news came that the fleet had been destroyed in a storm, and the patriarch Sergius made the emperor swear not to desert the city, Heraclius turned again to face his mountainous difficulties. Raising the cry that the Holy Cross was in the hands of the pagans, and that the very existence of Christianity was in jeopardy, Heraclius succeeded in concentrating on a great national issue all the religious passion which had so long been expended on distracting controversies. A bargain was struck with the Church. Its sacred vessels and incalculable treasures were to be put at the disposal of the empire, and the value returned at the close of the war. By the beginning of the year 622, the preparations were completed. The young Heraclius, Constantine, was appointed nominal regent of the empire, and the real administration was entrusted to the capable hands of the archbishop and one of the patricians. On Easter Day, the last stirring services were held, and on the following day the gilded imperial galley, bearing the miraculous picture of the Virgin, the brightly painted war galleys, and the hundreds of ships which bore the last part of an army of more than 100,000 men, sailed bravely toward the coast of Asia. The Persian campaigns, which have put the name of Heraclius high in the list of imperial commanders, interest us because Martina set sail with her husband and accompanied him throughout the war. Unfortunately, the literary deacon of St. Sophia, George of Pisidia, who tells the story of the war, shares the ecclesiastical prejudice against Martina and never mentions her name. Congenial as the task would be, therefore, to follow the emperor through his brilliant campaigns, and imagine the spirited Martina sharing his perils and his triumphs, it is hardly a fitting task for a biographer. George of Pisidia, addressing Heraclius in the name of the clergy at St. Sophia, had trusted that he would redden his black military boots in the blood of the heathen. He and Martina returned to Constantinople 6 months later, leaving the army in safe winter quarters, with a great victory and a brilliant march across Asia Minor to report. Martina sailed with her husband in the following year on his second and more dangerous campaign, and it was in the course of this campaign that she gave birth to the son Heraclius, usually called Heraclonus, to distinguish him from the father apparently, whom we shall find tragically associated with her in her later years. She seems indeed to have accompanied Heraclius on all his journeys, but to what extent she kept pace with the advance of the troops, whether she reached the banks of the Euphrates and Tigris and beheld the oriental luxury of the fallen camps and towns of the Persians, the prejudice of the deacon of St. Sophia prevents us from ascertaining. She had at least the glory of accompanying her husband on one of the most brilliant, the most daring, and the most profitable campaigns that ever illumined the Eastern Empire. Nor must her biographer forget to add that she bore several children during her 6 years' wandering over the mountains and deserts of Asia Minor, Syria, Persia, and Mesopotamia. 9 children, 4 of whom died young, were the issue of the marriage. Martina shared, too, the splendid triumph which crowned the victories of Heraclius. In the spring of 628, the emperor and empress rejoined their family at the Hieria Palace, on the Asiatic coast opposite Constantinople, whither, with torches by night and olive branches by day, the citizens sailed to greet them. Heraclius would not return to his capital until the cross was restored to his hands, and the summer was spent by the united family in the Hieria Palace. Early in September the cross arrived, and they went to Constantinople for the triumph. Preceded by the cross, Heraclius rode in a chariot drawn by 4 elephants through the Golden Gate and along the main street of the city, the Mise, to St. Sophia, amidst scenes of such rejoicing as the empire had not witnessed since the days of Belisarius. A superb entertainment in the hippodrome followed, and then Heraclius joined his wife in the palace. And here ends the glory of the Emperor Heraclius, the flame that had burst forth so splendidly in a time of dejection fell just as swiftly, and Heraclius exhibited a lamentable spectacle in face of an even greater peril than the Persians. The problem of the character of Heraclius might concern us if we had any satisfactory information about the behavior of Martina during the next few years. But as the chroniclers almost refuse to notice her until they come to what they regard as her misdeeds, we have no occasion to linger over it. Her character induces us to believe that she attempted to awaken her husband from his lethargy until she saw that this was impossible, and that she then devoted her thoughts to securing the succession for her son, and the virtual rule of the empire for herself. This, in point of fact, is suggested by the meager indications in the chronicles. In the spring of 629, Heraclius took the cross back to its original shrine at Jerusalem, and from that time spent 9 years in the provinces of Palestine, Syria, and Asia Minor. During those years the Mohammedan power became a formidable menace to the Roman Empire, and the inaction of Heraclius is a scandal to historians. His nervous system was strained to the verge of insanity, and he retreated like one paralyzed with terror before the advance of the Mohammedans. Martina foresaw the end, and began to prepare for the succession. There can be no doubt that in these later years Heraclius, whose religious fervor was now greatly increased, was troubled by the cry that his incestuous marriage had brought these troubles on the empire. When his nephew Theodore retreated before the invincible Arabs and came to reproach Heraclius for his sin, the emperor sent him under guard to Constantinople, and ordered that he should be disgraced. Some writers see in this the action of Martina, but it may quite well have been due to the brooding nervousness of Heraclius himself. It was plain that Heraclius would not stem the Mohammedan tide, and everywhere men talked of the succession. By the year 638 he and Martina were back in the Hieria Palace, and the struggle deepened. Heraclius had now 2 children by his first wife Eudocia, and 5 living children by Martina. His eldest child, Epiphania Eudocia, had narrowly missed a romantic career. During the Persian War, Heraclius had struck an alliance with the king of the Khazars, a wild people akin to the Huns, and after gorgeously entertaining and rewarding him, had shown him a miniature of his beautiful daughter, then 15 years old, and offered him her hand. It was only the death of the king in the next year that saved the delicate young girl from being added to the rude harem of the Hunnic prince. She was still unmarried. Her brother, Heraclius Constantinus, now 26 years old, was already associated in the empire, and was the obvious heir to supreme power. But both Heraclius and Martina knew that the emperor's death would at once set her religious enemies to work to eject her and her children from the palace, and they were anxious to secure her position by associating her eldest son, Heraclinus, in the empire. There were, besides, a natural son of Heraclius by an early concubine named Athalaric, and the sons of his cousin Nicetas, who had helped him to win the empire. 2 of these possible candidates for the purple were summarily dismissed. Athalaric and the nephew Theodore were charged with conspiracy at Constantinople. Their hands and feet were struck off, and they were sent into exile. It is conjectured by some writers on Martina that she dictated this heavy punishment, and that her hand is seen in the events which follow. Of this there is no proof, but there can be no doubt that she was eager to secure the succession of Heraclinus, and that Heraclius was now an almost feeble-minded patient under her care. He persistently refused to cross the strip of water from Hieria to the city, and they were compelled at length to make a bridge of boats across the narrower part of the strait, and place artificial hedges of trees along its sides, so that he could ride to Constantinople without catching sight of the sea. The young Constantine, his eldest son, had inherited the delicacy of his mother, and it was necessary to provide for the event of his death. Should his sons inherit the purple, or should it pass to the children of incest? The city seethed with discussion. In the final decision we may confidently recognize the voice of Martina. On 4th July 638, Heraclinus, then a boy of 15 years, was crowned in the palace by the patriarch Sergius. A younger son, David, was raised to the same dignity shortly afterwards, and the young daughters of Martina, Augustina and Martina, were entitled Augustae. On the 1st of January 639, 3 emperors rode in the procession: Heraclius, Constantine, and Heraclinus. Martina had apparently triumphed, but more prudent citizens must have shaken their heads in reflecting on the struggle which would inevitably follow the death of Heraclius. The emperor lingered for more than 2 years in his impotent condition, and Martina meantime found a fresh and most powerful ally. The patriarch Sergius had died soon after crowning Heraclinus, leaving his metropolitan see to a monk, Pyrrhus, whom he had raised to the higher rank of the clergy. Pyrrhus became an ally of the empress, who may possibly have assisted in his elevation, and the alliance was the stronger because Pyrrhus secretly favored the sect of the Monophysites. From Constantine he would receive little encouragement, whereas Martina, as events proved, was ready to allow him to impose his metaphysical distinction on the Church in return for his political support. It is even said that Martina urged her husband to send the weakly Constantine against the Mohammedans in the hope that he would not return. Such things are easily said and easily believed, but incapable of proof. In February 641 Heraclius died. He suffered in his last years from dropsy, and those who are curious to know by what appalling means the medical men of the time relieved such an affliction, and how the theologians of the time placidly trace the operation of a divine curse for marrying one's niece, may read the details of his sufferings in the Patriarch Nicephorus. To the last Heraclius was faithful to his beloved wife. He divided the government of the empire equally between Constantine and Heraclius, and he entrusted to the Patriarch Pyrrhus a large sum of money to be given to Martina in the event of her enemies succeeding in driving her from power. The struggle began at once. Martina convoked a meeting of the citizens, presumably in the Hippodrome, and had the will of Heraclius read to them. When the herald had concluded, the sullen silence was broken by a cry for the emperors. Martina, who was evidently minded to keep the youths in the background and govern in their name, summoned the emperors, but continued to act as mistress of the empire. But Constantinople, a compound of inferior Greek and Roman with Syrian blood, always disliked feminine rule, and in face of the advancing Mohammedans regarded it with additional concern. "Honor to you as mother of the emperors," the citizens cried, "but to them as emperors and lords. You, mistress, would not be able to resist and reply to barbarians and foreigners coming against the city. God forbid that the Roman commonwealth should fall so low." We may take it that the chronicler has gathered into a speech the various murmurs which arose from the crowded benches of the Hippodrome. Plausible as the cry was, it was a grave blunder. The ailing, probably consumptive Constantine had not the manliness of a ruler, and the palace became the theatre of the struggles of rival courtiers. On the side of Constantine was the imperial treasurer Philagrius, and this man embittered the situation by informing the young emperor of the money which Heraclius had left in charge of the archbishop, and forcing him to pay it into the treasury. In order further to strengthen his position, Philagrius represented to Constantine that his children would be in danger from Martina if he died. It is important to notice that the death of Constantine was plainly expected by all parties. Nothing is clearer than that he had inherited the delicacy of his mother, and was either epileptic or consumptive, more probably consumptive. The Patriarch Nicephorus tells us that he was chronically ill, and lived in a palace he had built at Chalcedon for the sake of his health. His Empress Gregoria Anastasia was a daughter of Nicetas, the young cousin who had set out from Africa with Heraclius, but we have no further information about her. For her sake and that of the children, Constantine was persuaded by his intriguing courtiers to send an officer, Valentine, to the troops when he felt that his end was near. Valentine had not only a letter urging the troops to protect Constantine's children from Martina, but a large sum of money to distribute amongst them. It is strange that historians have overlooked this very obvious intrigue, and so easily accepted the clerical prejudice against Martina. If Martina were unable to meet barbarians and foreigners, a point which might be disputed, assuredly infants could not be trusted to do so. Constantine died about 3 months after the death of his father. There is no serious ground whatever for the charge that he was poisoned by agents of Martina and Pyrrhus. The Patriarch Nicephorus, the best authority, knows nothing of the rumor, and the very chroniclers of a later date, who attach importance to it, admit that Constantine suffered from a chronic malady. Indeed, when we find a contemporary and recently published ecclesiastical writer, the Bishop of Nikon, saying that Constantine, after 3 months' illness, vomited blood, and when he had lost all his blood he died, we may confidently acquit Martina, and conclude that the young emperor died of consumption. The statement of Constantine's son, a boy of 11, when he came to the throne, that Pyrrhus and Martina had been justly punished, is a mere echo of the pretext of those who deposed her. The poisoning of a consumptive youth would be a new and superfluous crime, and we have no reason to think that Martina was even nominally criminal. Martina at once assumed the government in the name of her son, and expelled the hostile faction from the court. Philagrius was visited with the most humane punishment of the time. He was forced to become a priest, and his friends were dispersed. But his emissary Valentine was in a strong position, and he determined to put it to account. The large sum of money entrusted to him enabled him to purchase the devotion of an army, and he settled at Chalcedon with the ostentatious design of seeing that no evil was done to the young son of the late emperor. Martina cleverly foiled his first move. She directed Heraclius to become godfather to the boy, who was carefully kept in the palace at Constantinople, and to swear with his hand on the cross that no harm should be done to the child. Valentine then brought his troops nearer and began to ravage the suburbs and neighborhood of the city, while his friends in Constantinople lit the flame of religious antagonism to Pyrrhus, who was unfortunately pressing his Monophysite tenets on the church. Exasperated at the inconveniences of the siege and the heresy of the patriarch, the citizens now became restive. A mob invaded and pillaged the great church of St. Sophia, and Pyrrhus was forced to abdicate. The power of Martina was now dangerously enfeebled, and she came to terms with Valentine. The ambitious officer was to be appointed Count of the Excubators, or commander of the heavier guards, and to be excused from rendering an account of the money entrusted to him. The further course of the intrigue is scantily known to us, as there is here a mysterious gap of 30 years in the narrative of Nicephorus. From later chronicles we learn that, before the end of 642, the Senate deposed Martina and Heraclius. In spite of the notorious malady of Constantine, they were found guilty of having poisoned him, with the connivance of the archbishop, and were barbarously punished. The tongue of Martina and the nose of Heraclius were slit. The text does not imply that they were cut off, and they were expelled from Constantinople. Valentine also is said to have been expelled, so that he must have changed sides. The further course of the spirited and unfortunate empress and her son is told in the bare phrase that they lived a private life and were buried together in the monastery of the Lord. We do not know the place of exile or the year of Martina's death. That her punishment was unjust and barbaric seems now to be beyond question, and there is no excuse beyond the amiable indiscretion of her marriage for the evil repute which chroniclers have attached to the name of the Empress Martina. She seems to have been one of the best of the Byzantine empresses. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Most Pious Irene. The revolution which drove Martina from the palace set upon the throne a boy of 11, Constans II. The wife whom he afterwards brought to share his splendor, and by whom he had 3 children, is not known to us even by name. We know only that when his crimes or violent indiscretions had rendered him so unpopular that he passed to Sicily, he sent for his wife and children. The senators, however, had no mind to see the court transferred to Italy. they detained the Empress and her children, and, as the life of Constans was shortly afterwards ended by his bath attendant felling him with a soap dish, the unknown Empress sank into complete obscurity. His son and successor, Constantine IV., had so clear a title to the charge of brutality that no historian has ventured to dispute it. And we will trust that the Empress Anastasia, whose features and character are unknown to us, did not greatly lament the loss of a consort who could slit the noses of his royal brothers and castrate a noble youth for deploring the execution of his father. Nor can we think that she was happier under the reign of his son, Justinian II, since the only reference to her in the chronicle of his reign is that his favorite minister, a Persian eunuch, had her flogged in the sacred palace on one occasion. Her third and last appearance in history is even more tragic. But a new and quaint type of empress meantime enters the scene, and in order to explain her arrival we must glance for a moment at the adventures of Justinian II. Attaining the purple at the age of 16, Justinian seems at first to have sinned chiefly by the very natural blunder in a young man of admitting corrupt and extortionate ministers. A usurper then took advantage of his unpopularity to dislodge him from the throne, and sent him with diminished nose into exile at Cherson on the Black Sea. Within a year, Justinian had the satisfaction of hearing that his enemy had been forced by a new usurper to retire, also with diminished nose, into the tranquil shade of a monastery, and he proposed to regain his throne. The authorities of Cherson, however, decided to conciliate the new emperor, Tiberius III, by sending Justinian to him in chains, and he fled to the land of the Khazars, who dwelt on the other side of the Black Sea. The Khazars were a wild Asiatic people, akin to the Huns, whose manners had been somewhat softened by contact with the Byzantine civilization. And their king, or Shagan, not only received the fugitive with cordiality, but bestowed on him the hand of his royal daughter. Theodora, a name conferred on her no doubt by Justinian in memory of the consort of his great predecessor Justinian I, can hardly have boasted much beauty, being a Khazar, but she was not without spirit and character. She presently learned that her father had been bribed by Tiberius to surrender Justinian, and she warned him of his danger. Sending in succession for the two high officials who had been charged to arrest him, Justinian strangled them with his own hands and fled to Bulgaria, leaving his wife and infant daughter in the care of her father, who very amiably sheltered them. Within a year, the faithful Theodora learned that she was mistress of the mighty city of the Greeks. Justinian had offered the hand of his daughter, then 1 year old, and some more solid advantages to the king of Bulgaria in exchange for an army, had laid siege to Constantinople, and had with a few soldiers crept through the water conduit into the town and taken it. The appalling vengeance he wrought on his enemies and on the inhabitants, even to the babies, of Cherson may be read in history. It is, comparatively, an amiable trait in his character that he did not forget the yellow-skinned princess who had lightened the dark hours of his exile. She was brought with great pomp to the city, bringing 2 children to their truculent father, was crowned empress, and enjoyed for a few years the undreamt-of splendor of the imperial palaces. Happily, she did not live to see the end of her husband's savage vengeance. When a storm had threatened the life of Justinian on the Black Sea, his companions had urged him to disarm the divine wrath by forgiving his enemies. "If I spare them, may God drown me here," he had replied, with more vigor than elegance. His orgy was closed by the inevitable assassination. We catch a third and last glimpse of the Empress Anastasia at this point. the brood of Justinian was to be exterminated, and soldiers went to the palace of Blachernae in search of Theodora's boy. When they burst into the chapel, they found the aged grandmother sitting on guard before the sanctuary. The 6-year-old boy clung to the altar with one hand and held a fragment of the true cross in the other, while his neck was loaded with the most sacred relics. But Byzantine piety was of a peculiar nature. The soldiers brushed aside the old lady, stripped the boy of his relics, took him out to the gate, and cut his throat like a sheep. 3 emperors followed in 6 years, and came to violent ends. Then Leo the Isaurian, 717 to 740, came upon the throne, and inaugurated the famous crusade of the iconoclasts, or breakers of images. His wife Maria is known to us only as having received the title of Empress in 718, as a reward for bringing Constantine Copronymus into the world, and having scattered gold from her litter among the people as she was born to Saint Sophia, for the baptism of that ill-regulated infant. Another Asiatic princess then comes faintly into view, when, in his 14th or 15th year, Constantine marries a Khazar king's daughter. The religious chroniclers would have us believe that she was endowed with much learning and piety, but the only ground of this remarkable claim is that she did not agree with her husband, as few women did, about the propriety of breaking the Virgin's statues. After 18 years of patient expectation, she ushered a feeble infant, Leo IV., into the distracted empire, and quitted it herself shortly afterwards. The Empress Maria succeeded to her place in the arms of Constantine in 750, and in 757 she left that very doubtful felicity to the Empress Eudocia. Eudocia was pious and fertile. It is all that we know of her. Nearing her first delivery, she summoned the holy nun Anthusa, whom her husband had had publicly stripped and whipped a short time before, and in virtue of her prayers presented Constantine with a son and daughter simultaneously shortly afterwards. 4 other boys followed, and Eudocia, having behaved as a good empress ought, and furnished no material to the biographer, followed her 2 predecessors. Meantime, the famous Irene had entered the story of Byzantine life, and once more we are in a position to make a satisfactory study of Byzantine feminism. In the year 768, 7 years before the death of Constantine V, Constantinople was delighted with a succession of festivities. On 1st April, Eudocia was, after 10 years of industrious maternal activity, crowned Empress, or Augusta, in the banquet room of 19 tables, with its golden roof and golden vessels, in the palace. On the following day, which was Easter Sunday, her eldest sons, Christopher and Nicephorus, were made Caesars, and her 3rd son, Nicetas, received the heavy title of Nobilissimus, most noble, which gave the 6-year-old boy a gold-embroidered mantle and a slender jeweled crown, so that the procession to church was headed by 2 emperors, Constantine and young Leo, 2 Caesars, and a most noble, all flinging gold and silver among the enchanted mob. But Leo was now approaching his 20th year, and must marry. The idea was mooted first of asking the hand of the daughter of Pepin the Frank, but it is said that the Western Christians frowned on the Kensitite heresy of the Eastern court. So Constantine then resolved to seek a beautiful and eligible lady within his own dominions, and it was announced in the late summer that the prize had been awarded to Irene, the pride of Athens. Irene was then a beautiful, talented, and spirited girl of 17 summers. As she had apparently no ancestors, and as Athens had become at that time a drowsy and almost obscure provincial town, we must suppose that, as she herself afterwards acted, Imperial commissioners had been sent far and wide to examine candidates for the vacancy. Irene's radiant Greek beauty, robust health, and lively intelligence pleased the officials. An imperial galley brought her to the palace of Hieria on the Asiatic side. Her qualifications were found to be adequate. There was one difficulty, and Irene gave early proof of her skill in casuistry in surmounting it. Not only was Irene a woman, and all women were on the side of the Virgin, but Athens was conservative in religion. Constantine demanded an oath, and Irene, with a large mental reservation, to use the elegant phrase of the experts in such matters, swore on the Holy Cross that she would not favor the worship of images. Her story will turn largely on the question of iconoclasm, and a few words on the subject may be useful. The real origin of Leo the Isaurian's zeal against statues is obscure. Historians suggest the influence of the purer religion of Mohammed, but there was no cultural contact of Mohammedanism and Christianity, and an Isaurian soldier would hardly be the man to experience it if there were. When we find that the iconoclasts went on to reject relics and monasticism and treat the Virgin in very cavalier fashion, I suggest that it was a Protestant or rationalist movement, a spontaneous protest against the excessive superstition, clerical wealth, and monastic parasitism of the time. It took strong root in the army, and we may assume that the permission to rifle wealthy churches, rather than any leaning to metaphysics, explains this zeal for advanced theology among the troops. Constantine, like his father, pressed the reform ferociously, and as monks and women were the chief recalcitrants, he fell upon the monks with grim determination. Their beards were oiled and fired. They were gathered in masses with nuns and told to marry each other, as many did. They were forced to walk round the hippodrome, to the delight of the mob, arm in arm with prostitutes. Even the reluctant patriarch of Constantinople was indelicately mutilated, driven on an ass round the hippodrome under a fire of spittle, and replaced by an obedient eunuch. This was the iconoclastic world into which the Athenian girl entered, armed with a mental reservation. From the palace of Hieria she went, at the beginning of September, to Constantinople, and her betrothal to Leo was celebrated in the Church of the Lighthouse. 3 months later her probation was complete. On 13th December she received the wonderful crown of the empresses, with its cascades of pearls and diamonds, in the gold-roofed banquet room, and was married in the chapel of St. Stephen within the palace. Constantine remained on the throne for 7 years, and Irene behaved and avoided images with the most exemplary propriety, until, in 775, the old emperor joined his father in the eternal home to which the religious chroniclers luridly consign him. Still, for some years, Irene gave no sign of strong personality, unless we may see, as is probable, her influence in the events of the following year. She had borne a son in 770, and in 776 Leo was urged to admit this boy to a share of the empire. The emperor was delicate, possibly consumptive, and it will be remembered that he had 5 half-brothers, who offered rich material for intriguing eunuchs and discontented nobles. Irene was now a young woman of 25, of strong and subtle intellect, and well acquainted with Byzantine history. Her obvious interest was to secure the succession for her son, and exclude the children of Eudocia. Leo at first demurred to the crowning of the boy. He submitted that, if he died, the ways of Byzantium made it not unlikely that the child would be murdered. He was answered with an assurance that the whole court and city were prepared to swear the most solemn allegiance to his son, and in the spring of 776 he prepared to associate the younger Constantine in his imperial power. It was becoming difficult in pious Constantinople to devise an oath sufficiently sacred to be taken seriously, and Leo exacted that all orders of the citizens should swear by the cross on its most solemn festival, and then place a written record of their oath on the altar of the great church. On Good Friday, therefore, the officers, senators, courtiers, and various corporations of workers and idlers in the city swore their mighty oath by the cross to know no sovereign but Constantine VI. And on the following day, when the last son of Eudocia, Eudocimus, was made a most noble, the written oaths were laid on the altar, to be carefully guarded by the patriarch for a few years. On Easter Sunday, Constantine was crowned in the hippodrome in the early morning, and the glittering procession of emperors, Caesars, and most nobles moved to the church, followed at a modest distance by Irene and her eunuchs and women. 12 months later, the imperial family and the higher orders met in the gorgeous hall of the Magnora Palace for a different ceremony. It had been discovered that the Caesar Nicephorus had conspired with the eunuchs and officers, and when Leo announced the details, there was no trial to the audience. It was at once decided that he be degraded to the rank of the clergy and banished to Cherson. One rival was put out of the way, and Leo continued to play with his caskets of jewels, his favorite occupation, and Irene to cultivate her policy of waiting. In her service was the eunuch Stauracius, a genius of intrigue and counter-intrigue, whose watchful servants could at any time detect or manufacture a conspiracy. On one occasion only, towards the end of her husband's short reign, does Irene seem to have been indiscreet, though the indications are rather obscure. Historians put it to the account of Leo that under him the fierce persecution of image worshippers relaxed, but the question might be raised whether there was much occasion for persecuting. It is said that Irene secretly venerated images in her apartments, and had about her a group of confidential devotees waiting for the death of Leo, and the story runs that Leo, hearing of the conspiracy, forced his way into Irene's apartments and discovered 2 sacred statues hidden under a cushion. Whether or no it is true that Irene calmly lied, or made another mental reservation and disowned the figures of Christ and his mother, it is certain that in the last year of his life Leo had a fit of iconoclastic wrath, and numbers of palace officials and nobles were shaved into priests, dragged ignominiously round the hippodrome, and forced to exchange the gilded service of the empress for the austere service of the altar. In view of this, it is not surprising that, when Leo died a few months later, there was a faint rumor that Irene had poisoned him, though the more religious chroniclers tell us that, in his infatuation for jewels, he had taken from the church the rich crown which Maurice had suspended over the altars, put it on his sacrilegious head, which at once broke into fiery carbuncles and perished miserably. We may take it that the delicate constitution of Leo IV came to an end after a reign of 4½ years, in 780, and the Empress Irene entered upon her long, prosperous, and blood-stained reign. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 6, Part 2. The Most Pious Irene. Constantine VI was 10 years old at the death of his father, and the administration naturally fell to Irene and her able if unscrupulous ministers. When all allowance has been made for the ability of her ministers, especially the eunuch patrician Stauracius, it must be admitted that the empress showed conspicuous talent and vigor, and brought about a wonderful restoration of the stricken empire. Her abjuration of the iconoclastic tenets not only brought comparative religious peace in the course of time, but enabled her to strengthen her rule by friendly relations with the papacy and with Charlemagne, whose star was rising in the West. The long and exhausting war in the East was brought to a close by diplomacy, and the military victories of Stauracius restored the rule of Constantinople in Greece and Thessaly. Prosperity brightened the empire, and it almost returned to the happy position it had enjoyed under Justinian I. But from this brighter aspect of the reign of Irene, in which it is difficult to disentangle her action from that of her ministers, we must turn to events in which her character is more clearly, if less favorably, seen. 6 weeks had not elapsed since the death of Leo when it was announced that a dangerous conspiracy had been discovered, the object of which was to put the royal half-brothers of Leo on the throne. We can well believe that there was some discontent at the rule of a woman and a child, and that the feeble sons of Eudocia were ever disposed to listen to ambitious courtiers. But the discovery was opportune. It removed at one sweep all who seemed to be in a position to dispute Irene's rule. The 3 Caesars and the 2 most nobles, and a crowd of nobles and officers who were suspected of favoring them, were scourged, tonsured, or exiled. Indeed, lest there should be any later error as to the clerical status of the children of Eudocia, Irene forced them publicly to administer the sacraments to the people in the great church. It was Christmas Day, and a vast crowd assembled to see the royal uncles dispensing the consecrated bread under the eyes of the vigorous empress and her son. The cruel spectacle was resented by many, and Elpidius, whom Irene had made governor of Sicily, rebelled. Irene ordered the local officers to send him in chains to Constantinople, and when they refused, she sent a fleet which quickly dislodged him and punished the rebels. Unfortunately, we read that the Most Pious Empress, as the admiring chroniclers call her, so far lost her temper as to flog the wife and children of Elpidius, and drive the innocent woman with shorn hair into a nunnery. A more amiable way of strengthening her throne was about the same time discovered by some courtier. A marvelous ancient tombstone was brought to Constantinople, and citizens gazed with awe on the inscription: "Christ will be born of the Virgin Mary, and I believe in him. Son, thou shalt see me again one day under the reign of Constantine and Irene." As this stone was certified to have been taken by a Thracian peasant from the tomb of some prehistoric giant, it did much to discredit the more rationalistic iconoclasts, who scouted the virginity of Mary and the opposition to the divine mission of Irene. The time was not yet ripe, however, for an open disavowal of the iconoclasts. The heresy was too deeply rooted in the army and the more cultivated circles of the city. Irene thought for a moment of an alliance with Charlemagne, and begged the hand of his daughter Rotrud for her son. The offer was cordially received, and Byzantine eunuchs were sent to initiate the Frankish maiden into the mysteries of the Greek tongue and Greek etiquette. The fame of Charlemagne now filled the world, and the young Constantine eagerly looked for the alliance with his daughter. It would be interesting to speculate what influence such an alliance would have had on the fortunes of Europe, and there can be no doubt that Irene committed a criminal blunder in withdrawing the proposal on what we must regard as selfish grounds. The only plausible reason that can be suggested is that she feared that her son might become a monarch in reality as well as name under the influence of Charlemagne, and she was determined to be at least co-ruler. The victories which Stauracius had meantime won in Greece and Thessaly must have given her greater confidence in her own resources. In 783 she proceeded herself with a large army, not forgetting the organs and other musical instruments of the court, the chronicler says, to pacify and restore the province of Thrace. She now felt strong enough to restore the worship of images. At the end of the year 783, the iconoclastic Archbishop Paul mysteriously retired from his see. Irene called a meeting of the notables in the Magnaura Palace, and from the marvelous golden throne she announced that Paul had been stricken with deep penitence for his opposition to images and had retired to expiate his sin. She suggested that her secretary Tarasius should be made archbishop, and the nobles and clergy faithfully echoed the name of Tarasius. The secretary then protested that he too had misgivings on the image question, and would take office only on condition that a church council was called to decide upon it. Within a month or two, Irene had brought to Constantinople a crowd of bishops and heads of monasteries, and a fiery discussion proceeded in the Church of the Apostles. The iconoclasts were, of course, in a minority. Suddenly the doors were forced, and a troop of soldiers entered with drawn swords and threatened to make an end to Tarasius and his monks. "We have won, thank God! Those fools and brutes have done no harm," was the exultant cry of the iconoclastic bishops. I translate literally from Theophanes, and the meeting hurriedly dispersed. Irene once more resorted to the kind of diplomacy of which she was a mistress. The rumor was spread that the Saracens were advancing, and the guards were shipped to the Asiatic side and marched toward the south. When they had reached some distance from the city, a message came from Constantinople that the war had been averted, and they might send their arms or equipment to the capital before returning themselves. They were then scattered over the provinces, and the metropolitan guards were recruited from the orthodox ranks. The bishops and monks were convoked again in the Council of Chalcedon, and in the last sitting of the council, which was held in the Magnaura Palace, the cult of images was formally restored. In the meantime, Irene had resumed the work of finding a wife for her son. If we are right in assuming that she rejected the daughter of Charlemagne in order that Constantine should not have any strength independently of her, we can understand her next procedure. One of those innumerable lives of the saints which have transmitted to us a few precarious fragments of genuine and interesting information gives us a very romantic version of the rise of the next empress. In a remote Cappadocian village dwelt a very pious man who had won a local reputation for sanctity, and impoverished his family by his generous almsgiving. He had 3 daughters, whose lives and prospects must have been prosy enough in their rude village until romance entered it one day in the person of an imperial commissioner. He was one of many sent all over the empire by Irene in search of a mate for her son, and it seemed to him that the daughters of Philaretus corresponded to the standard given to him, a standard which specified the height and the size of the feet of the candidates, as well as more material features. They were taken to Constantinople with numbers of other candidates for the glass slipper, and Maria, a beautiful maiden of 18, was chosen for the lofty honor. It sounds like a modified version of the story of Cinderella, but it was not the first time that obscure maidens had been chosen for imperial dignity on their looks, and the most reliable authority, Theophanes, tells us that Irene sent one of her officers into distant Armenia. Maria is variously described as Cappadocian, Paphlagonian, and Armenian for the obscure girl. She was married to the emperor in November 788, but we cannot end, as storytellers do, by saying that she was happy ever afterwards. Constantine was now a youth of 18, and had courtiers of his own. With their aid he perceived that, although rescripts went out in the names of Constantine and Irene, the government was entirely in the hands of Irene and her ministers. He had keenly desired the daughter of Charlemagne, and he resented the forcing upon him of a village maiden. The year following his marriage was one of bitter discontent and secret whispering. Stauracius, however, or Irene, watched the conspirators closely, and in January 790 the net was drawn round them. They had intended to banish Irene to Sicily, and they now found themselves on the way to Sicily, their backs sore from the scourge, and their heads marked with the odious sign of clerical office. Constantine himself was flogged and confined for some time to the palace. It was decreed that henceforth the name of Irene should precede that of her son, and a formidable oath was imposed on the troops that they would not suffer Constantine to rule while she lived. But the councils of eunuchs and women, however vigorous they be in their class, are apt either to fall short of or pass beyond the golden mean in the game of politics. Regiment after regiment took the oath, until at last the troops in Armenia refused to submit to feminine rule. Irene sent the eunuch Alexius to persuade or coerce them. They made him their commander, spread the rebellion among other troops, and at length an army besieged the palace and dictated terms. Stauracius was scourged, tonsured, and deported to Armenia. Irene was deposed and had to retire to a new palace, the Eleutherian Palace, which she had built and stored with treasure for emergencies. The lament of Theophanes at this turn of the wheel, in which he sees the personal action of the devil, is equal to his naive praise of all the tricks of Irene to secure and hold power in the cause of true religion. In spite of that zeal for true religion, the modern reader will not have followed the career of Irene up to this point with unalloyed admiration. She was essentially a casuist, the very embodiment of the Byzantine religious spirit. Chaste she undoubtedly was, though we shall presently find her acting in that regard in drastic contradiction to the teaching of the Church. She was generous, even extravagant with money, and she showed a sincere concern for the welfare of her subjects within the limits of her own ambition. But she betrays from the start that lack of moral scrupulousness which too often accompanies fervent piety in Byzantine women. And the bitter disappointment which closes the first part of her reign will now make her more unscrupulous than ever. It was in October 790 that Irene was deposed. 14 months afterwards we find her returning to imperial power and making a fearful use of it. Constantine had yielded to her pressure and that of the nobles devoted to her, and again proclaimed that she was empress and co-ruler of the empire. The Armenian troops at once protested against the change, and as their commander, Alexius, was in Constantinople at the time, he was scourged and converted into an abbé malgré lui. An expedition against the Bulgarians failed shortly afterwards, and whether the failure did really lead to a conspiracy, or the plot was invented to serve the purpose of Irene and Constantine, a terrible clearance was made of their possible opponents. Alexius and Nicephorus, the uncle of the emperor who had been made a cleric, had their eyes cut out, and 3 other sons of Eudocia were brought from their clerical homes and had their tongues cut. We must not too readily implicate Irene in these barbarities. She had not returned to her former influence and activity, and it was Constantine himself who led an army against the insurgents in Armenia and made a terrible end of their rebellion. In view, however, of Irene's later behavior, it is probable that she agreed to, if she did not inspire, these proceedings, and the authorities assure us that she now began to make selfish profit of the unpopularity of her son and encourage him in license. We have as yet said nothing of the imperial life of the young woman who had passed from her village home to the palace. The reason is that she seems to have been one of those admirable empresses who impress the chroniclers only when they bear children or suffer misfortune. Maria had borne 2 daughters to Constantine, and the year of her misfortune was at hand. Constantine had never loved his wife, and had freely sought consolation elsewhere. And in the year 794 his eye fell on a charming lady of his mother's suite. Whether this lady was too chaste or too ambitious to admit his passion irregularly, we cannot say. But we have the emphatic assurance of the authorities that Irene encouraged the passion, and supported her son in his proposal to divorce Maria, in order still further to weaken his position. If such an act seems beyond the range of a mother's ambition, I can only say that far worse is to follow. On 3rd January 795, the unfortunate Maria was deposed from her dignity, exchanged her imperial robes for the rough black dress of a nun, and with shorn hair passed to a convent. And before the end of the same year, the more fortunate Theodote was transferred from the service of Irene's chamber cubicularia to the imperial dignity. It need hardly be said that this procedure was violently opposed to the solemn teaching of the Church, which now regarded marriage as absolutely indissoluble. The courtly patriarch Teresius, who had been converted from a very secular secretary into an archbishop, proved accommodating enough. He declined to perform the marriage, but he permitted some enterprising priest named Joseph to do so, and he sanctioned the transfer of Maria to a nunnery. But the monks of the empire raised once more their formidable chant of execration, and showered epithets on the emperor and the archbishop. The great monastery of Sacudian in Bithynia was the center of the agitation under its vigorous abbot Plato. The next move of Irene was to espouse the cause of the monks who fulminated against her adulterous son and his Jezebel, and were punished for doing so. If we feel a scruple about admitting so malignant a course in a Christian mother, we must remember that these things are ascribed to her by chroniclers who are full of admiration for her piety, and that the tragic end of the story is quite beyond doubt. Constantine lost ground, and Irene watched her opportunity. It came in the month of September 796, when mother and son went, with a large and distinguished company, to take the hot baths at Prussia. Theodote had remained behind, so as to be near the Porphyra palace, and she presently sent a message that a son was born. Constantine galloped in delight to the city, and Irene set to work. By amiable conversation and secret gifts she won a number of the officers, and the conspiracy quietly proceeded when they returned to Constantinople. The following summer Constantine set out against the Saracens, and Irene, fearing that he might return with glory and renewed popularity, for he was a skillful and vigorous soldier, determined to strike. Constantine was recalled to the city by some false intelligence, and as he went one day, 17th June, from the Hippodrome to join his wife, whose baby had recently died, in the palace of Blachernae, he was attacked. He escaped and fled by boat to the Asiatic side, where Theodote joined him. The position was now critical, as a number of nobles and officers were with Constantine, and Irene heard that others were daily crossing the water. For a moment she trembled, and thought of sending bishops to ask her son to allow her to retire into private life. But there remained one device. Among the courtiers with Constantine were some whom she had already compromised, and she sent a secret message to these men, to the effect that she would reveal their perfidy to the emperor if they remained with him. The stratagem succeeded. In the early morning of 15th August the emperor was brought, bound, to his palace and lodged in the Porphyra. and there, in the very palace in which he had been born, his eyes were brutally cut out by the knives of the soldiers at the 9th hour of the day. Some of the chroniclers observe that the work was done in such a way that the men really intended to kill Constantine. That is misleading, since it would have been perfectly easy to kill him, whereas we know that he lingered in confinement in the Therapia Palace for some years. The truth probably is that Irene's casuistry permitted the horrible mutilation, but forbade the murder of her son. But her agents probably concluded that if they accidentally and unintentionally killed Constantine, there would be few tears shed. It would be difficult to find a parallel to this horrible deed in the long story of the pagan empresses, and we press on to the conclusion of Irene's reign. For several years she continued to rule the empire in peace and prosperity. One or two feeble revolts were made, and more eyes were cut from their sockets, but the year 799 opened with little sign of trouble. Decrees went forth in the name of Irene, the great king and autocrat of the Romans. She built convents and established charitable foundations. She gladdened the hearts of the poor by remitting taxes and import duties, and scattering money amongst them as she rode to church in a golden chariot drawn by 4 white horses, the reins of each held by one of the highest dignitaries of the empire. The Pope blessed her. He had put out the eyes of his predecessor, and the great Charlemagne sent legates to ask her hand in marriage. And the blind emperor lingered in his palace prison with his faithful Theodote, waiting for the thunder of Jupiter. In the year 800, the shadow of the Avenger seemed to come over the palace. Irene had 2 powerful ministers, Stauracius, who had of course returned from the service of the altar, and Aetius, and their quarrels filled the palace and the heart of Irene with bitterness. In 799 she had been dangerously ill, and their intrigues had doubled. She recovered, and Stauracius determined to make a bold attempt to secure the purple. His conspiracy was discovered, and Irene, holding a council in the gold-roofed dining hall, decreed that no military officer was to approach Stauracius. The sentence seems mild, but the truth was that, in spite of doctors and priests who lied to him even as he spat blood, Stauracius was dying. He passed away in June, and Aetius commanded the palace. The end came in 802. Aetius had frustrated the proposal of a marriage of Charlemagne and Irene, who seems to have favored it. She was still only in her 50th year. Because he designed to secure the purple for his brother, and thus maintain his position. But the legates of Charlemagne lingered in Constantinople, and witnessed the fall of the great empress. On the evening of 31st October, 802, when Irene lay ill in her Eleutherian palace, a group of nobles and officers knocked at the door of the chalk and summoned the guard. They had, they said, been sent by Irene to put Nicephorus, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, on the throne. She wished to forestall Aetius. In the darkness and confusion they were admitted, and they took possession of the palace, and set guards round the Eleutherian palace. Almost before dawn the next morning they conveyed Nicephorus to the great church to be crowned. And although Irene's liberality had won the people, and they gathered in the square to damn Nicephorus and the archbishop, and raise cheers for Irene, they were powerless. The nobles and officers were resolved to tolerate the insolence of Aetius no longer. Irene, sick and dispirited, was incapable of making one of those spurts of energy or astute stratagems which had so often saved her. When the hypocritical Nicephorus came to visit her in her apartments, she quietly begged that she might be permitted to end her days in her Eleutherian palace. He had often been a guest at her table, and grossly deceived her. Even the nobles were yet to learn what a brute they had put on the throne. He promised that if she would swear on the cross to give up the whole of the imperial treasure, she should retire to her palace. It was believed that treasure was hidden in various places in that labyrinth of palaces. Even the blind Constantine was brought forth to say in which wall a certain treasure was hidden. Irene swore her last oath, gave a list of the hiding places, and was promptly imprisoned in a monastery she had built on the Prince's Islands, a group of small islands in view of the palace on the Sea of Marmora. Constantinople seems to have been deeply moved, and a month later she was removed to a dismal prison on the island of Lesbos. There, under a strong guard, rigorously isolated from her friends, she spent 9 miserable months reflecting on the strange career she had run since she had left Athens in the pride of her youth and beauty. She died on 9th August, 803, and was buried in her monastery on the Prince's Islands. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 7, Part 1. Saint Theodora. From the Most Pious Irene we proceed, after a passing glance at the half-dozen empresses of less fame who come between them, to a notable empress whose memory has actually been enshrined in the list of the canonized. Byzantine piety has at times assumed such peculiar features in the course of our story that we will not leap to the conclusion that at length we reach a woman in whom modern taste will find a realization of its standards. The restoration of the images of the Virgin and the founding of monasteries were in those days arguments powerful enough to silence the importunities of the devil's advocate. Theodora will be found to have ways that the modern woman may or may not admire, but will assuredly not be encouraged to imitate. Yet it will be something to meet a powerful Byzantine empress whose hands are not stained with blood, and from her romantic elevation to her tragic fall, the story of Saint Theodora will prove of no little interest. We have left Irene dying of a broken heart in her island prison, while the perfidious Nicephorus wantons on her wealth in the sacred palace. Since no wife is associated with him in the chronicles, it is not ours to determine whether he really was the sink of all the vices, as the ecclesiastical writers say, or whether his anti-clerical spirit and his refusal to persecute heretics have not loaded the scales against him. The example of Charlemagne, who maintained an imperial harem in the heart of Christendom, seems to have affected him. When he had commanded for his son Stauracius one of those beauty shows by which the Byzantine court often selected a royal bride, and 3 blushing and beautiful maidens were presented for his final decision, he is said to have appropriated 2 of them and imposed the 3rd on his son. The new empress Theophano was an Athenian girl, a relative of Irene. But though she was not devoid of ambition, fate did not afford her the opportunity enjoyed by Irene. Nicephorus fell in war after a reign of 9 years, and his skull, tastefully mounted in silver, became a favorite drinking cup of the king of Bulgaria. But his son Stauracius was gravely wounded in the same battle, and was borne back to the city in a litter in a dangerous condition. Theophano, who was childless, saw the crown slipping from her hands as soon as she had obtained it. The emperor's sister, Procopia, was married to the chief governor of the palace, a very handsome, amiable, black-haired youth, not wanting in popularity, and the soldiers and senators whispered too loudly that he was fit to wear the purple. Stauracius from his sickbed petulantly ordered that the bright eyes of Michael should be cut out, and that the imperial power should pass to Theophano. Within a few weeks the army turned upon its helpless sovereign and lodged him in a monastery. Theophano passed from the palace to a nunnery and lost the beautiful hair which had so recently helped to win her a throne. But it should be added, for the credit of Michael, that he enabled her to soften the disappointment with all the comfort that a large fortune could afford a woman with sacred vows. Even more romance is packed into the brief story of the Empress Procopia. Rising with her father Nicephorus from the level of court officials to the imperial rank, she had married the handsome superintendent of the palace, and had, after a fortunate escape from the vindictiveness of her brother, or of Theophano, been crowned mistress of the Roman world in the gold-roofed triclinon on 2nd October, 811. To her the fates seemed to open a long and glorious career. Her husband had neither grit nor judgment, and she virtually undertook the administration of the empire. Unhappily, she illustrated in a fatal degree the proverbial subservience of women to priests and monks. The policy of Nicephorus was reversed. The Church smiled under a shower of gold, while the heretics were lashed into sullen defiance in the provinces. Officers and nobles looked with disdain and irritation on this revival of clericalism, and even concerted a plot to bring the eyeless sons of Constantine VI to the throne from their distant priestly homes. When, in the year 812, Procopia drove out at the head of the troops who were marching against the Bulgarians, the soldiers murmured, and the simple-minded Michael, as a contemporary calls him, was insulted. And when, in the following spring, Michael, relying on his spiritual advisers for carnal warfare, was ignominiously beaten by the Bulgarians, the soldiers offered the crown to a vigorous Armenian officer and marched on the city. Thus, in less than 2 years, Procopia forfeited the power which, she believed, she had used so admirably. Her mild and timid husband returned to the capital to tell her that he proposed to resign and avoid a civil war. She raged in vain at his pusillanimity. The chroniclers tell us in particular that she dwelt with strong invective on the notion of this unlettered officer's wife appearing in the purple. While they discussed, the army reached Constantinople, and they fled, with their children, to a chapel in the palace grounds near the sea. The end was ruthless and inevitable. Michael, who was little feared, was clothed with the monastic habit which befitted him, and placed on one of the prince's islands in the Sea of Marmora, from which so many kings and princes were to gaze upon the palace they had lost. His elder son was castrated. Procopia was shorn and clothed with the hated black dress of a nun, and deprived of all her property. She lived for a few miserable years with her daughters in a convent on the fringe of the city. The Empress Theodosia, wife of Leo the Armenian, who now ascended the throne, hardly merited all the disdain with which Procopia had depicted her in the imperial robes. She was the daughter of Arcibaris, an officer and patrician of such rank and culture that there had been an attempt to put him on the throne in the reign of Nicephorus. One of the chroniclers, however, speaks incidentally of Leo's incestuous marriage, and we may assume that there was something wrong in the connection. It matters little, as Theodosia remains in complete obscurity during her husband's 7-year reign. Only in the last week does she make her first and last appearance in history. In spite of a sincere desire to reform the empire, and the most energetic measures to purify and strengthen it, Leo became unpopular. Reformers were rarely popular at Constantinople, and Leo had the additional disadvantage of favoring the iconoclasts. When fiery monks denounced his maxim of universal toleration, he resorted to violence, and hands and feet began to fall under the axes of his soldiers. At last he discovered that the count of his guards, Michael, was at the head of a conspiracy, and, he is said, many historians refuse to believe the statement, to have ordered that Michael be cast forthwith into the furnace which heated the baths of the palace. It was Christmas Eve, and the Empress was horrified to learn that the feast was to be desecrated in this way. As the soldiers conducted Michael through the palace, she rushed from her bed, with flying locks and disordered dress, and fell upon Leo like a bacchante. He sullenly postponed the execution, muttering, "You and the children will see what comes of keeping me from sin." Michael was fettered and confined, and Leo retired with the key of the fetters in his breast. The unknown story of Theodosia, daughter of Arsaberes, ends in a thrilling page of romance. Leo slept little, the fear that he had blundered tormenting him, and at last he went in the dead of night to the chamber in which Michael was confined. To his surprise, he found Michael sleeping on the jailer's bed, instead of being chained to the wall. He retired to consider the matter, but it seems that he took no steps, and in the early morning he went to the chapel to chant matins with the clergy. Now a page, who had been lying in a corner of Michael's cell, had noticed the purple slippers of the man who had entered. He at once wakened Michael and his friendly jailer, and a message was hastily sent to friends in the city, threatening to betray them to Leo if they did not deliver Michael at once. It was, as I said, the depth of winter. It was now Christmas morning, and a group of singers were to enter the palace in the early hours to join with Leo in singing the service. Leo had a resonant voice, of which he was very proud. With these singers, hooded and cloaked with fur, the conspirators mingled, and made their way to the chapel, concealing their swords. They stood perplexed in the dim and cold chapel, as Leo had drawn his fur hood over his head and was unrecognizable, until at last his sonorous voice rang out, and their swords gleamed in the light of the lamp. Leo, a very powerful man, seized the cross and defended himself for a time, but soon fell dead to the ground. Theodosia was turned adrift in the desolate empire. Her 4 boys were castrated, one dying under the brutal mutilation, and Michael the Stammerer, instead of passing to the furnace, sat on the golden throne even before the fetters could be struck from his feet. The reign of Michael introduces us at length to the woman whose name stands at the head of this chapter. Michael was the son of a Phrygian peasant, knowing more about pigs and mules than about Greek letters, says the indignant chronicler, and had risen from the lowest rank of the army. He had in early years married the daughter of an officer, though we may smile at the legend that Thecla was bestowed upon him because some soothsayer had foretold his fortune. Thecla had enjoyed a year or 2 of splendor, and passed away, leaving a son and daughter. Second marriages were not favored by the clergy and monks, and it is said that Michael secretly arranged with the senators that they should press him to marry again. But when we find that he married a nun, we can hardly suppose that he was disposed to fear the clergy. His second empress, Euphrosyne, has made no mark in history, yet she is interesting. It will be remembered that 20 years earlier the son of Irene had divorced his wife Maria, and sent her and her young daughters into a convent. It was one of these daughters who, after spending 20 years' placid existence in a religious house during all the storms that had swept through the palace, was recalled to the world, relieved of her vows by the patriarch, and married to the boorish Michael. After 4 or 5 years' further enjoyment of the palace, Michael was carried off by dysentery, and left the empire to Euphrosyne and her stepson Theophilus. Here begins the story of the sainted Theodora, and ends the brief visit of Euphrosyne to the brighter world. When Theophilus ascended the throne in 829, he is said to have been a widower, although still young. The chroniclers persistently state that the youngest of his 5 daughters married one of his officers a few years after his accession. and the only solution of this singular puzzle is said to be that an earlier wife had died and left him with several girls. He was not, at all events, married when he was crowned in 829, and with the aid of Euphrosyne he sought a consort. Once more matrimonial commissioners searched the city and the provinces, and every father of a beautiful girl hastened to display her charms to the imperial examiners. Some writers would confine the scrutiny to the city of Constantinople, but the fact that Theodora came from the distant province of Paphlagonia confirms the statement of George the Monk that the imperial commissioners traveled through all regions of the empire in search of a perfect bride. The utmost that panegyric has been able to say of Theodora's parents, Marinus and Theoclista, is that they were not ignoble. We may assume that, like the Empress Maria, the mother of Euphrosyne, she was discovered in some obscure village of Asia Minor, and conducted with fluttering heart to the court of the great king. Euphrosyne added a picturesque feature to the competition. She arranged the elite of the candidates in a line in the hall of one of the palaces, gave Theophilus a golden apple, and bade him give the apple to the lady of his choice. He first approached a maiden named Cassia, or Cassia, who was not only the most beautiful of them all, but had some repute for poetical talent. "How much evil has come through woman," said the imperial prig, improvising a Greek verse. "Yet how many better things have come from woman," the young poetess modestly retorted in verse. To her great mortification he passed on, apparently displeased with her ready tongue, and gave the apple to Theodora. Cassia retired to a nunnery and to the composition of hymns, and Theodora was, on Whitsunday 830, married and crowned by the Patriarch Antony in the historic chapel of St. Stephen. Euphrosyne returned to her convent immediately after the coronation. Some authorities say that she was dismissed by Theophilus, others that she retired voluntarily. It is not improbable that 20 years of religious life had made her a real nun at heart, and she retired the moment she was relieved of those reasons of state which had interrupted her solitude. During the 13 years of the reign of Theophilus, the empress bore her children and confined herself to the gynoecium as a good empress should. 2 sons and 5 daughters are assigned to her, but, as I said, some if not all of these daughters of Theophilus seem to have had an earlier mother. Maria is described as the youngest, yet about the year 832, 2 or 3 years after the marriage of Theodora, she married the commander Alexis. She died shortly afterwards. Theodora had been piously educated in the Orthodox faith, and it is piquant to read the approving language of the religious writers when they describe her duping her husband and breaking her oath to him. Cardinal Baronius, who is endorsed by the Bollandists, calls her the glory and ornament of holy womanhood, the unique example of exalted holiness in the East. We shall follow these distinguished authorities on sanctity with some hesitation when we afterwards find Theodora encouraging her son in vice in order that he may leave the administration to her and the clergy, and permitting him to hold drunken suppers with his mistress in her palace. But the worldly-minded biographer must be less enthusiastic than they even about her earlier actions. The first anecdote told of her is that the emperor one day noticed a heavily laden ship making for the port of Constantinople, and learned that it belonged to Theodora. He went down in great anger to the quay, and ordered the ship and its cargo to be burned. "God made me emperor," he cried, "and my wife and Augusta has made me a ship owner." The Bollandists merely enlarge at this point on the naughtiness of princes who wish to monopolize trade for their own profit. But I think that a better defense of Theodora can be imagined. The young empress was probably blameless. It was a custom of courtiers to evade the duties on imports by trading in the name of the empress, and Theodora would hardly understand the matter sufficiently to refuse her name at once. The genial critic will also regard with some indulgence her petty mendacities in regard to the beloved images which she cherished in secret. One day her jester, or half-witted page, came suddenly into her room and found her embracing the forbidden statues. She told him that they were dolls, and Dendarus went at once to tell Theophilus of the pretty dolls with which his wife played in secret. Theophilus angrily started from the table and went to her room. The fool was mistaken, she cried. She and her maids had been looking in a mirror, and the boy had taken their images in the mirror to be dolls. Theophilus was not convinced. Little more could be learned from the page, who had been flogged by Theodora and told to hold his tongue about dolls, so that whenever Theophilus asked him, he said, "Hush, Emperor, nothing about dolls." But his young daughters also now began to speak of dolls, especially when they returned from visits to Theodora's mother, who had a palace at Gastria across the water. He learned from them that the old lady kept a chest full of pretty dolls, which they were encouraged to kiss and embrace when they visited her. The visits were immediately stopped, and Theodora was compelled to take the most sacred oaths that she would never favor the worship of images. Like Irene, she did so with mental reservation. The long and vigorous reign of Theophilus ended sadly. Unsuccessful in war, indiscreet at home, and at war with the clergy, he wasted his talent in adding to the luxury of the court. He found a wonderful mechanic and engaged him to fill the palace with expensive toys that seemed to enhance the imperial dignity. Before Solomon's throne in the Magnaura Palace were set lions of gilded bronze which would rise and roar at the approach of foreign ambassadors. Golden trees with golden singing birds, invisible organs, and all kinds of mechanical barbarities were added to the rare furniture of the palace. New palaces also were built in the grounds, a semicircular hall with roof of gold and doors of bronze and silver, fountains which gave aromatic wine from their silver pipes on feast days, summer palaces and chapels completely lined with the choicest marbles and mosaics. A superb palace was raised on the Asiatic shore in imitation of the Caliph's palace at Baghdad, and the palace at Blackernay in the cool northern suburb now spread over a vast domain. But with all this facile splendor, Theophilus was conscious that he failed to hold the ever-pressing enemies of the empire, and he became morose and diseased. Theodora seems to have kept his affection to the end. In an earlier year she had detected him in criminal intimacy with one of her maids, and he had asked her forgiveness with great humility. His last act was a brutal murder in her interest. The noble Theophobos, who was married to the emperor's sister Helena, was in jail on some suspicion. Theophilus feared that he might aspire to the throne, and ordered the head of the unfortunate noble to be brought to him. He died in January 842, leaving the empire to Theodora and her infant son Michael. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 7. Saint Theodora, Part 2. Theodora now had supreme power, and her first care was to restore the worship of images, in spite of her heavy oaths to Theophilus. In this she needed diplomacy as well as casuistry, since the learned patriarch John, as well as the majority of the senators, were opposed to images. There was, moreover, a council of regency, consisting of 3 of the abler officials of the court. The first of them, Theoclistos, the eunuch keeper of the purple ink, was an official of some ability, and so devoted to Theodora that, in spite of his condition, the gossip of the city associated the saint and the eunuch in a most unedifying manner. The second member was Manuel, an uncle of Theodora and an iconoclast. The third, her brother Bardas, a man of equal ability and unscrupulousness, who could be relied upon either to worship or to break an image according to his interest. It was to this man, in spite of notoriously immoral life, that Theodora entrusted the tutorship of the young prince, and there cannot be the slightest doubt that Michael was deliberately educated in vice and sensuality in order to divert his attention from political power. Saint Theodora was to be the mother of the Nero of the Eastern Empire. The first step was taken in the restoration of images shortly after the beginning of the Regency. Michael fell dangerously ill, and at one time he was believed to be dead. The monks came from the great monastery of Studion, the most fiery center of orthodoxy, to pray over the remains of the iconoclast, a singular procedure, and it was presently announced that he had miraculously recovered his life and was converted to the worship of images. In this new zeal, he pressed the empress to remove the impious restriction on piety, and for a time she resisted, pleading the sanctity of her oath. Knowing Constantinople as we do, we have little difficulty in regarding the whole procedure as a comedy. At length a council was summoned in the house of Theoclistos, and the reform was sanctioned. The Patriarch John was now ordered to convoke a synod. He refused, and the way in which that obstacle was removed so well illustrates the character of Constantinople, if not of Theodora, that it is worth describing. John was one of the most learned men of his time, a genius in physical science and mechanical art. His rationalistic opposition to the popular cult of relics and statues, however, gave a dark aspect to his learning, and he was commonly regarded as a magician and a secret libertine. Men told each other of the subterraneous chamber which he had in his brother's house for entertaining nuns and other pretty women. In reality, he seems to have been a learned and conscientious man, and even when Bardas cruelly flogged him, he refused to submit to the empress's wish and relieve her from her oath. The report was given out from the palace that he had inflicted the marks of the scourge on himself, and had even attempted to commit suicide. He was at once deposed and confined in a monastery, and when it was reported to Theodora, no doubt falsely, that he had there pricked the eyes out of a picture of Christ, she angrily sentenced him to lose his own eyes and to receive 200 strokes of the loaded scourge. He had been one of the chief pillars of her husband's reign. His friends, I may add, retorted by accusing the new patriarch Methodius of rape, but decency prevents me from describing how the archbishop happily escaped the charge by proving in open court that St. Peter had miraculously relieved him from temptations of the flesh many years before. The new patriarch convoked a synod, and crowds of monks flocked to Constantinople from all parts to encourage the good work, and march through the streets of Constantinople under their sacred ensigns. Theodora surprised the bishops and abbots, as they sat in conclave, by demanding that they should issue a guarantee that her husband was absolved from his sins. It was a dangerous precedent, and they protested that they had no power to give such an assurance. Theodora then explained that she had presented a sacred image to Theophilus in his last hour, and that he had embraced it fervently. Modern historians are ungallant enough to disbelieve her story, and no doubt there were many at the time who distrusted Theodora's casuistic ability. But when she proceeded to hint that image worship would not be restored unless they satisfied her, they decreed that the sins of Theophilus had been undone by repentance. At the conclusion of the synod, Theodora entertained the holy men in her Carian palace, or palace built entirely of the famous Carian marble, at Blackernay. Near the end of the banquet, when the cakes and sweets were being served, her eye fell on the grim, disfigured face of the religious poet Theophanes. He had come from Palestine to Constantinople during her husband's reign to fight for the images, and Theophilus had sent him into exile with no less than 12 lines of bad verse tattooed on his face, announcing that he was a wretched vessel of superstition. Theophanes marked the tearful gaze of the empress, and impetuously cried that he would not forget to ask the judgment of God on Theophilus for the outrage. "Is this the way you keep your promise?" she exclaimed excitedly, and the bishops had to intervene and appease her and the martyr. This restoration of image worship seems to be the one virtue which ensured for Theodora a place in the Greek canon of the saints on 11th February. That she led a chaste life we need not doubt for a moment. The rumor of amorous relations with Theoclistus is foolish gossip, and a man named Gibo, who afterwards claimed to be her natural son, was either an impostor or a lunatic. But the shallowness of her piety and weakness of her moral character are too plainly revealed in the debauching of her son by her own brother, into whose care she gave the young emperor. The historian Finlay observes that, in the series of Byzantine emperors from Leo III to Michael III, only 2 proved utterly unfit for the duties of their station, and both appear to have been corrupted by the education they received from their mothers. When we reflect on the strange types of men whom the disordered life of the empire brought to the throne, this is a terrible impeachment of Irene and Theodora, and it is a just impeachment. No man was less fit than her brother Bardas to train a youth, and the only conceivable palliation of Theodora's guilt is that she wished to retain power in the interest of the Church. How even that hope was mocked, and the rule of her son ended in debauchery and murder in her own house, we have next to consider. For some 10 years the empire enjoyed comparative peace and prosperity. The Bulgarians, learning that a woman and a child ruled the empire, made inflated demands, but Theodora met them with admirable firmness and averted war. Her only grave blunder was the ruthless persecution of heresy. She sent officers to convert the masses of Paulicians in the eastern provinces, and whether with her consent or no, they perpetrated horrible butcheries in the name of religion and engendered a civil war. Then, as Michael approached his 16th year, a series of terrible internal troubles and disorders set in. Gladly following the example of his tutor Bardas, the young emperor fell in love with the beautiful daughter of a high official of the court named Inger. Eudocia Ingerina is described by one of the writers of the court of Constantine VII, her grandson, as one of the most beautiful and most modest women of her time. The course of this narrative will show that she was, as most of the chroniclers say, one of the most dissolute women of the time, second only to Theodora's daughter Thecla. Whether she betrayed her laxity even at this early age, or whether Theodora merely dreaded an alliance of her son with a distinguished officer, we cannot confidently say. The chroniclers suggest that she was already the lover of Michael, and that Theodora and Theoclistus interfered. They compelled Michael to marry another Eudocia, daughter of the patrician Decapolita. We do not know the fate of this lady, and may trust that she did not live to see the more sordid phases of her husband's life. It seems that very shortly after the marriage he resumed his relations with the daughter of Inger. Bardas now began to force his ambition more openly and get rid of the members of the Council of Regency. He first, by means of Theoclistus, drove his uncle Manuel into private life, and then turned upon Theoclistus, who ventured to remonstrate with him about his notorious liaison with his own daughter-in-law. Fearing for his life, Theoclistus built a house close to the palace, communicating with it by an iron door, which was carefully guarded, and continued to administer the empire in conjunction with Theodora. There is some indication that Theodora's three sisters, Sophia, Maria, and Irene, also had some share in the administration. Bardas pointed out to his pupil that he was improperly excluded by them, and suggested that Theodora intended to marry Theoclistus and have Michael's eyes put out. When, therefore, Theoclistus next went to read his report to Theodora, he was intercepted by a group of the servants of Bardas, who, in the name of the emperor, demanded his papers. A scuffle took place, and Theoclistus was imprisoned, and presently murdered in his cell. One of the chroniclers would have us believe that one of Theodora's daughters actually witnessed the murder on behalf of her brother. Theodora was beside herself when the news reached her that her favorite minister had been murdered. She is described as roaming about the palace with disheveled hair, weeping and upbraiding her son and brother. The natural result was that they decided to remove her, and she saw that her rule had come to an end. She summoned the senators and laid before them a financial statement of the affairs of the empire. She had so well husbanded the funds left by Theophilus that a store of gold and silver, amounting to many million pounds of our coinage, besides chests of jewels and other treasure, were at the disposal of the state. I tell you this, she shrewdly added, in order that you may not readily believe my son the emperor, if, when I have quitted the palace, he tells you that I left it empty. She saluted the senators, laid down her power, and quitted the imperial palace. But Michael and Bardas were not content. As Theodora and her daughters went to the palace at Blachernae, they were arrested by her elder brother Petronus, shorn of their hair, and confined in the dress of nuns in the Carian palace at Blachernae. They continued, however, to regard the proceedings at court with close interest, and were transferred to the palace monastery of Gastria across the water. From her near exile, Theodora watched the next dramatic phase of the quarrel. It was in the year 856, apparently, that Theoclistus was murdered, and she forced to resign, and the next 10 years witnessed a repellent development of Michael's vices. He had passed into history under the name of Michael the Drunkard, but drunkenness was not the worst of his vices. He lived in open association with Eudocia Ingarina, and filled the palace with scenes that had been banished from Roman life with the death of Nero. The only point that can be urged in favor of Byzantine morals is that the drastic legislation and action of earlier emperors had checked the spread of unnatural vice. Apart from this, Michael the Drunkard ranks with Nero and Caligula, and in respect of some kinds of grossness surpasses them. Only the more repellent pages of Zola's La Terre offer an analogy to the coarse practices which Michael rewarded in the abominable circle he gathered about him. It is enough to say that the filthiest of his friends dressed in the vestments of the archbishop, and had 11 followers dressed as metropolitan bishops, that they used the sacred vessels with a mixture of mustard and vinegar for their parody of the Mass, and that they paraded the streets on asses in this guise, and hailed the patriarch himself with obscene cries and gestures. The treasures left by Theodora were soon dissipated on these ruffians and on Michael's favorite charioteers, and the golden curiosities made by Theophilus were melted down to eke out the failing exchequer. And when Michael was told that the enemies of the empire were once more pressing on its narrowed frontiers, he callously ordered that the line of signal fires, which were wont to announce the inroad of the enemy from the distant provinces, should be abandoned, so that his chariot races might not be interrupted. Such was the spectacle which Theodora had to contemplate for 10 weary years. Nor can she have been unconscious how deeply she was responsible for it. At length, in 866, the infamous career of her brother came to a close, and she was free to return to the court. A new favorite had arisen and displaced Bardas. A handsome groom in the imperial service, Basil the Macedonian, had caught the fancy of Michael. When Bardas one day denounced a noble for not saluting him in the street, as he passed in the gorgeous robe of a Caesar, a dignity to which Michael raised him in 865, the noble was deposed from office and Basil put in his place. Basil was married, but the besotted emperor forced him to divorce his wife and marry Eudocia Ingerina, and as Michael retained Eudocia as his own mistress, he brought his willing sister Thecla from her nunnery and made her the mistress of Basil. Bardas was now alarmed, and perceived that either he or Basil must die. I need not enter into the sordid details. Enough to say that Basil and Michael decoyed the Caesar from the city after a solemn oath on the cross and the sacrament, which were held before them by the patriarch, that they had no design on his life, and murdered him. This occurred on Whit Monday, 866. On the following Saturday, Basil was crowned and anointed co-emperor of the Romans. To this blood-stained and sordid court Theodora did not hesitate to return as soon as Bardas was slain. One of the chroniclers tells an anecdote which would, if one dare reproduce it in full, give some idea of the atmosphere which she breathed. Michael one day summoned her to come and receive the blessing of the patriarch, who was with him. She entered and bent in observant reverence before the vested figure beside her son, and she was, to the loud delight of Michael, startled by an outrage that the rudest peasant would hardly suffer to be offered to his mother. It was the infamous mock patriarch Gryllus, perpetrating his coarsest joke. This, however, seems to have occurred before her abdication, and she seems, after the murder of Bardas, to have lived chiefly in the Anthemian palace across the water. Unfortunately, the last scene in the squalid reign of her son shows that she still tolerated his excesses. Basil, in turn, had seen a new favorite arise and threaten his hope of inheriting the empire. In a drunken fit, Michael had put his purple slippers on a vulgar servant, a man who had formerly rowed in the galleys, for praising his chariot driving, and brutally observed to the tearful Eudocia, who sat beside him, that the man was more fit for the purple than her husband. Basil, if not Eudocia, concluded that the emperor must be assassinated, and before long Theodora provided them with an opportunity. I am not for a moment suggesting that Theodora was aware of their intention, but this last appearance of hers on the stage of history is a painful close of her career. She invited Michael to sup and stay at her palace after he had spent a day hunting on the Asiatic side of the water. Such an invitation might be innocent, even virtuous, if there were a design to separate the young emperor from his associates, and, perhaps, endeavor to counsel him. But we find that his usual court accompanied him, and the evening was spent in drunken debauch. The new favorite, Basilicius, and Michael were put to bed in a drunken condition. Basil, with whom was Eudocia, had slipped from the room and tampered with the fastenings of their doors, and in the middle of the night Theodora awoke to hear the clash of swords and cries of hurrying men. Michael and Basilicius had been murdered, and Basil and Eudocia were hastening to Constantinople to secure the palace. The last glimpse we have of Saint Theodora is when she and her daughters convey the remains of the wretched emperor to the city for interment in the great marble tombs of the kings. It was the autumn of 866, and as the Greek Church celebrates her festival on 11th February, we may assume that she lived a few months afterwards in sad, if not penitent, obscurity. Few in modern times, even of those who share her creed, would venture to describe her as the glory and ornament of her sex. No woman of high character could have been betrayed into the criminal blunders which Theodora committed, however exalted she may have considered her ultimate aim to be. Yet we may grant that she was rather tainted by the pitiful casuistry of her time than evil in disposition, and the historical memorial of her life work is a sufficiently terrible punishment of her errors. It remains briefly to dismiss the Empresses Eudocia and Thecla. On the morning after the murder, Eudocia in Verina sat proudly by the side of her husband, in the glorious robes and jewels of a reigning empress, as he went to the great church to consecrate his empire to Christ. She enjoyed her dignity for about 15 years, but the only incident recorded of her is that she was detected by her husband in a liaison with a steward of the table. Thecla was discarded at the death of her brother, and passed to less exalted lovers. Some years after his accession, she sent a servant with a petition to Basil. "Who lives with your mistress at present?" the emperor cynically asked. "Neotocomites," the man promptly replied. Neotocomites was flogged and put in a monastery, and Thecla was flogged and robbed of the greater part of her fortune. It is the last glimpse we have of the family of Saint Theodora. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avahi in September 2020. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 8. The Wives of Leo the Philosopher. Basil the Macedonian, or Basil the Groom, son of a Macedonian peasant of Armenian extraction, enjoyed his imperial wealth and made excellent use of his imperial power during nearly 20 years. His story is not one to encourage the venerable adage that honesty is the best policy. But we have dismissed his empress, Eudocia in Verina, whose only known features are great beauty and equally great license in love, and we pass on to review the remarkable series of empresses whom his son successively married. I say his son, but no historian doubts that Leo VI was really the son of Michael the Drunkard. The temper of Eudocia in Verina had been so accommodating that royal genealogists have to indulge largely in arithmetical calculation in order to determine the paternity of her children, or the maternity of Basil's children. Briefly, Basil's eldest son, Constantine, was probably a child of the poor Maria, who had been sent back to Macedonia with her pockets full of gold, but he died before his father and will not interest us. The second son, Leo, was almost certainly the son of Michael and Eudocia, who had been transferred in a state of pregnancy from the embraces of the emperor to the embraces of his groom. The third and fourth sons, Alexander and Stephen, were presumably born of Basil and Eudocia, and the 4 daughters must, in despair, be distributed over the group of parents. When Leo had reached the age of 15 or 16, his elder brother having died 2 years before, Basil and Eudocia sought him a wife, and we are at last so fortunate as to meet a really blameless empress, and one whose title to her place in the calendar of the saints will not be disputed by the most irreverent historians of modern times. Saint Theophano has, moreover, been revealed to us more fully in recent years by the publication of ancient Greek manuscripts that were unknown in the days of Gibbon. That they enlarge her virtues and attenuate the vices of her husband is only what we should expect in Byzantine writers of the time, but they enable us to give a satisfactory portrait of an imperial saint, and to set it in pleasant contrast to the figures of her contemporaries and successors. Theophano is a stray lily in a garden of roses. The first wife of Leo was the very pretty and pious daughter of a distinguished noble of the city, Constantinus Martinacius. Her mother had died in her early years, but her education had proceeded on lines of the most orthodox piety, and she had a genius for assimilating its ascetic prescriptions. The piety of her father, however, did not prevent him from putting forward his 15-year-old daughter, when, in the winter of 881 to 882, Basil and Eudocia sought a mate for Leo. The city and provinces were, as usual, scoured by the special matrimonial commissioners, and Theophano was one of the dozen maids introduced into the great palace for inspection. Eudocia, a good judge, reviewed them in the Magnora palace, and selected Theophano and 2 others. Eudocia's high birth probably gave her some advantage over the obscure Athenian girl and another rival who ran her close in the competition. She was exhibited to Basil, and he at once placed a ring on her young finger and ordered Leo to marry her. Much subsequent evil might have been avoided if the youth had been consulted. Either the excessive piety of Theophano was distasteful to him, or he had already set his mind on another lady. But Basil was never indulgent to Leo, whom he must have regarded as Michael's son, and the children were married with all the splendid ceremony which the Emperor Constantine describes for us, and entered upon their duty of sustaining the dynasty. The pious Theophano soon found that life in a court was not a mere monotonous round of ceremonies. The chief friend and adviser of Basil was a compatriot, that is to say, a Macedonian of Armenian origin, Armenian colonies having been transferred, on account of the Saracens, to Macedonia, named Stylianus Zauces, and Zauces had a pretty and lively daughter named Zoe. It is probable that Leo had contracted a boyish love of Zoe before he was forced to marry the young saint, and he was not of a nature to sacrifice the rose to the lily. Not very long after the marriage, Theophano complained to Basil, we learn from the life of Euthemius, that her husband was making love to Zoe. Leo naturally protests to the patriarch, and no doubt protested to Basil, that his admiration was platonic, but we shall see that he did not usually confine himself to that academic emotion. Basil believed the charge, caught Leo by the hair and flung him to the ground, and compelled Zoe to marry, out of hand, a man to whom she was more than indifferent. He was sowing a crop of tragedies. Eudocia died about this time, and the young Theophano took her place in the rich ceremonial of the court, walking in the endless processions and being borne in the golden litter, drawn by white horses, to the great church and the lesser shrines and palaces. Her new dignity cannot have lasted many months, when a fresh and more furious storm broke upon her virtue, and she bore herself admirably. The second most intimate friend and counsellor of Basil was the abbot Theodore of Santa Baris in Phrygia, a very enterprising and peculiar monk. He was a master of magic, and was regarded with the greatest awe by the emperor. Leo ventured to urge on Basil that the man was an impostor and humbug, and the chroniclers say that the abbot turned vindictively on Leo. No one was allowed to have weapons in the company of the emperor, but Theodore persuaded Leo that, if he kept a knife concealed in his boot when he was hunting with Basil, he might be able in an emergency to render a service and disarm Basil's anger. Leo hid a knife in his boot, and the monk promptly advised Basil to search the prince, as he feared conspiracy. So from the palace Leo passed to prison, or confinement in the Pearl Palace, and Theophano went with her little daughter Eudocia to keep him company and impress on him the duty of resignation to the divine will. The chroniclers differ as to the length of the imprisonment. Some make it 3 months, and others 3 years. As Zauces and the senators intervened and begged Basil to reconsider his verdict, I prefer to accept the shorter term. One of the chroniclers tells us that the most effective pleader for Leo was a parrot kept in the palace, which someone taught to cry, "Poor Leo, poor Leo." At all events, Zauces and the Patriarch Photius and numbers of the senators insisted that Leo was innocent, and he was set at liberty. He was now the obvious heir to the throne. Basil could not put him aside in favor of a younger son without admitting his irregular parentage, and it is not unlikely that the old emperor had a regard for Theophano. For a few years, therefore, the young empress continued to rule the great palace, to which Basil had made superb additions, and to practice the high virtues which her husband so little appreciated. Then, in March 886, Basil left his purple robes to Leo, and Leo and his wife and child to the care of Zauces. The first concern of Leo the Philosopher, who was no philosopher at all, though he was well read in the letters of the time, was to seek Abbot Theodore of Santa Baris. The monk had prudently retired to a bishopric in remote Pontus before Leo came to the throne, but he was brought to Constantinople, deposed, scourged, and exiled to Athens, where his eyes were afterwards cut out. It was the punishment he had recommended Basil to inflict on Leo. As the Patriarch Photius was believed to have been in league with the monk-magician, he was also deposed, and Leo's younger brother, Stephen, was made archbishop. Leo's 4 sisters had already been turned into nuns by the prudent Basil, and there remained only the second brother, Alexander, who was content to await the hour for his own imperial debauch. Leo's next care was to renew his pleasant relations with the fascinating Zoe, the most beautiful woman of her age. A few added years would have merely ripened her charms, and her father regarded with complacency her promotion to the place of imperial concubine, and continued to discharge his functions as commander of the foreign guards, heteriarch. To Theophano only was it a grave affliction to find the palace enlivened by the fiery and beautiful Oriental. She endured the outrage for some years, patiently working at her embroidery for the altars and spending long hours in prayer, until her one child died in the winter of 892 to 893, and she begged Leo to allow her to retire to a convent, leaving him free to marry. Leo was not unwilling, but the Patriarch Euthemius foolishly refused to consecrate her, and she languished for a few months longer in her uncongenial world. The situation is illuminated by a passage in the Chronicles which leads up to the first plot on Leo's life. Sometime in 891, apparently, Leo and Zoe and Zauces, with other members of their family, went to stay at the Damian Palace in the suburbs, probably for a hunt. Theophano, the chroniclers say, was not with them. She was busy praying in the Blachernae Palace, to which she seems to have generally retired from the dissolute court. For some entirely obscure reason, Zoe's brother and his friends concerted a plot against the life of Leo. We can hardly suppose that it was a case of outraged brothers wiping out the dishonor of their sister, seeing that Zauces himself was a member of the house party. Whatever the cause was, Zoe, who was sleeping with Leo, heard whispering in the garden without, and, creeping to the window, learned that her brother Zauces and others were about to murder Leo. These are the sober details given in the Chronicles, but Byzantine history is so full of melodrama that we need not hesitate to accept them. She roused her lover, and they stole from the house and reached Constantinople. Leo suspected that Zauces himself had been privy to the plot, and was estranged from him for some months. This seems to have been the position during the early years of Leo's reign, his wife busy praying or mortifying her frail body in the quieter palace of Blachernae, while Leo floated over the sea of Marmora with Zoe in the great pleasure galleys he had constructed, or wantoned in his various palaces. Theophano died in the 7th year of his reign, on 10th November 893, according to de Boer's calculations, though her festival is celebrated by the Greek Church on 16th December. The modern mind would be little impressed by an account of the miracles which her remains are said to have wrought after death, nor can one read without a certain amusement that, in the words of a later emperor and most of the chroniclers, she deserved the aureole of sanctity by her freedom from jealousy and her patient endurance of the contempt of Zoe. The nobles of Constantinople would not be unwilling to see such virtues consecrated by the Church. There is, however, no doubt that the daughter of Constantinus Martinacius merited her place in the calendar of the Church, and she is one of the few blameless women to gratify the biographer of the empresses. From the saint we pass to the sinner, from the lilies and languors of virtue to the roses and raptures of vice. In the following year, Leo violated all decency by taking Zoe into the sacred palace. Her husband, the patrician Theodore Guniazica, died so opportunely that it was inevitably believed that he had been poisoned, and although the statement is no more than a rumor, and one may hesitate today to admit that an adulteress may easily become a poisoner, it cannot be said to be improbable. Leo now approached the patriarch Euthemius on the question of marrying Zoe, and the prelate again blundered, in too narrow a zeal for his ideals, and sternly resisted. He was removed to a monastery, and before the end of 894 Zoe was the legitimate empress of the Roman world. It was, however, only to enjoy a few more hours of pleasure in the gilded palace. Her father died in the spring of 896, and Zoe followed him in the autumn or winter of the same year, having worn the crown for 1 year and 8 months. For her, the ecclesiastical chroniclers have no praise. They affirm that, when men came to lay her remains in her marble sarcophagus, the words "miserable daughter of Babylon" were found to have been mysteriously carved on the stone. Beautiful, careless, and sensual as she was, one may doubt if a single stone could be flung at her if Leo had been allowed to consult his own heart at the time of his first marriage. Leo was now, in his 30th year, a widower for the second time, and he was little reconciled to that condition. Not only was his dissipated brother Alexander greedily waiting to occupy his throne, but an astrologer had assured Leo that he would yet have a son, and the message of the stars must be fulfilled. Third marriages, on the other hand, were subjected to grave ecclesiastical censure, and for several years the emperor did not venture to take the forbidden step. Indeed, when he did begin to speak of marriage, Zoe's relatives and other disappointed courtiers took alarm and plotted against his life. Her nephew Basil had his hair oiled and fired, and all the survivors of the Zaunzes family were driven from the city. The clearance made room for fresh courtiers, one of whom, a Saracen named Samonas, became the master of intrigue, which we almost invariably find in the palace in each generation. One instance of his wit will suffice to make him known and to illustrate life at the court. The commander Andronicus had taken alarm and fled to the Saracens. Leo had no wish to injure him, and he entrusted a message to that effect to a captive Saracen and bade him deliver it to Andronicus. In order to outwit Samonas, who did not wish the able officer to return and dispute his power, the message was ingeniously enclosed in a wax candle. Before he left Constantinople, however, Samonas told the Saracen that the candle contained a plot against his country, and it was never delivered to Andronicus. At the beginning of 899, Leo braved the censures of the clergy, and, apparently, sent out his commissioners in search of a bride. As a result, he married, probably at Easter, a beautiful maiden from the Opsikian district, the region of Asia Minor nearest to Constantinople, named Eudocia. To his great mortification, Eudocia gave birth to a boy, but both mother and child died immediately. The majority of Christian emperors would have resigned themselves to this third disappointment, but it seems to have increased Leo's determination. Most historians admit that it was not so much sensuality, which such a man as Leo could easily gratify, as the determination to have a son, which inspired Leo's defiance of the Church. Not impossibly, he also had regard to the complaisance of the Western clergy in face of the conduct of the great Frankish monarchs. It is conjectured by the Boer that Eudocia died about Easter in the year 900, and before the end of that, or in the following year, Leo began to look for another spouse. In place of the patriarch Euthemius, who had resisted his marriage to Zoe, he had appointed a certain Nicholas, an intimate friend of his in earlier years, and he expected the new prelate to be accommodating. Nicholas, however, violently opposed the idea of a fourth marriage, and a long and stormy struggle with the church party followed. On one occasion, a man attempted the life of the emperor in a church, and Alexander and Nicholas were strongly suspected of treachery, but no torture could wring a confession from the assailant. Leo took a first defiant step by again admitting a lady to the palace. Zoe Carbonopsina, as she was named, seems to have had a humble origin, since her son, the imperial historian Constantine Porphyrogenitus, cannot devise any genealogy for her. Diligent research, however, finds that she was related to the famous abbot Saint Epiphanius, the admiral Chimerius, and the patrician Nicholas, so that we must not imagine her as a flower transplanted by imperial commissioners from some rural garden. Her later career will confirm the impression she makes on her first entry into the pages of history as mistress of the emperor. She was a woman of great vigor and faint scruples, a less pleasant type of sinner than the Zoe who had preceded her in the halls of Daphne. We do not know how long Zoe lived in the palace as Leo's mistress, nor is it material to seek to determine. It is enough that in the course of the year 905 she promised to become a mother, and Leo renewed his effort to provide a legitimate heir to his throne. The confused and poorly written records of the time merely tantalize us with fragmentary or conflicting statements, and one must present a connected version of the accession to the throne of Zoe Carbonopsina with some hesitation. Apparently, Life of Euthemius, the patriarch Nicholas was at first not unfriendly. He blessed the womb which gave promise of an heir, ordered prayers in the churches, and met Zoe without a blush in the palace. These candid details need a short explanation. A bitter feud had set in between the followers of the deposed patriarch Euthemius and the followers of Nicholas, so that an admirer of the former may be trusted to say even more than the truth in regard to Nicholas. Leo seems to have promised the clergy that he would put away Zoe as soon as she gave him an heir to the throne. But the biographer of Euthemius professes to throw another light on the situation. A rising took place in the provinces, and Leo secured a letter which proved that Nicholas was involved in it. It was in order to avoid the consequences of this treachery that he submitted to Leo. A boy, the future emperor and writer Constantine Porphyrogenitus, saw the light in the course of the year 905, a comet appearing in the heavens in ominous conjunction at the time, and in the beginning of 906 he was solemnly baptized by the patriarch, and had his uncle Alexander and some of the highest senators as godfathers. The modern reader is amazed at the spirit which will permit the heads of church and state to gather thus, in their grandest robes, about the cradle of an illegitimate child, yet resist, even to death, a fourth marriage which might supply a legitimate heir to the imperial house. But Byzantine life will exhibit singular features to the end of its history. The child was baptized, and the clergy trusted to hear no more of marriage. To their great anger, Leo recalled Zoe to the palace, from which she had been temporarily removed, and found a priest to marry them. At the same time, Zoe was made Augusta and Basilissa, queen of the empire. The clergy now assailed Leo with every invective, and the patriarch forbade him to enter the church. One almost despairs of following the Constantinopolitans through their tangle of scruples and licenses, but we find that Leo met the prelate by entering the church at a side door and sitting in a part, apparently, where the singers used to take refreshments. He also sent a request that the Roman bishop and the 3 patriarchs of the East would pronounce upon the validity of his marriage. When they declared in his favor, and Nicholas still resisted, Samonas consulted his large faculty for intrigue. Indeed, we may confidently trace the counsel of that wily courtier, a great friend of Zoe, in the whole procedure. Nicholas was invited to dine at the Bucolian Palace, on the shore of the Sea of Marmora. In the middle of the banquet he was again pressed to withdraw, and again refused, and the chamberlain's servants dragged him down the stairs which led to the palace quay and shipped him to Asia. Euthemius now returned to the sea, and, after a decent show of reluctance, recognized the marriage of Zoe. Some of his admirers recount that he was directed in a vision to overrule the law of the Church. Others tell us that Leo compelled him by threatening to enact a law that every citizen might have, if he pleased, 3 or 4 simultaneous wives. If we change the word simultaneous into successive, we shall not be far from the truth. The adventurous career of Zoe Carbonopsina now ran quietly for a few years. Her boy flourished, and was, about 4 years later, associated in the purple with his father. The only event to ruffle the even flow of her pleasant life in the palace was one of those deadly feuds of rival courtiers which were of constant occurrence in the great palace. Samonas had introduced into her service a handsome Paphlagonian named Constantine, and, about the year 911, was alarmed to perceive that this man was supplanting him in the royal favor. He denounced Constantine to Leo for improper conduct with the empress. In another passage the chronicler has already described Constantine as a eunuch, and it is not the only occasion on which we find this strange charge against an empress in the chronicles. It may be added that another writer marries Constantine to a cousin of Zoe. Leo, at all events, was convinced, and ordered that Constantine be shaved and put in a monastery. He repented, however, and brought the eunuch back to the palace. In revenge, Samonas drew up a libellous writing on the emperor and secretly put it in the church. There was a great agitation in the palace, especially as an eclipse of the moon occurred at the height of the quarrel. Leo the philosopher trembled and sent for a bishop who was better versed than he in astrology. On this occasion the reader of the stars proved correct. When Samonas intercepted him and asked whether the darkening of the moon portended evil for him or for Leo, the bishop answered, "You." In a few days he was betrayed, and he exchanged his hope of the throne for the obscurity of a monastery. Leo died in the next year, commending his wife and child to the senators, who swore tearful oaths to protect her and the boy from any misconduct on the part of his successor and younger brother Alexander. But Alexander made no opposition when, as soon as he had ascended the throne, he bade Zoe leave her child and quit the palace. Even the boy had a narrow escape, as Alexander ordered that he should be castrated, but his guardians happily lied to the emperor and represented that Constantine was too delicate to live. All knew that the reign of Constantine would be short. Although only in his 21st year, he had ruined his constitution by vicious indulgence, and the life he led after mounting the throne was killing him. He perished miserably from intemperance within a year, leaving his young colleague to a council of regents, from which he had carefully excluded Zoe. The imperial career of Zoe was, however, by no means closed. A regency was the opportunity of a Byzantine empress, and Zoe had, no doubt, faithful servants about her boy in the palace. He was now 7 years old, and he insisted that his mother must return to the palace. She at once took the lead in the administration, and, having the support of a group of experienced statesmen and several able commanders, she must have looked forward to a long and prosperous rule. At one moment it was gravely threatened with premature extinction. One of the commanders in Asia Minor was invited by some of the disaffected nobles to seize the throne, and it seemed to the vigorous Constantine Ducas that the hour long ago promised to him by astrologers had come. He crossed the sea in the night, and had seized the anterior part of the palace before the guards were thoroughly roused. Then one of the regents flung himself upon the intruders with a troop of armed servants and sailors. There seems to have been treason among the guards, and Zoe presently learned that Ducas and, it is said, 3,000 of the combatants lay in a lake of blood on the marble floor of the palace. A terrible vengeance purified Constantinople of those who were opposed to the rule of Zoe and her son. Women were shorn, boys castrated, and men hung on gallows along the Asiatic shore for all Constantinople to see. During several years Zoe seems to have governed with vigor and judgment, but since it is impossible to disentangle her share from that of her servants and counselors, it would be inexpedient to enter into the prosy details of the administration. A personal note is sounded when we find, in a later page of one of the chronicles, that she was intimate with the admiral, and later emperor, Romanus. Neither of the two can be regarded as very scrupulous, but it is probable that Bishop Luitprand, who accuses her, is in this hastily retailing the gossip he picked up in Constantinople. A disappointed ambassador is apt to be a libeller. The behavior of Romanus in the crisis which, in the year 919, put an end to her reign, does not encourage the idea of a liaison. By dexterous diplomacy, Zoe had obtained peace with the Saracens, and then withdrawn all her forces from Asia to make a concentrated attack upon the Bulgarians. It was admirable, if not very subtle, policy, since at that time the Saracens and Bulgarians were the upper and nether stones that threatened to grind the eastern capital between them. Unhappily, the jealousy of her two chief commanders betrayed and ruined her. A vast army was assembled at Constantinople, new arms and equipment were supplied, and advance pay was liberally given to the soldiers. The cross was borne at their head by the clergy, and, with a last entreaty that all would be faithful to the country, Zoe sent forth the great army which was to begin the restoration of the empire. And in a few weeks the fleet returned with the news of complete and irreparable disaster. The Admiral Romanus had, out of jealousy of the land commander, failed to transfer their northern allies across the Danube. The general of the troops, Leo Phocas, too eager for glory, had attacked without his allies and been utterly routed. Zoe at once summoned a council and proposed that her alleged lover should lose his eyes for his failure to cooperate. Romanus had, however, a firm hold on the affection of the sailors, and it was judged inexpedient to attempt to displace him. But the position of Zoe was, through no fault of hers, terribly weakened, and the change of government was only expected. Zoe's chief hope lay in the fact that the two commanders, Leo Phocas and Romanus, could not share the power, yet neither was likely to suffer the other to occupy it, and for some time matters remained in suspense. Then the experienced intriguers of the palace began to act, and the quarrel hastened to its climax. Constantine, the favorite chamberlain, urged Zoe to build on Leo Phocas, who had married his sister, and take him into the regency. A rival courtier, the young emperor's tutor Theodore, then espoused the cause of Romanus, and secretly urged him to declare himself the protector of the boy. Zoe ordered Romanus to sail with the fleet to the Black Sea, and when Romanus pleaded that the pay was in arrears and the sailors disaffected, the chamberlain himself rowed out to the commander's vessel with the money. He did not return, and Zoe was soon alarmed to hear that the admiral had imprisoned him on the fleet. The patriarch and senators were summoned to the palace, and it was decided that their leaders should row out to the fleet and demand an explanation of Romanus. By this time, the citizens were keenly interested in the quarrel. The fleet lay in sight of all on the Sea of Marmora, and the detention of the chief eunuch of the palace became known and seems to have pleased the people. When the patriarch and the heads of the Senate went down to the quay, they were stoned and forced to retire. Early the next morning, Zoe went to the Bucolian palace, where Constantine and his tutor lived, and demanded an explanation. Strong in the support of the admiral, whom he now induced to draw up the fleet in battle array opposite the Bucolian palace, the tutor replied insolently that the time had come for Constantine to take the reins. The eunuch Constantine, he said, had ruined the palace, and Leo Phocas had wasted the army. Zoe saw that she had lost the battle. She submitted very quietly, except that when the aggressive tutor ordered her to quit the palace, she appealed to her son, and was allowed to remain. Little remains to be told of the fourth wife of Leo the Philosopher. She was for a time an idle spectator in the palace of the course of events. The patriarch Nicholas sternly challenged the admiral, and, when he disavowed the charge of treason, invited him ashore to clear himself. In the historic church by the lighthouse, a number of the higher officials gathered to hear Romanus swear the direst oaths on the true cross that he would be loyal to the young emperor, and the reconciliation was sealed by Constantine wedding the admiral's daughter Helena in April 919, a month later. Leo Phocas had meantime retired to the provinces and raised an army. By the characteristically Byzantine device of sending a prostitute with a secret message among his troops, his force was weakened and his rebellion soon trodden out. Zoe now played her last and most desperate card, and attempted the life of Romanus. Some of the chroniclers give the charge as a rumor, but when her son observes that she was detected in an attempt to poison the food of Romanus by means of one of his servants, we cannot hesitate to believe it. She was at once removed from the palace, forced to take the vows of religion, and ended her romantic life at some unknown date in the monastery of St. Euphemia at Petrion. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Midland, Oakland, California. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 9, Part 1. The Tavern Keeper's Daughter. It may not be inexpedient to pause for a moment to consider the general character of the period through which the romantic story of the Empresses is hurrying us. The reader may learn with some astonishment that we are now, in the 10th century, in the golden age of Byzantine history, or that, at least, the Roman Empire in the East has nearly returned to the altitude it had reached in the days of Justinian and Theodora. It is not a part of a biographer's duty to enlarge on historical themes, and the somewhat slender thread which he pursues through the web of history may lead to erroneous conclusions. Precisely on that account, however, it seems advisable to say a word in correction of the prejudice which the restricted study of one set of characters may create. It shall be brief. The truth, in regard to the Byzantine Empire, seems to lie between the disdain of older historians like Gibbon and Finlay and the exaggerated claims made for it by some recent writers. I speak of character only, not of art or industry or military success. In some respects, in regard to unnatural vice, for instance, it is superior to the older empire of the West. In ordinary licentiousness, it has no superiority whatever, and the aesthetic code it so pompously boasts only makes its guilt the greater, while there are persistent strains of coarseness in its character which tempt one to characterize it as barbaric. Castration and the excision of eyes continue for many centuries under almost every emperor and empress, ordinary punishments of political offense. And the constant violation of the most terrible oaths that the clergy can devise, the abominable device for filling the priesthood and the monastic world with reputed criminals, the unceasing intrigues of eunuchs and officers, the sanguinary coercion of heretics, the persistent financial and administrative corruption, and the lamentable casuistry of priests and religious women betray a new and general type of character which no amount of appreciation of Byzantine art can restore to honor. The 400 years of Byzantine history that we have traversed, compared with the 400 years which preceded them in Roman history, show no elevation of the type of womanhood, nor will the 4 centuries that remain compel us to alter this conclusion. The young Empress Helena, daughter of Romanus, whom we introduced at the close of the last chapter, is imperfectly but not favorably known to us. Beautiful and intelligent, she found no occasion to assert herself as long as her father lived. That unscrupulous commander had very quickly found a way to gratify his personal ambition without violating the letter of his solemn oaths. He had in March sworn on the wood of the true cross to be loyal to Constantine. In September of the same year, he received or obtained the dignity of Caesar, and 3 months later he was co-emperor. In the following January, he made his wife Theodora empress, and in May he conferred imperial rank on his son Christopher and his wife Sophia. Later he gave the purple to his 2 remaining sons, and destined his 4th son, Theophilactus, for the patriarchate. Further, in order to prevent plots which were frequent, he put his own name before that of Constantine, and arrogated the whole work of administration. He lived in the largest, latest, and most superb palace of the imperial town, the golden-roofed Chrysotriclinon, and, plebeian as he was by birth, carried the pageantry and ceremonial of the court to its highest point. His wife, Theodora, did not long survive her elevation, and Helena seems to have taken the chief place as empress in the glittering crowd. But she escapes our scrutiny altogether until the close of the 25 years' reign of her father. Romanus seems in his later years to have shown symptoms of remorse and made edifying preparation for death. His philanthropy and religious fervor alarmed his sons, who concluded, apparently, that if his repentance were carried too far, they might lose their purple robes. The eldest son, Christopher, had died, and the youngest, Theophilactus, was quite happy in possession of the patriarchate. He had, it seemed to the pious, turned the cathedral into a theater, and the bishop's house into a place of debauch, and his religious duties were so far postponed to the cares of his stable of 2,000 horses that he would cut a ceremony short when a groom came to the altar to whisper that a favorite mare had foaled. There remained Stephen and Constantine, whose royal position seemed to be threatened. Stephen, with the consent of his brother, deposed his father at the end of 944 and sent him into a monastery on the Prince's Islands. Helena was the chief inspirer of the next intrigue. Constantine Porphyrogenitus had sought consolation in art and letters for the imperial power of which he had been defrauded. He was now a tall, straight, well-made man of 39, with mild blue eyes and fresh, ruddy countenance, but he had little faculty or disposition for politics, and was more interested in the pleasures of the table and the library. His attainments in art and science would have been respectable in any other than a king. Helena, however, supplied the resolution he lacked, and watched the procedure of her brothers. She concluded that they intended to displace or ignore her husband, and she stimulated him to action, or, more probably, acted herself with the aid of her head chamberlain Basil, an illegitimate son of Romanus. On the evening of 27th January, the royal brothers were invited to sup with their mild-mannered and long-suffering colleague, and they found themselves dragged from their purple couches by his servants, bound, and put aboard a waiting vessel at the palace quay. Some of the authorities improbably state that they asked permission to visit their father Romanus in his monastery, so that Gibbon's genial picture of the father cynically greeting his sons at the shore is not without foundation. The story is unlikely, however, and they were soon dispatched to remote parts. During the 15 years' reign of her husband, Helena is known to us only for the unscrupulousness with which, in collusion with the head chamberlain Basil, she sold offices of state to the highest bidders. The interest passes to the new and singular types of empresses who now enter the chronicles. The first is the most pathetic and remarkable figure in the whole strange gallery of the Byzantine empresses. Helena and Constantine had a son named Romanus, and the elder Romanus, who was most assiduous at making royal matches for his descendants, had decided to marry the boy in good time. It seems not unlikely that, in his last year of life, he realized the unscrupulousness of his sons and entertained a tardy concern about his oath. At that time, the kingdom of Italy was ruled by Hugh, a violent and half-barbaric monarch whose conjugal arrangements were calculated to furnish a rich supply of royal alliances. Romanus sent an envoy to ask the hand of one of his natural daughters, and the little Bertha, a beautiful child of tender years, was conducted to Constantinople by the Bishop of Parma and married to the boy emperor. Romanus was 5 years old, and it is not likely that Bertha, or Eudocia as she was now named, was older than he. What type of woman the little princess, offspring of a wild Teuton and his concubine, would have made, we shall never know, for she died 5 years afterwards. The chroniclers are careful to add that she died a virgin. The young prince was allowed to grow and develop his vices for a few years before contracting a second marriage. It seems to have been in his 18th year that he took a second wife, and his choice illustrates at once the supineness of his father, the selfishness of his mother, and the unrestrained passion of the son. He married Anastaso, the daughter of a tavern keeper named Craterus. We have seen so many types of empresses ascend the throne that it might cause us little surprise to find a woman passing from the counter of a wine shop to the palace, but there is grave suspicion that Theophano, the name substituted for Anastaso, was base in more than the genealogical sense of the word. She is accused of poisoning her father-in-law and her first husband, and she certainly led the assassins to the chamber of her second husband. Whatever allowance we make for the prejudice against her humble birth, authentic facts in her story show that she was licentious and criminal. We do not know how the son of a highly cultivated emperor made the acquaintance of a tavern girl. It is clear that she was a young woman of singular beauty, a kind of miracle of nature, Zonaras says, the most graceful figure, and I would conjecture that some courtier among the disreputable followers of the young prince brought her to his notice. There may have been a beauty show, and the publican may have boldly pressed the merits of his daughter, but some attention was generally paid to birth in these matrimonial contests. A tavern woman was still held to be equivalent to a prostitute or an actress. It is useless to speculate. Constantine idly acquiesced, and the beautiful Theophano passed from the sordid scenes of a little wine shop to the wonderful splendors of the palace. Courtly writers afterwards discovered that there was royal blood in her veins. The only serious clue we have to her origin is that she came from Laconia, and we may regard her as a common type of Greek. It is calculated that the marriage took place about the end of the year 956. For 3 years, no events occur that enable us to penetrate the secluded life of the palace, though the subsequent events suggest that Helena and her daughters were disdainful of the vulgar beauty and were met with a virulent hatred. At the end of 3 years, August or September 959, Constantine died, and the ampler chronicles tell a circumstantial story of his being poisoned by his son Romanus and Theophano. A poison was, it is said, put in his physic. Either by accident or from suspicion, he spilled most of the contents of the cup and escaped death, but his health was gravely impaired. He went to visit the monasteries of Mount Olympus, fell dangerously ill there. The chronicler says that perhaps more poison was administered, and was brought back to the palace to die. We must regard this charge of poisoning as probably a construction put on his illness by the officials or people of Constantinople. It may or may not be true. We have no right to conclude at once that it is an historical fact, but it seems to me that some recent historians have just as little right to reject it as improbable. Romanus was a licentious and unscrupulous man, carrying his father's amiable weakness for wine to the pitch of debauch and ruining his constitution by vice. Theophano, we shall see, was capable of murder, and her ambition would most certainly lead her to wish the older imperial family out of the way. On the other hand, there would be a prejudice against her in Constantinople and in the mind of later writers, and we must leave this first charge against her what it is in the chronicles, a suspicion. Her next step was to get rid of the sisters of Romanus. Helena and her 5 daughters still lived in the palace, or in one out of the great cluster of palaces. There were now at least 8 palaces, connected by superb colonnades or separated by choice gardens and terraces in the vast imperial domain between the Hippodrome and the Sea of Marmara. There were, in addition, several palaces on the Asiatic coast, and the palace at Blachernae in the cool, hilly district to the north had, in turn, become a vast cluster of palaces, chapels, colonnades, and terraced gardens. The mother and sisters of Romanus could therefore find ample hospitality without being compelled to witness the daily dissipation of the emperor, his drunken banquets, and his troops of lascivious actors and women, but they frowned on the kind of court over which Theophano presided, and she persuaded her husband to remove them. He bade his 5 sisters adopt the monastic life. Theophano now had 2 sons and a daughter, and would feel safer if their royal aunts were prevented from making aristocratic marriages. The young women were, however, not at all disposed to embrace a religious life, and there were furious scenes at the palace. They were removed to the monastery into which the palace of Theodora's minister Theoclistus had been converted near the Hippodrome, but they seem still to have intrigued and were separated and transferred to other monasteries. Romanus was not cruel or malignant. His temper was to live and let live, provided that no check was placed on his imperial pleasures. He merely smiled, therefore, when he heard that in their convents his sisters refused to exchange their silks for the hated black robe, or abstain from the delicate meats to which they had been accustomed. We shall later find one of them coming out, in spite of her vows, to marry an emperor, to the intense mortification of Theophano, who had murdered her husband to marry him herself. Helena was the chief sufferer. She sank into melancholy and illness after the departure of her daughters, and died in September 961. The emperor continued for 2 years to enjoy his pleasures and hasten his death, leaving the care of the empire to his very capable ministers and officers. Amongst those officers was a very singular commander named Nicephorus Phocas, whose romantic career still puzzles historians. Whether he was a profound hypocrite or a deeply religious man fascinated and seduced by Theophano, it is difficult to determine. God only knows, says Leo the Deacon, a chronicler of the time to whom we owe most of our knowledge. Nicephorus was a very able general of about 50 years, a dark, robust little man with black hair and small dark eyes under thick eyebrows, a very stern look, and the chest and arms of a Hercules. He was not at all handsome, but he was one of the greatest soldiers of his time. The singular feature about his life was that, in consequence of a tragic accident of earlier years, he had adopted a very religious and ascetic life. He wore a hair shirt under his armor and linen, abstained from flesh and women as rigidly as a monk, and was understood to have vowed chastity. It appears that as her husband sickened, Theophano set out to seduce this remarkable soldier-monk, and succeeded. The other great power in the state was Joseph Bringas, the leading civilian and statesman, but Joseph was a eunuch and of no use to Theophano. She would marry Nicephorus. Leo the deacon says that she admitted or drew the ascetic to her arms before the death of her husband, and it is not impossible, as the chief biographer of Nicephorus admits. However that may be, Romanus died in 963 after a giddy reign of 4 years at the age of 24. Once more Theophano is charged with poisoning, and once more we must refrain from pressing the charge. The nearest authority, Leo the deacon, leaves it an open question whether Romanus died of poison or had closed his own life prematurely by debauch, and we may do the same. Historians are too apt to conclude that because Romanus did wear himself out by his excesses, we may dismiss the charge against Theophano. Disease, on the contrary, would furnish a cloak to an artful poisoner, and Theophano certainly wished to get rid of the despotic eunuch Bringas, whom Nicephorus would quickly displace. The chief reason why we must hesitate is because Theophano was prostrate at the time and unable to master the new situation. She had given birth to a second daughter 2 days before the death of Romanus, and there is reason to think that Bringas and others were anxious to remove her from power. The circumstance is not decisive, as her servants might carry out a plan made at an earlier date. As soon as Theophano recovered, she entered upon the struggle with Bringas. It seems, from the movements of Nicephorus, that the empress was in communication with him before the death of Romanus, and that at least she sent him a secret and flattering message when Romanus died. Nicephorus had disbanded the army with which he had conducted 2 brilliant campaigns against the Saracens, and was little equipped to contest the power of Bringas, but he went at once to the city in order to be near Theophano. Bringas had made desperate efforts to keep him away, even going so far as to propose in the council that the general's eyes should be put out for his treasonable ambition. His great victory over the Saracens and his repute for sanctity had, however, won a large body of admirers for Nicephorus, and when he entered the city in triumph, driving before his car groups of Saracen prisoners and exhibiting the holy relics he had rescued from the hands of the heathen, citizens and soldiers and priests united in acclaiming him. A private conversation with the new patriarch Polyustes, a fanatical monk and eunuch, secured the favor of that prelate and his clergy, and it is even said that he ventured into the house of Bringas and revealed to that cautious statesman the hair shirt which he wore below his fine robes and the monastic heart that beat beneath it. But for his intense devotion to the young princess, he said, he would at once retire into a monastery. If we can believe this last statement, the situation is not without humor, because Bringas presently discovered that his pious rival was being surreptitiously admitted to the empress's apartments. Whether it is true or no that Nicephorus had previously been intimate with her, it is certain that he now became infatuated with Theophano and received an assurance that she would marry him, if not more intimate pledges of her love. We may be confident that Theophano did not love him. He was not physically attractive to her sensual taste, and his incongruous mixture of piety and passion and deceit must have excited her disdain. He was merely the best instrument at hand for the achievement of her ambition. Then, as I said, Bringas discovered the secret meetings and renewed his attack. He invited Nicephorus to the palace. The gallant but prudent soldier preferred to fly to the altar of St. Sophia and secure the protection of the patriarch. The Senate was convoked, the prelate warmly espoused the cause of Nicephorus, and he departed in honor to take supreme command of the army in Asia and await the orders of Theophano. The next move of Bringas was a blunder and the beginning of his downfall. One of Nicephorus's chief officers was his nephew, John Zimisces, the later emperor. When we find Zimisces murdering his uncle with the aid of Theophano and then callously repudiating her, we shall not suppose him to be a man of tender conscience, and Bringas no doubt regarded him as venal. He sent a secret messenger to offer Zimisces the supreme command if he would send his uncle in bonds to Constantinople. Zimisces calculated that he would have the command in any case if his uncle became emperor, and he showed the letter to Nicephorus and urged him to assume the purple. They went to Caesarea at the time, and from that city Bringas soon learned that Nicephorus had accepted the title of emperor and would march on Constantinople. End of section 12. Recording by Nancy Midland, Oakland, California. Section 13 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Midland, Oakland, California. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe, Chapter 9, Part 2. The Tavern Keeper's Daughter. The spirited events which followed must here be told briefly. On Sunday morning, 9th August, the advance guard of Nicephorus's army appeared on the Asiatic shore in sight of the city, at the point where Scutari now is, and the people began to make their choice in the usual sanguinary way. The services in the great church were desecrated with riot. The battle against the guards who were faithful to Bringas was conducted in the streets, and by midnight the houses of his supporters were in flames. Theophano remained with her children behind the barrier of palace guards, listening not unwillingly to the increasing cries for Nicephorus. We may very well assume that she had had her share in the riot. One of the most formidable leaders of those who called for Nicephorus was the bold and ambitious Basil, the natural son of the elder Romanus. Castrated by his father that he might never aspire to the purple, yet promoted to wealth and high office, he seems to have come to an agreement with Theophano. As soon as the battle began, he led 3,000 of his servants and followers armed into the Augustium, and they continued all Sunday and throughout the night to hunt the soldiers of Bringas and loot the mansions of his friends. Nicephorus had meantime reached the Hieraea Palace on the Asiatic side, and on the following Sunday he made his triumphant entry by the Golden Gate and along the Messe to St. Sophia, the citizens draping their houses with the scarlet of rejoicing and adorning the way with laurel and myrtle. The patriarch Polyeuctes met him at the cathedral, and Theophano would be present on her golden throne in her violet mourning robes when the crown was put on his head. His next step must have caused a sensation in the city and entirely deceived the clergy. He sent a monk to conduct Theophano from the palace to the fortress, or higher prison, of Petrion on the Golden Horn, and maintained for a few weeks his austere aversion from wine and women. We hardly need the assurance of the chroniclers that this was done by arrangement between the two, and we may regard it as a device of Theophano. Nicephorus was now aflame like a youth. In the middle of September, he threw off the mask, in the words of the ecclesiastical chronicler, and announced that he was to marry Theophano on 20th September. His monastic advisers, he explained, had concluded that his new position demanded that he should marry. The marriage service was performed by the patriarch himself in a chapel on the grounds of the palace, and while the emperor went to kiss the altars at St. Sophia, Theophano retired to her familiar apartments to congratulate herself on the fortunate issue of her difficult maneuvers. And presently the emperor returned in terrible rage to tell her that a formidable obstacle had revealed itself. When he had reached the door of the sanctuary, the Patriarch Polyeuctes had barred his way and said that he would be excluded from the church for a year for contracting a second marriage. His angry protest had availed nothing. Before a vast crowd of his subjects, he had had to submit to the austere priest, and he was to remain in the ignominious position of a penitent for a year. Concealing their anger, they concluded the day, as usual, with a banquet to the leading officers and nobles in the gold-roofed Triclinon, now restored and magnificently decorated by Constantine, and retired to discuss Polyeuctes. The patriarch was undoubtedly a stern and conscientious priest, insisting upon a plain law of his church. We may, however, assume that another feeling mingled with his sense of discipline. Nicephorus had, in the literal meaning, tasted blood at his matrimonial banquet, and he passionately refused to forego the embraces of Theophano. His pious practices were wholly discarded in a day, and the clergy must have been bitterly disappointed to see him passing from their allegiance to that of the beautiful adventuress. So Polyeuctes had made a bold bid for power, and he had made a serious mistake. From that moment, Nicephorus conceived not merely a personal hatred of the patriarch, but an anti-clerical spirit, and began to restrict the wealth and power of the priests and monks. He clung to his enchanting young bride and sternly faced the clergy. In the discussion that at once filled the palace and the city, some careless noble named Stylianus had recalled the fact that Nicephorus was godfather to one of the empress's children, and the patriarchs learned this. He at once pronounced that the marriage was invalid, as the church regarded this spiritual relationship as an insuperable impediment to marriage, and bade the emperor dismiss Theophano. The feelings of Theophano during these days of disappointment and anxiety are left to our imagination. It is enough that her charms held Nicephorus to her in spite of the terrible threats of the patriarch, and it may be that it was she who approached the unfortunate Stylianus and persuaded him to commit perjury. Nicephorus gathered a council of pliant bishops and senators, and they decided that, as the law invoked by the patriarch had been passed by the heretic Constantine Copronymus, it was not binding. Polyeuctes scorned their decision. Then Stylianus came forward to swear that Nicephorus had not been godfather to any child of Theophano, and the emperor's father, Bardas, came forward to swear that he was the godfather. The patriarch knew that they were lying, but his clergy were anxious to escape a formidable struggle, and he was forced to yield. To Theophano, it was, no doubt, immaterial whether or no she was married to Nicephorus. She had a strong and devoted soldier to protect her and her children. How the pious Nicephorus reconciled himself to the situation is one of the things that God only knows. All we know is that the possession of Theophano dissipated his asceticism as the summer sun disperses the mists, and he eagerly embraced a woman to whom, under the creed of his church, he was not married. During the 6 years' reign of Nicephorus, the empress had little occasion to assert her wayward personality, but it is significant that the one statement made of her is an accusation of crime. One of the sons of the older Romanus still languished in captivity, and it seemed possible, in view of the growing discontent at Constantinople, that an intrigue would be formed to put him on the throne. Theophano, we are curtly informed, made an end of him. There is no reason to doubt that messengers were sent to his distant prison with an order that he should be put to death, and it is more probable that the order came from Theophano than from Nicephorus. For the first year or two, however, Nicephorus prudently removed his fiery young bride from the seditious and immoral atmosphere of Constantinople, and she passed her days in unwonted innocence amid the lonely mountains of Cilicia. The emperor had spent a few months in an effort, by lavish entertainment, to dispel the suspicion of parsimony and meanness under which he had ascended the throne. The hippodrome rang daily with the applause and contests of the citizens, and the winter was enlivened with great gaiety. Meantime, Nicephorus was gathering an immense army for the more substantial work of driving back the Saracens, and when, in the early spring, the cosmopolitan regiments were assembled along the Asiatic shore, he announced that the Empress would accompany him to the field. He knew Theophano too well to leave her in that world of intriguing eunuchs and ambitious courtiers. A little pot-bellied man with dark skin and little dark eyes, with short grayish beard betraying his age, and with disproportionately long arms and short legs to his stumpy figure, he felt that he was not likely to grow fonder to the heart of the fascinating Theophano during 2 or 3 years' absence. On the other hand, one must not imagine the sensual young empress as being inconvenienced by the rough ways of a camp. The rulers of Constantinople carried their luxury even into the camp, on the occasions on which they condescended to take the field in person. 80 horses were needed for the transport of the kitchen equipment and table silver alone, and 30 were required to convey the imperial wardrobe from town to town, while the whole countryside was laid under contribution to supply delicacies for the table. No doubt these normal glories of an imperial march would be at least doubled in view of the presence of Theophano. They sailed from the Bucolian port in the great gold and purple galley of the imperial family and joined the army at Caesarea. From that city, Theophano accompanied her husband across the hills and plains of Asia Minor until they came to the beginning of the Taurus range. Here the emperor left Theophano and her sons in safe charge, while he led his troops into the more dangerous country beyond. At the entrance of the narrow defile which the ancients knew as the Sicilian Gates was the massive fortress of Drisibion, a solitary and rugged castle in a wild mountainous district. It was in this quiet and cool home, removed from communication with the metropolis, that Theophano and her children spent the summer of the year 964. She would, of course, have an ample retinue of eunuchs and women, and every provision would be made for her comfort, but whether it was the jealousy or the amorousness of Nicephorus that detained her in this healthy solitude, she would be sure to resent it. At the beginning of the winter he returned to her with modest laurels, and may have conducted her to Caesarea or some other city of the plains for the enjoyment of the winter. But the early spring called him once more to the field, and it seems that Theophano had to spend another summer in the wilds of Cilicia. It was only in the autumn of 965 that she re-entered Constantinople to witness the splendid triumph of her husband. In the following year, Nicephorus made another campaign, and from the time of his return in the autumn of 966, the shadow of tragedy began to creep over his life. His vast armies and laborious victories had laid a heavy burden of taxation on the empire, and, passionately as Constantinople loved to see a herd of captives driven before the royal chariot in the hour of triumph, it was little disposed to pay for remote victories. The clergy also were embittered. Nicephorus, soured by the action of the patriarch and thus made sensible of the revolting spread of luxurious idleness under the name of monasticism, curtailed the revenues of the clergy, forbade the further conversion of mansions and palaces into monasteries, and claimed the right to appoint bishops. The people became sullen and hostile. When, on Easter Sunday, 967, Nicephorus crossed the Augusteum to go to church, they pelted him with mud and stones so violently that a group of the more sober citizens had to rescue him. It was expected that he would inflict some punishment, and when, a few weeks later, he ordered his guards to descend to the arena in the hippodrome and begin their military evolutions, either to impress or to entertain the spectators, there was a frantic rush for the gates, and many were trodden underfoot. By the summer of 969, life in the sacred palace had become very somber and unpleasant, and Theophano began to seek a new companion. The ardor of her husband's passion had been chilled by the terrors which now surrounded him, and in preparation for the death which was foretold to him, he returned zealously to his monastic habits. Even the soldiers were now hostile to him, except his immediate corps of foreign mercenaries. Nicephorus relied on their formidable axes, converted the old and decaying Bucolian palace into a massive fortress, girt the whole enclosure with a lofty castellated wall, and retired within this heavily guarded circle to spend his days and nights in prayer and penitence. It is one of the most curious features of the story that, while he moodily punished his bravest officers for their very victories, the lithe and insidious Theophano retained his confidence. She had no longer the comparative solace of his sensual fire, and she must have looked on with deep disdain when he refused to share the imperial bed at night, and, after long hours of prayer and psalm reading, flung himself for a brief and feverish sleep on a panther skin spread upon the ground in the corner of his chamber. But Theophano was not excluded from the Bucolian palace, and she laid her plans to defeat his desperate entrenchments. The new partner whom she chose to encourage was the general Zimiscus, the emperor's nephew, whom we have seen on an earlier page revealing the perfidy of Bringas to his uncle. He had been dismissed from office by Nicephorus on account of certain suspicions, and we have little trouble in inferring that he was suspected of liaison with Theophano and eagerness for the throne. He was, like his uncle, a very little and robust man, but much more handsome than Nicephorus. His broad chest and great brawny arms were redeemed by a fair countenance, a pair of keen and friendly blue eyes, and a crown of almost golden hair. I must be pardoned for inserting such portraits of the emperors as we have, while seeming to omit the more desirable portraits of their consorts. The Byzantine chroniclers rarely give us more than the very vaguest assurances that empresses were very beautiful, and so on, and the few surviving representations of them in ivory or bronze or mosaic are not portraits on which one would dare to found a physiognomical study. In the autumn of 969, Zimiscus was living impatiently on his private estate in Armenia when he received an assurance that Theophano had persuaded his uncle to allow him to return to court. Whether or no it is true that he had previously enjoyed the favors of Theophano, he now certainly became her ally and accomplice. She seems to have deluded Nicephorus with diabolical duplicity. A rumor, which most historians plausibly ascribe to her, was circulated in Constantinople to the effect that Nicephorus intended to castrate her sons and leave the crown to his brother Leo, who, on account of his extortions, was no less hated than he. On the other hand, Theophano persuaded Nicephorus that the interest of herself and her children would be best consulted if Zimiscus were recalled to the capital and compelled to marry some noble lady of the city. Nicephorus assented, and his nephew came to Constantinople. Then it seems to have been betrayed to the emperor, probably by his brother, that Zimiscus was being secretly admitted to the empress's apartments, and he placed restrictions on him. Zimiscus retired to his mansion at Chalcedon on the Asiatic side and continued to communicate with Theophano. The culmination of the plot is a thrilling, if sordid, page of romance. On the night of 10th December, Theophano visited her husband and persuaded him to leave his chamber door unfastened, as she would see him later. He still failed to suspect her, although some watchful priest had warned him of the plot. Some time before, a group of tall, veiled women had presented themselves at the palace door and been admitted. And when they had reached the secret chambers assigned to them by Theophano, it was a group of bronzed soldiers who emerged from the mantles and veils. Someone betrayed them, and Nicephorus sent an officer to explore the palace, but he, probably being in the pay of Theophano, reported that all was well, and Nicephorus turned to his long psalms. Theophano and her servants were in the upper part of the palace, looking out anxiously over the Sea of Marmara. It was a dark, wintry night, and the snow was falling heavily. At length, a faint whistle from below told them that a boat had arrived from Chalcedon and lay under the walls. A basket, some say a ladder, was tied to a rope and lowered into the depths, and presently Zimiscus and several companions were within the palace. An Arab historian would have us believe that Theophano herself led them with drawn swords to her husband's room. It is more probable that, as the Greek writers say, she left this to one of her eunuchs. For a moment, the conspirators started back in alarm. The imperial bed was empty, and they fancied that the plot was known and Nicephorus would fall on them. But the eunuch showed them the sleeping form of the emperor on his panther rug, and, with a cry for help to the Virgin, the strange soldier monk passed out of the imperial world he had invaded. Basil, the astute head chamberlain, had an opportune illness at that moment, and only recovered in time to do reverence to his new sovereign. The guards alone rushed from their quarters and attacked the conspirators, but the sight of the grisly head of the late emperor, which was exhibited at the window, induced them to sheathe their swords and accept a new paymaster. So Zimiscus proceeded gaily to the golden palace, Chrysotriclinon, to put on the purple slippers, and Theophano retired to her room to reflect on the next phase of her career, perhaps to glance now and again at the ghastly trunk of her late husband, which lay, all night and all the following day, in the snow without. This surely was the last crime she need commit. She was still young and might look forward to many years of power with the robust soldier she had invited to share her throne. 6 days later, Zimiscus went in state to St. Sophia to receive his diadem, and found the stern patriarch Polyeuctes again boldly barring the way. He refused to crown Zimiscus except on 3 conditions. He must undo the anti-clerical work of his predecessor. He must deliver to justice the actual murderer of Nicephorus, and he must drive the guilty Theophano from the palace. Theophano now discovered the full brutality of her accomplice. He bowed at once to the commands of the patriarch, and the beautiful young empress, she must still have been in her 20s, unless she was much older than her husband at the time of her first marriage, was dragged from her apartments to the Bucolaean quay and shipped to one of the dreary island prisons in the Sea of Marmara. She was furious with rage and disappointment. After a time she escaped and contrived to reach the altar in St. Sophia. But even the mob of Constantinople shrank from the murderess, and her former confederate, Basil, was allowed to tear her from the altar. In her frenzy, she beat the Grand Chamberlain with her own white hands and, reverting to the language of the tavern, poured her invectives on the Scythian bastard. Her career had been so darkened with suspicion and had so plainly ended in murder that her appeals fell on a cold, if not jeering audience, and she was conveyed to distant Armenia and confined to a monastery. The rest of the story of Theophano, as far as it is known to us, is told in the curt statement that she was recalled to court in the reign of her eldest son Basil, and again enjoyed the imperial position for half a century. John Zimiscus retained only for a few years the power for which he had paid so base a price. The marriage which he presently contracted was not much less sordid than the marriage he had intended to contract, if, indeed, he ever had a serious desire to make so dangerous a woman as Theophano the partner of his throne. He took a nun from her monastery, bade the patriarch, whose scruples had their limits, relieve her of her vows, and married her. The Empress Theodora is not clearly outlined in the chronicles, but she is not without interest. She is one of those daughters of Constantine whom her brother Romanus had forced to take the veil. Zimiscus had felt that an alliance with the late dynasty would strengthen his position, and it may be remembered that the daughters of Constantine were not at all scrupulous. They had refused to wear the black robe or eat the bread and beans of the monastery. Constantinople is said to have indulged in the most boisterous rejoicing over the marriage, and even the heavens seemed to express their satisfaction when one of the senators discovered in his orchard an ancient stone on which was miraculously inscribed, "Long life to John and Theodora." There were, however, skeptics in the city, as it was recalled that a similar discovery had been made in the interest of Irene and her son, yet the blessing had proved illusory. The senator was richly rewarded, but he may have lived to see the futility of his miracle. After a few years, 976, the handsome Chamberlain Basil bribed John's cook to put less innocent things than condiments in his dishes, and he went the beaten way of Byzantine emperors. Theodora disappears after his death, though we can hardly suppose that she returned to her monastery. Theophano's sons, Basil and Constantine, now became joint emperors, and they recalled their mother from Armenia to the palace. One would be inclined to suspect that the poisoning did not come to her as a surprise, but the chroniclers do not impeach her, and we need not strive to lengthen the list of her misdeeds. She makes no further mark, for good or evil, in the chronicles. Possibly the terrible experiences of her early womanhood and 7 years of sober reflection in her monastic prison had destroyed her passion for intrigue. In any case, the very vigorous administration of her elder son left her little room to interfere, and she seems to have been content with the quiet enjoyment of the position of a dowager empress. According to George the monk, or his continuer, she lived for 50 years after the death of her first husband, that is to say, after 963, and so she must have passed her 70th year at the time of her death. There seems to have been no rival empress during that time. We may trust that the character of Theophano sobered and matured, and that the 40 years' silence means that she led a regular and unambitious life. However that may be, the personality she shows when she is under the full limelight on the imperial stage is one of unrestrained passion and greed. She was a tavern keeper's daughter in the purple, an appalling instance of the lowest type of Greek beauty. End of section 13. Recording by Nancy Midland, Oakland, California.
Section 14 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe, Chapter 10. 2 Imperial Sisters. The long and prosperous reign of Basil II, 976 to 1025, has no further interest for us, since we find in the chronicles no reference to a wife of that hardy and brilliant soldier. His younger brother, Constantine, was more like their mother, a man of passion and greed, though with no higher ambition than that of an imperial enjoyment of wine and women, and in that enjoyment he was quite willing to await the natural death of his more sober and more distinguished brother. Although he approached his 70th year when the undivided rule fell to him, his ways were still those of an aged and jaded and not very refined sybarite, and the 3 years of his reign interest us only because they show us the earlier environment of his 2 daughters, Zoe and Theodora, who are the next to occupy, alternately or simultaneously according to the course of the romance, the gymnasium or women's quarters of the palace. Constantine's wife, Helena, daughter of the patrician Alypius, is a mere cipher in the imperial records, and seems to have died much earlier, leaving 3 daughters, Eudocia, Zoe, and Theodora, to grow up as they might in the palace of her voluptuous husband. Eudocia, the eldest, lost during an attack of smallpox whatever comeliness she may have had, and retired to hide her disfigured countenance under the veil of a nun. There remained Zoe and Theodora, and Constantine determined to marry one of the 2 to some important noble and leave the crown to him. The elder of the 2 was nearly 50 years old, and Theodora could not have been much younger. It is not very clear why they had not married earlier. Their father, who could hardly be induced to take the least interest in his empire, had wholly neglected his daughters until he held the scepter in his hands and felt that the time was at hand when he must relinquish it to another. He was a very large and robust man, absorbed in hunting, gambling, and other less reputable pleasures, and even when he was sole emperor, he left the cares of state to his eunuchs and retained his imperial attention for the theater, the banquet, and the dance. In his home the sisters had, says the chronicler, lived as they listed, and the further course of the story will make it probable that Zoe had not failed to enjoy her liberty. Theodora was less sensual, but we shall have to include both sisters in the list of empresses who were little embarrassed by moral scruples. In approaching their careers, we have the rare advantage of an excellent guide. Michael Psellus, one of the leading philosophers and literary men of Byzantine history, not only lived at their court and knew them intimately, but he had a genial taste for the tattle and scandal of a court, and not the least reluctance to entrust it to his graceful pen. He's been called the Voltaire of Byzantine letters on account of his brilliant, caustic, and very candid way of writing the story of his times. We shall find his chronography of inestimable value, provided we make due allowance for the prejudices of the politician and the amiable unscrupulousness of the anecdotist. Zoe and Theodora were very different types of women. Zoe, who will interest us most, was a woman of fine complexion, very graceful figure, and ardent passions. She had large, sensuous eyes under heavy eyebrows, a massive blonde hair, and a skin of remarkable whiteness. She was of middle height, and preferred to dress in simple robes which exhibited her figure, rather than in the heavy and gorgeous draperies and massive jewelry of an empress. Though this simplicity of taste was limited, on one side by a passion for perfumes and cosmetics, of which she gathered the material from all parts of the world, and compounded either with her own hands or by her maids, so industriously that her room looked like a workshop. She took such care of her smooth and clear skin and blonde hair that even in her 70th year she had no wrinkle or other mark of age. She retained youth also in her blood, and we shall find her remarkably amorous for her 6th decade of life. Such a woman we shall hardly expect to find richly endowed with intellect or greatly restrained by moral sentiments. Yet I think that M. Deal follows too literally the facile witticisms of Psellus when he speaks of Zoe as childish and silly, and I will prefer to let the story of her life tell us the limitations of her intelligence and character. Theodora will interest us much less than Zoe, and it will suffice to say that she was in all respects different from her sister. Her tall and graceless figure and her very plain features were compensated by a stronger intelligence and greater force of character. She could be coldly stern, even cruel on occasions, while cruelty only came to Zoe in the impulsive anger of her thwarted passions. We shall see that when the occasion came to her, she cherished a very high ideal of public duty, and used her power with an intelligence and beneficence that Psellus greatly underrates. Such were the 2 daughters, who, in middle age, were warned by their father that one of them must marry and inherit the empire. The choice of Constantine fell first upon a distinguished nobleman named Constantine de Lacinus, and a eunuch was sent to bring him from Armenia, where duty had taken him, to the court. Much tragedy might have been prevented if that eunuch had reached his destination in time, but he was recalled by a second courier and told that the emperor had changed his mind. It appears that the commander of the palace guards had felt that he would not have much influence on a noble like de Lacinus. He had brought to the notice of the emperor a less young and less vigorous candidate, Romanus Argyrus, who was related to Constantine. Romanus was 60 years old, and had little to recommend him except his incompetency, which would suit the designs of the officers of the court. He had, however, a wife living in Constantinople at the time, and it seems to have been supposed that he might not be willing to abandon her. The petty schemers of the court were accordingly directed to bring about a separation, and as Polyactus was dead, and a more accommodating patriarch held the see, no opposition was expected from the church. A file of soldiers entered the mansions of Romanus, and told him that he had incurred the anger of the emperor. They were, they said, to lead him to the palace for execution, and his wife was to enter a monastery. Many eyes had been put out, on slight grounds, during the 3 years' licentious reign of Constantine, and the threat was serious. The wife fled at once to a monastery, and Romanus was brought in some trepidation to the royal palace, to learn that, since his wife was now a nun, he was free to marry the emperor's daughter, and thus secure the purple. Instead of retiring to thrust a dagger into his heart, as an older Roman would probably have done, the 60-year-old noble graciously submitted his person to the princesses. Theodora, the favorite of her father, had the first choice, but she turned away in disgust. Possibly Romanus did not regret that he gave him the hand of the more charming Zoe, who, in her 49th year, fully preserved the fresh and brilliant complexion of the warm passions of a young woman. He had set out from home prepared for death, and must have been bewildered by his fortune. The clergy obligingly disentangled the somewhat complicated relation in which they stood to each other in the eyes of the Church. They were married and crowned on 19th November 1028, and as Constantine died 3 or 4 days afterwards, the duty or pleasure of governing the empire fell on them during the first week of their singular honeymoon. After this inauspicious beginning, we shall hardly expect the reign of Romanus III and Zoe to be one of brilliant and inspiring deeds. Indeed, we may say briefly that it was merely an inglorious effort to retain the crowns they had obtained. They adopted the easy device of emptying the treasury of the common folk, the clergy, and the monks. The private debts of citizens were paid by them, more churches were built or richly decorated, the clergy were relieved from taxation, and the monks, it was the very culmination of their golden age, were lodged in luxurious mansions which made their calling one of the most attractive in the empire. The graver nobles frowned, plotted, and were savagely punished, but we are interested in these conspiracies only so far as they involve the Imperial Sisters. Theodora, a spirited and intelligent woman, naturally despised the marriage which she had refused, and was regarded with suspicion and hatred by her sister. By some means Zoe put at the head of Theodora's household a Paphlagonian eunuch, in her own pay, a very crafty and unscrupulous man named John, who was enjoined to watch Theodora's conduct. This very interesting person will be better known to us presently, as he was destined to be one of the most powerful men at Zoe's court. For the moment, it is enough to say that, about a year after the coronation, Theodora was discovered to have some share in a conspiracy which was set afoot by Constantine, a relative of the emperor. It is curious that John also was found guilty, though whether this was merely a trick to conceal his spying, or he had really been gained by Theodora, it would be difficult to say. Theodora was expelled from the palace and confined in a building of Petrion, on the Golden Horn, which seems to have had the mixed characters of a monastery, a state prison, and a fort. It was a building to which Nicephorus had consigned Theophano for a few weeks after their marriage, and would have comfortable apartments. A year later, Romanus was ignominiously beaten by the Saracens, and the conspiracy revived. There is no proof that Theodora took part in it, but its aim would be, no doubt, to place her on the throne. In one of these moments of energy which passion occasionally gave her, Zoe went to Petrion, and forced her royal sister to take the vows and adopt the dress of a nun. As a number of other malcontents lost their eyes or liberty at the same time, the throne of Zoe and Romanus seemed to be firmly established. Unfortunately, a very grave breach now took place between the imperial pair, and as a handsome official entered the service of the palace, there happened what so commonly happens in Byzantine history under the circumstances. Zoe fell in love with a handsome servant, and Romanus died of a mysterious complaint. Delicacy compels me to refer the inquisitive reader to the Greek text of Celis, or to the chronicle of the monk Zonorus, for a full explanation of the rift in the sacred palace. Briefly, Romanus had been assured by one of those soothsayers who were at such high repute at Constantinople that he would have a son, and he zealously studied and employed the whole known of range aphrodisiacs and other contrivances that might help to ensure the fulfillment of the prophecy. After 2 or 3 years of this peculiar activity, he retired in despair from the struggle, leaving Zoe untouched and indignant. As she had now certainly entered her 6th decade of life, the modern reader will have but a slender sympathy with her, and will recognize a very low quality of character in her conduct. Her husband became ill, and his favorite chamberlain, Michael, was often summoned to attend him, even when Zoe shared his bed. This chamberlain was a tall, handsome, fresh-faced young man, whose form pleased the empress, but there was a deeper intrigue in the affair. The chamberlain was a brother of a Paphlagonian eunuch, John, whom we saw in charge of Theodora's mansion, and it is now necessary to present him more intelligibly. John was a very shrewd, ambitious, Vulcan provincial of mean family. He had been converted into a eunuch in earlier years, had held office in the employment of the Emperor Basil, and then retired to a monastery. His character was so far removed from religious ideals that one is disposed to imagine him as having been compelled to take the black robe for some indiscretion, but it is quite possible that he adopted it voluntarily, as at his time many of the monasteries were merely luxurious colonies of bachelors living on a swollen stream of legacies. Romanus, who knew his ability, brought him from his monastery to supervise Theodora and her affairs. In spite of the curious statement that he was himself involved in the conspiracy, he was soon back at court and in great favor. He had 5 brothers and a sister, and the general character of the family may be deduced from the fact that 3 of the 6 brothers were moneylenders. 2, John and Simeon, were monks, while the sister, Maria, had married a shipcaulker at the quays. John used his influence to introduce these brothers into the very lucrative service of the state. Within a few years, the beau of the family became emperor. The son of the shipcaulker also became emperor. The shipcaulker himself became high admiral of the fleet. 2 other brothers had the rank of generals, and John became the virtual ruler of the empire. It was chiefly through his young and attractive-looking brother that John pushed his fortunes. Michael was a young man of large and well-proportioned figure, with that freshness of complexion which we often find in the nerve-diseased or epileptic subjects. He became a favorite chamberlain of Romanus, and John presently noticed that Zoe was interested in him. Romanus was visibly failing, and Michael was at times called in to chafe his feet as he lay in bed with Zoe. "Who will believe," the monk Zonaras asks, "that he did not take the opportunity to rub Zoe's feet also?" Zoe expressed to John a lively interest in his brother, and John took care that their movements should not be hampered by any restrictions that normally curtailed the liberty of a Byzantine empress. The pale Phlegonian, in the black dress of a monk, was already the supreme master of the palace, but the most piquant feature of his position is to find him chiding the nervous hesitation of his brother and feeding the improper admiration of the empress. Sallust dilates, almost gloats for pages over the development of this singular love story, in a way that hardly becomes a great exponent of Plato and Aristotle. Before long, the relation of the two was known to the whole court. Michael was loaded with jewels and other presents, and not infrequently courtiers would find him sitting, still rather nervously, on the same couch with the infatuated empress. One day, a servant entered the throne-room for some purpose, and almost fell to the ground in astonishment. Zoe had made Michael sit on the throne, had put the crown on his head and the scepter in his hand, and was admiringly murmuring, "My darling, my flower of beauty, joy of my eyes, consoler of my soul," etc. Instead of bursting into passion at the entrance of the official, she bade him do homage to the man who would one day be his emperor. So says at least the philosophic Sallust, whom many believe. It is quite certain that Zoe made flagrant love to the chamberlain, and that the emperor knew it. His sister, Pulcheria, angrily spoke to him of the notorious scandal, but he professed to be ignorant of it, and was content to exact from Michael an oath that there was no truth to the rumor. Other writers say that he overlooked the liaison because it preserved his middle-aged spouse from promiscuous irregularity. Romanus forgot that such love affairs were apt to entail tragic consequences for the superfluous man. As Zoe's passion increased, he found himself suffering from an alarming and mysterious illness. His hair fell out in patches, his breathing was labored, his face, a more significant symptom in an old man like Romanus, became livid and puffy. Whether his illness was really due to a slow poison, or whether the poison was administered by John or Zoe, are points which we must leave as we find them in the chronicles, uncertain. Since there is very little doubt that Romanus was murdered in the end, the theory of poison is not reckless, but Romanus was aged and worn, and the illness may have been natural. However that may be, Romanus lingered in a frightful condition until Holy Thursday of the year 1041. On that sacred day, Romanus distributed to the senators the ceremonious gifts prescribed in the ritual, and retired to the bath. From the bath he was presently removed in a dying condition to his bed. However possible it may be that he had had a serious attack of his illness in the bath, we cannot easily ignore the persistent statement that men entered the bathroom and either strangled the emperor or held his head under the water. Sallust gives this as a rumor, but even he seems to believe it. Both Michael and John are accused of the murder, and it is left uncertain whether Zoe was privy to the plot. Her immediate conduct will not dispose us to be eager to clear her memory of the suspicion, but we may be sure that the monk John was the soul of the plot. Zoe came, with ostentatious, the chronicler says feigned, tears, to see that her husband was really dead or dying, though she did not await the end, which occurred soon afterwards. When we learn that she announced her intention of marrying Michael, the same evening, we are disposed to see her in an element of cold-blooded calculation, which does not very well assort with the character we had given her. It would probably be much more correct to conceive her as nervous and confused, and simply yielding to the dictation of the monk John. Her father's eunuchs, who had remained in her service, begged her to wait some time, but John bullied and threatened, and Michael was forthwith decked in the dead man's robes and placed beside Zoe in the gold-roofed hall. The patriarch was summoned to the palace and curtly ordered to crown Michael and marry him at once to the very recent widow in the presence of the assembled senators. The whole scene is so repulsive that we need not hesitate to accept the last touch given to it in the chronicles. The archbishop hesitated, but the present of 100 pounds in gold from John removed his scruples, and he invoked the blessings of God on the new imperial marriage. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe, Chapter 10, Two Sisters, Part 2. The Empress Zoe. From Constantinople by A.E. Grosvenor. After this authentic episode, it is superfluous to seek to determine the share of Zoe in the illness and death of her first husband. The monk eunuch was capable of any crime, and it is perhaps not likely that he would take others into his confidence in perpetrating them. His brother Michael was a feeble-minded man of no criminal instincts, whom we shall presently find smitten with the deepest remorse for the part he had played. Zoe also was little more than a tool in the hands of John. Had he communicated his criminal design to them, they would probably have consented, but there is no evidence that he did so. The marriage, however, is a sordid fact that no casuistry can excuse. It would no doubt be represented to Zoe that delay would give an opportunity for a revolution, and there were always at Constantinople nobles who were ready to aspire to the throne when so excellent a pretext was afforded. These considerations may explain, but cannot excuse, Zoe's action. She was almost, if not quite, devoid of moral feeling. The utmost we can say for her is that it was not merely her passion for Michael that gave such indecent precipitancy to a woman of 54 years, but she had no children to protect, and she lent herself to this disgraceful procedure merely in order to retain her royal position. We read, therefore, without the least sympathy, that while the change made the fortune of the astute John and his brethren, it brought great disappointment and chagrin to Zoe. She had, the chronicler says, imagined that the lowly chamberlain, grateful for his elevation to the throne, would be her slave, and she at once gathered about her the former servants of her father and began to rule. But the monk had no intention of handing to her the power he had purchased so heavily. His official position was merely that of orphanotrophos, or director of charitable institutions. His real position was that of emperor. Most of the brothers were able men, but Michael was, as John probably took into account from the first, epileptic and incapable of self-assertion. John, therefore, took the reins in his own hands. He summarily dismissed Zoe's eunuchs and maids, and put about her an army of servants in his own employment, so that she could not even go to the bath without the permission and knowledge of the eunuch. To the empire and its affairs, it may be said, he devoted the most careful and intelligent attention. Even in the midst of a solitary carouse, for the monk was fond of wine, he would turn with alacrity to any pressing business. It was only in the dishonest enrichment of himself and his brothers, whom he had once promoted to the highest commands, that he overreached himself. One noble only, the Constantine Delacinus, who had so narrowly missed the empire and the hand of Zoe, rebelled against this division of the empire among a family of low-born eunuchs and money-changers, and the punishment of Delacinus so well illustrates the world in which Zoe now found herself that it may be briefly recounted. John secured the loyalty of the senators by a generous distribution of money, and then sent a eunuch to assure Delacinus, who was in Armenia, that his conduct would be overlooked if he disarmed at once. Delacinus required some tremendous security of such a promise on the part of John, and it was left to the clergy to devise a new and particularly ponderous oath. The evolution of the oath in Byzantine life is one of the many ways in which we trace the degradation of its character. No one had any longer the faintest confidence in oaths on the true cross or the sacrament. A group of clerics were therefore sent with the most sacred objects in the reliquaries of Constantinople, and they marshaled before the eyes of Delacinus the cross, the napkin bearing a miraculous image of Christ, the original letter of Christ to King Abgar, and the portrait of Mary painted by St. Luke. On these portentous relics an oath was taken that no punishment would be inflicted on him. He submitted, and a few months later, when the people of Antioch rose against their oppressive tax-gatherers, the revolt was subtly traced to the distant noble, and he was exiled and ruined. Zoe tolerated the domination of the odious monk for a few years, impatiently, and at length made an attempt on his life. She won one of the eunuchs whom John had placed about her, and directed him to offer John's medical attendant a vast sum of money if he would poison his master. But by one of those convenient accidents which commonly happen in novels and in Byzantine history, the doctor's boy discovered the plot and denounced it to John. Her eunuch was drastically punished, and Zoe was treated worse than ever. At the same time, her condition became more unpleasant, because Michael's illness became worse. The popular belief in Constantinople was that a devil had invaded the emperor to punish him for his mendacious denial of Romanus, of intimacy with Zoe. Men told of the suddenness with which the quiet, rosy-cheeked emperor would be at any moment converted into a frothing maniac, and it was noticed that on the rare occasions on which he appeared on the throne, purple curtains were looped in readiness about it, and servants stood to draw them round the throne if the devil should choose that moment to indulge his frolics. Even the Byzantine writers take the theory seriously, though some of them offer the alternative theory of insanity. We recognize the symptoms of epilepsy, and see that Zoe's choice had failed. Between attacks, Michael had seemed to have believed in the devil, was gloomy and penitent. He and his brothers walked barefoot through the city, at the head of processions bearing the swaddling clothes of the infant Christ, and all the other priceless relics I have mentioned. But the only answer of the heavens was a storm of such hail that the stones crashed through the tiled roofs. He visited shrines, built churches and monasteries, showered gold on the clergy, and even gave a baptism fee to every newborn babe. And famine, pestilence, and earthquake vexed the overburdened empire, and men cursed Michael and his brothers. At length, dropsy was added to epilepsy, and Michael determined to resign and enter a monastery. Zoe seems by this time to have been completely cowed by the arrogant monk, and she made little opposition when he went on to provide a new and strange aspirant to the throne. His sister Maria was, as I said, married to a shipcaulker named Stephen, who had been put in command of the fleet. They had a boy named Michael, a vicious youth, but young enough to submit to his uncle's rule if he obtained the crown, and the emperor and Zoe were persuaded, or coerced, to adopt this child and clothe him with the dignity of Caesar. One of the chroniclers tells that they deceived Zoe by representing the boy as the son of a noble matron. Some such fiction may have been served to the populace, but Zoe could hardly be deceived on the point, and even the people were not long deceived, if at all, since he had passed into history as Michael the Caulker. In the chapel at Blachernae, the boy was accepted into the imperial family, after swearing the customary ponderous oaths to respect Zoe as his mother and mistress. It is not impossible that Zoe felt that this adoption of a son who was to wear the crown made her own position more secure. Some time afterwards, Michael IV retired to a monastery, and Michael V began to look forward to his imperial opportunities of indulgence. The next course of events is not quite clear, but it seems that the retiring emperor felt some scruple about his action and had relegated the boy to a house without the walls. He died, refusing to see Zoe, soon afterwards, 10th December, 1041, and John forged a letter in his name, bidding the guards deliver the young Caesar, and brought him to the palace. We are then told that Zoe asserted her power, bestowed the crown on the youth only on the strictest promise of obedience to her, and expelled the three brothers, John, George, and Constantine, from the palace. It seems more likely that the brothers quarreled with each other. John, promising the most absolute power to Zoe, had his younger brothers exiled, and then Constantine intrigued with the young emperor and displaced his brother. These details are of little moment for our purpose, but the spring of 1042, 3 months after the death of her husband, we find Zoe sharing the power with her adopted son and his uncle Constantine, and a fresh chapter of romance opens in her story. Constantine apparently urged the youth to get rid of Zoe and rule alone. A vicious and conceited youth, he was little troubled by the oaths he had taken a few months before, but he felt it necessary to proceed cautiously. He began to slight Zoe, then to treat her with disdain and harshness. He confined her to her palace and refused to let her control the treasury. One day he announced that one of those imperial processions through the city which the people regarded as opportunities to express their feelings, and rode out alone. To his delight he was received with the liveliest rejoicing. The citizens hung their choicest silks and tapestries before their houses, and displayed their silver and other treasures on their balconies as they were wont to do on the most festive occasions. Elated with his apparent popularity, Michael consulted his unofficial council of fast-living young sportsmen as soon as he returned to the palace, and they decided to dismiss Zoe at once. It is said that Michael himself brutally told her of his decision, and even slapped the fair face of his adopted mother. The charge he put forth was that she was preparing a poison for him. It would not be difficult to believe if there were any serious evidence, but it was probably only a pretext to get rid of her. That night she was put on a ship at the quay, rowed to the islands, and consecrated a nun. On the following day, however, the laments of Zoe were cut short in a very unexpected manner. A boat came at its highest speed from the palace, and a royal official bade her at once return to her dignity. The people had resented the flagrant conduct of her adopted son, and he had hastily summoned her to the palace. A herald had been sent into the public square to announce that the most pious emperor had disposed his mother and the patriarch for conspiring against his throne, and would himself care for their interests in their future. From the sullen crowd a voice protested angrily that they wanted their mother Zoe, not the son of a cocker. It was repeated fervently on every side, and the prefect had to fly under a shower of stones. Then the crowd poured into the cathedral, from which the patriarch had not yet departed, and a noisy debate took place. A council of the clergy and senators was then held in the church. The singular resolution was taken to bring Theodora from her convent, and clothed her with the purple. The younger sister of Zoe had, it will be recalled, been compelled by her to take the monastic vows at Petraeon 11 years before, and this sudden recall to life, a recall without precedent, since she was not summoned for the purpose of marrying, gave a remarkable turn to her career. She had passed from the luxury and dissipation of her father's palace, with a brief interval of independent life, to the shade of the monastery, and now she was to spend her last 15 years of her life on the imperial throne. She was of sterner stuff than Zoe, and the senators must have concluded that she alone could check the audacity of the low-born Paphlagonians. This does not in itself argue any great strength of character in Theodora. We must remember that there was always a party of ambitious eunuchs or statesmen behind each of the names that is put forward by the historian. When the news of this decision reached Michael, the crowd stormed angrily at the gates of the palace. He sent an officer on a swift vessel to the Prince's Island for Zoe. In the palace she was quickly stripped of her nun's robe and clothed in her former garments. It is clear that Michael's uncle, Constantine, who was not without ability, directed the campaign in the palace. Michael was advised to take Zoe with him into the imperial lodge overlooking the hippodrome, and show the citizens who had gathered in the enclosure that all was well. The reply he got was a shower of stones, arrows, and epithets, and as the chroniclers remark, the young lion became at once a timid hare, and proposed to run for shelter to the monastery at Studion on the Asiatic side. His uncle prevented him, however, and marshaled the guards in the forepart of the palace. The battle which followed ended in a complete victory for the people. Constantine and Michael fled across the water to Studion in the early morning of Wednesday in Holy Week, and the new Empress Theodora was conducted into the palace over the corpses of some 3,000 of the combatants. The royal sisters, it will be understood, did not fly into each other's arms. Theodora had to thank Zoe for 11 years of confinement, and Zoe herself was very reluctant to share her power with her younger sister. However, a formal reconciliation was arranged by the senators, and the two empresses sat side by side to receive the homage of the leading citizens and decide what was to be done with the late emperor and his uncle. If there were any who wondered in what spirit Theodora would wield her power after a decade of religious life, they were not left long in doubt. Zoe asked what the will of her advisers was in regard to the fugitives, and such cries as, "Out with her eyes!" and "Crucify them!" rang furiously through the chamber. Zoe recoiled and pleaded for leniency, but Theodora, a much better speaker than her sister, sternly ordered the prefect to see that their eyes were put out. A great crowd crossed the sea with the officers and saw Michael, who had hidden under the altar, and his more stoical uncle dragged from the chapel. The same crowd had applauded Michael in his procession hardly a week before, and now they stood by with wild delight to see the brutal sentences carried out. It was 21st April. Michael the Cocker had reigned for 4 months. For a few weeks the Imperial Sisters ruled their kingdom in complete harmony and with exemplary zeal. Monsieur Deal, too lightly following the censorious Celis, rates the intelligence and character of both at a very low level, but that estimate is hardly supported by the facts. Few emperors had dared to attack the administrative corruption of the empire as Zoe and Theodora attacked it in the first freshness of their power, and as we have every reason to believe that they would have continued to attack it. For centuries the state had been the easy prey of ambitious eunuchs at the court and corrupt officials in the provinces. Zoe and Theodora issued decrees to the effect that all injustice must cease and that the law must be administered with equity. They themselves sat on the highest tribunal of the city to hear cases, and the sale of offices was strictly prohibited. The accounts of the late chief minister were examined, and Constantine, eyeless and shaven, was brought from his monastery to explain the enormous deficiency. The power of his family was broken forever, and the miserable man disclosed that 5,300 pounds of gold, nearly £250,000 sterling, was hidden in a cistern in his house. Legates and petitions were heard with dignity by the royal sisters, and it must have seemed to many that the empire had, by this singular adventure, obtained juster and finer rulers than it had known for many a century. We cannot discriminate in the joint public action of the sisters, but it is clear that the strong will and intelligence of Theodora were the chief power of the administration. How drastically the empire needed such a purification may be gathered from the fact that when the patriarch Alexis died in the following year, a secret and dishonest hoard of gold, amounting to more than 100,000 pounds, was discovered in his palace. This brilliant example of feminine rule might have been expected to disarm the old Byzantine prejudice against women, but prejudices of that nature are too deeply rooted to be displaced by facts. The cry was raised that an emperor was needed, and Zoe once more expressed her willingness to marry. The careful chronicler tells us that her conduct was not necessarily inspired by a carnal feeling, she was now 62 years old, that she may have feared that Theodora and her ministers wished to dislodge her. Her age, no less than the remarkable conditions of her third and last marriage, will easily persuade us that the motive was political. There were those who said that, as Theodora had been the chief agent in expelling Michael, the throne belonged to her alone, and Zoe sought an ally. The first noble chosen by her was Constantine de Lasanos, who had almost obtained her hand on the throne 14 years before. But Constantine, when he visited at the court for inspection, proved so brusque and independent that he was again dismissed. Her next choice was Constantine Catapano, a handsome officer of the palace with whom, in spite of her age, the gossips of the court already connected Zoe somewhat too intimately. Constantine, however, had a wife living, and this lady is said to have poisoned him as soon as she heard of the proposal to divorce her. If we may believe the gossipy chronicles, Zoe met the disappointment of tranquillity, as she had another lover among the officials of the palace. Constantine Monomachos, a very handsome and distinguished and dissolute noble, had been exiled from court to Mitylene by Michael IV on the suspicion of intimacy with Zoe, and had for some years gilded the hours of his distant exile with the enjoyment of letters, the pleasures of the table, and the affection of a pretty and devoted cousin. When his second wife had died, he had obeyed the injunction of the Church to refrain from a third marriage, and had been content with the free companionship of the beautiful Strelina, a sister of the distinguished noble Romanus, a member, that is to say, of one of the proudest Byzantine families. She had followed her lover to Lesbos, used her fortune to mitigate the harshness of his exile, and was living with him at the time when Zoe recalled him to court. Handsome as Achilles, uniting a prodigious strength with a singular delicacy and elegance of appearance, equally devoted to the robust pleasures of the chase and the enervating delights of love, Constantine Monomachos at once returned to his place in the heart of the aging empress, and was invited to wed her. He is said to have stipulated beforehand that the fair Sclerina should be allowed to come to Constantinople, and Zoe genially consented. They were married, and Zoe entered upon the last and strangest part of her strange career. While the sexless Theodora continued to rule the empire and put out the eyes of her enemies, while Constantine reveled in the new and more exquisite luxuries of his position, Zoe seems quietly to have enjoyed the secure and restful days which her marriage obtained for her. She still, with her maids, compounded and distilled the perfumes which were almost her one luxury, but she now paid a scrupulous attention to her devotions and burned much incense before the icons. Sclerina at first dwelt apart, and Constantine set about building a magnificent palace for her, thinly veiling his liaison with the pretense of going daily to see the progress of the works. As the citizens smiled at the connection, and Zoe seems to be piously indifferent to it, he became bolder, and asked Zoe to allow him to bring Sclerina to live in the palace. Again Zoe consented, and the ménage à trois was maintained in the most pleasant harmony. She gave Sclerina a title of empress, embraced her, when they met, with entire goodwill, and showed her such consideration that she never visited her husband without first ascertaining if he was disengaged. Constantine occupied the central part of the palace, and his wife and mistress had apartments on each side. Although Zoe now approached her 70th year, she still retained the freshness of her complexion and had no wrinkles. Psellus says that a stranger would have been sure that she was still a young woman. She shared the pleasures of the gay court, and made no protest against the frivolous Constantine emptying the treasury on his mistress. If we may believe implicitly all the details given by Psellus, there was little delicacy in the fun which enlivened the gardens or halls, for Zoe disliked the open air of the sacred domain. Music and skilful dancing were too fine for his appreciation. He liked the broader merriment of mimes, and took special pleasure in imitations of stammering. His chief entertainers would go so far as to represent pantomimically the chaste Theodora lying abed in childbirth, and Theodora herself joined in the loud laughter of Constantine as the man imitated the shrieks which befitted such an occasion. The months passed very merrily, and the treasury emptied. And as the treasury emptied, and the citizens saw their funds passing into the marvelous palace which Constantine was building for Sclerina, clouds began to gather over the life of the epicure. One day, in the year 1044, as he rode with his guards at the head of a religious procession, a cry broke from the crowd. "We don't want Sclerina as empress, nor to see our lawful mistress Zoe and Theodora perish on her account." The cry was a spark to the spreading discontent, and the small troop of guards were surrounded by a threatening mob. Fortunately for the emperor, the empresses were watching the procession from the balcony, and they sent troops to rescue him. Later, a discontented noble sent some Macedonian troops against the city and encamped opposite the Bucerna gate. Constantine disdainfully ordered a chair to be placed for him outside the gate in order that he might see and be seen by the rebels. For a time they were content to sing comic songs about him, of which there must have been a good supply in the city. Then they made a dash and scattered his guards, and could have penetrated into the city, possibly taken it, if they had not foolishly retired. On such slender threads did crowns hang in the singular empire. Sclerina relieved the growing discontent by a premature death, apparently about the year 1045, and the superb palace which had been intended for Constantine's mistress was turned into a monastery. 5 years later, Zoe closed her long and romantic career at the age of 70. Constantine mourned for her as she had been a beloved child, and even pressed the church to put her on the list of the canonized. He may have read how St. Theodora had won the aureole, largely by her freedom from jealousy. When it was found, after a time, that some curious fungi had grown about her monument, he insisted that they were heaven-sent assurances that Zoe had been admitted at once into the company of the saints. The Greek Church, however, was not persuaded to add Zoe to its quaint list of the blessed, and few will reflect on the many events which revealed her personality to us without admitting that, whether or not she was guilty of the positive crimes attributed to her, she had little or no moral feeling. Constantine found consolation in the charms of a young Allan princess, who was detained as a hostage at Constantinople. The milk-white skin and fine eyes of the unknown so fascinated him that he gave her the imperial title, and emptied the remainder of the treasury upon her and the relatives who flocked to share her fortune. He was by this time a miserable wreck of his former magnificent person, and could not sit unaided on a horse, but the court still rang with laughter and buffoonery. His favorite, a man who had been raised from the position of street buffoon to that of court jester, became so infatuated with his wealth and privilege that he dreamed of possessing the pretty Allan princess in the purple. He was caught in Constantine's bedroom with a drawn sword. The emperor asked why he had attempted assassination, and when the man said that he had an irresistible passion to see himself in the crown and imperial robes, burst into laughter and ordered the attendants to put them on him. He returned to his position, and, to the amusement of Constantine, made more open love than before to the fair Circassian mistress. But the emperor died in 1054, and his mistress returned to her previous obscurity. When it was seen that Constantine was failing, a number of the nobles and officials conspired to put on the throne Nicephorus Bryennius, but Theodora's supporters forestalled the plot. They sent a swift vessel for her, and lodged her in the sacred palace before their opponents could bring Bryennius from Bulgaria, which he governed. She seems to have been forced out of the affairs during the latter years of Constantine, and the sending of a boat implies, apparently, that she had retired to the suburbs. She was still in her 7th decade of life, erect of form and clear in mind, and drastic punishment was inflicted on the conspirators. She then began again to control the affairs of the empire as she had done in conjunction with Zoe. She personally received ambassadors and heard trials, and resumed her war on corrupt officials. Celis is disdainful of her rule, and unjust to her. The only grave defect we can recognize is that she put the higher offices and commands at the disposal of men who were less distinguished for ability than for devotion to her. A very strong provincial aristocracy had by this time arisen in the empire, and from their vast estates a number of able nobles and officers kept a discontented eye on the hierarchy of eunuchs at Constantinople. Theodora, conscious of her vigor and sustained by the prophetical assurance of a monk that she would wear the crown for a long time, maintained her power for 3 further years, and then became seriously ill. It is said that she chose an aged and feeble noble of the city, Michael Stratioticus, to don the purple, but one is rather disposed to see in the choice of Stratioticus the action of the court party, whose influence was threatened by the provincial nobles. Theodora still confided in the monk's prophecy. She had the aged soldier brought to her sick-bed, and bound him by the direst oaths to promise obedience to herself. She died a few days later, however, on 30th August, 1057, leaving the crown to the frail charge of Michael VI. The historian must regret that Theodora had not a larger opportunity to prove her value as a ruler and exhibit her personality. She was a woman of great vigor, and generally high political ideals, and she incurs the reproach only of stooping at times to the common Byzantine level in securing her power. It was not she, but the contemptible Constantine who emptied the treasury for frivolous purposes, and, in spite of the light disdain of Celis, her rule compares most favorably with that of most of the emperors. End of section 15. Recording by Nancy Soule, Bainbridge Island, Washington.